Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call the Peoria Unified Special Governing Board Meeting Retreat Study Session to order on January 8th of 2026 at 9:05 a.m. We're going to move on to opening exercises, 2.1 Moment of Silence, 2.2 Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Proudfit, would you like to lead us this morning? Moving on to 3 study items, 3.1 Opening Frame and Strategic Framework Mid-Year Review. Dr. Summers.
Good morning, President Rooks and our distinguished governing board members, alongside so many fabulous leaders and special guests. We are excited to welcome you all to the day. Here we are. So before we begin, I do want to just take a moment to acknowledge and thank our governing board, as you're getting all settled in, for your service. And if you don't know already, this is National School Board Recognition Month. So what a great way to start the month and to start a new year and to start our day by acknowledging all of you, again, for your time, your service, and your stewardship, as well as acknowledging the weight and the heavy responsibility of leadership in this moment. So my opportunity with this first frame for today is to help set the stage for our study session, which will be focused on how we orient ourselves for context for everything that's in front of us, shared understanding, and a reminder, not only to ourselves, but to everybody who is tuning in and listening, that today, at least the morning and the afternoon, is not about making a decision per se. However, it is about framing the work ahead. So we want to reestablish that shared context before we engage in these very complex and interconnected topics. And we're going to name this as our mid-year grounding moment. We're going to also emphasize that coherence now enables better decisions later. So before we move into those individual topics, let's ground ourselves in why today matters. The district is at a pivotal inflection point. The issues before us are both interconnected and consequential. And to borrow a phrase from everything that we typically talk about when we are deep diving all of these topics, everything connects to everything. So these decisions that are made in one area will influence others. And how we organize and anchor our work matters as much as the outcomes. So to help manage that complexity, as you all know, we have a shared organizing strategic framework and lens that keeps our work aligned and focused on what matters the most. Student success is fundamentally and absolutely our central organizing priority. And we have 4 strategic priorities that serve as levers in service of that bigger goal. So we are not working here in silos, and you will see throughout all of what we're about to dive into today, along with the support of so many in our system, that we are working through this together. To borrow another phrase, it will take and does take all of us. This framework not only provides focus for today, but it will provide guardrails through some very difficult conversations and trade-offs as we navigate consistency amid the complexity. This lens not only helps guide our decisions and the work that's in front of us, but it is our commitment in service to every student every day. So with that shared framework in mind, here's how our work today has been intentionally designed and sequenced. and to share with you a quick phrase that one of my daughters has been sharing with me. This is our flow state. We are finding our flow. So we are spending about, and these times are all approximate, so President Rooks, with your permission, as well as with our shared responsibility here, we're going to try to keep us on time as best as we possibly can. So I'll do my best to keep my time here fairly limited to those 10 to 15 minutes. And then that sets the stage for our work around the Educational Services Update, facilitated by Dr. Hernandez and her fabulous team. And that will center our focus on student success and learning and teaching. So you're going to hear a lot of what we've been doing so far this year and how is that work bearing results. And then we're going to take a moment as we shift into a post-election analysis to really use the frame of parent and broader community engagement so that we have a clear understanding of what the data is telling us. And then knowing that we have a big and multiple item heavy afternoon, we will actually pause to be humans and take a break so that we can fuel for the road ahead. About a 30-minute lunch break. President Rooks, I was anticipating somewhere between noon and 12:30, or if we can give ourselves permission to go no later than 1 on that, if we're going a little bit later in the morning. Because we have items 3.5, fiscal planning and stabilization, which we've set aside about 2 hours for, which sets the stage for our master capital planning conversations in item 3.6, and then wrapping all of that up, as we know the end of the study session is not the end of our day. We do intend on sharing with you our first round of school closure repurposing and phase 1 plans. So we're expecting all of that to take us to around about 5 o'clock, just as a side note, and I think our board knows this, but our community, we will need a quick pause to reset the room and get into our regular meeting order before we commence, hopefully as on point towards 6 o'clock as we can. So as we think about that flow, I also want to just take a moment as part of this mid-year reminder to re-ground ourselves in where we are in the work. Now, this is designed as a high-level checkpoint, not a deep dive. So again, our purpose today is reorientation and shared context, but a quick plug with the support of our fantastic communications team. We actually have a video that we are happy to share with everyone in the community that will present to you how we are doing with our strategic framework as we work through the year. So that will also give us another way to share that context without necessarily taking away from the deeper conversations ahead. So as mentioned earlier, we continue to begin at the center of our framework, student success. As you know, we have several indicators that are focused on measurable academic growth and achievement across all content areas, while we maintain strong graduation and college and career readiness outcomes, continue to focus on how we're closing gaps for our English language and special education students, while expanding post-secondary readiness through career technical education and dual enrollment opportunities. And again, these are the indicators that define what success looks like. I will not say much more about this because that will set the table for what you're going to hear in item 3.2 next. But I will emphasize that these outcomes do not happen by chance. They are produced by the quality and consistency of our efforts in learning and teaching and form our core commitments to our core instruction. So within these KPIs, you will continue to see how we are strengthening instructional coherence across all of our schools, ensuring curriculum implementation is timely and aligned, improving the relevance and impact of staff learning and professional development, and again, prioritizing instructional quality as the strongest lever for improvement. And just a big shout out to all of our teachers and all of our leaders and all of our sites today, because guess what? As we're doing this, we are in day 3 of the second semester. And so we are getting at it, and we are continuing to demonstrate that commitment across every classroom on behalf of every student every day. And as we know, high quality instruction depends on safe, stable, and supportive learning environments. So within our commitments to safety and wellness, we will continue to ensure consistency and reliability of our safety systems while focusing on efforts around training and preparedness as foundational practices. Additionally, really listening to what our students are saying about how safety matters for them alongside these protocols, and continuing to invest in wellness supports that make sure that engagement and learning readiness are visible and attainable. And to sustain those systems, we must be intentional stewards of all of our resources. So as we continue to align our resources most directly to these instructional priorities and use data to evaluate program effectiveness, we can check off, well, it's close to 100% completion, but what you will see today is the master capital plan, in addition to all of the community feedback that we have designed. And so we are really excited to share those analyses and present to you at least phase one of where we are going next, while we continue to focus on staff retention and balancing all of these efforts with a commitment to sustainability and trust. And we know, finally, how we steward our resources directly affects the public's confidence, trust, and engagement with us. So as we continue to look at ways to strengthen communication and the overall experience, we are looking at ways to expand on and provide those meaningful volunteer and partnership opportunities while supporting and maintaining as much enrollment stability and growth that we can pursue. And finally, prioritizing engagement as a strategic asset, not necessarily a secondary outcome. So with all of that, that concludes, and I think I did a fairly good job of keeping us on time here, the opening frame for today. But President Rooks, Governing Board, I do stand ready for any clarification or alignment that is needed, as well as reinforce our appreciation for the work ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Summers, for that presentation. I'll go through all the board members. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments for Dr. Summers?
I just want to say thank you to all of the staff and cabinet and who helped put together all of this. It's huge, it's a lot, and I know everybody's been working really hard, and I just appreciate the community out there also, all of the interest, all of the feedback we've been getting. It's really helpful because this is a shared decision, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
Nope, just thank you everyone for preparing for today. This day is a long time coming and just excited to dig in.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. First, thank you. I know that this took a lot of people coming together. And what little I know thus far, I know that you are looking at families and not just shutting schools down mid-year like some districts in our state, which is important to me as a board member. And I do have a question. Do we have an idea of how we're increasing volunteers in the district?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, thank you for that question. I'd actually defer that real quickly to Mrs. Airy. She can just give you a brief overview of what that looks like at this point in time.
Thank you, Dr. Summers and President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, thank you for that question. We're starting with a new system that we are rolling out across the district this year. This allows us to better track, manage, and understand the volume of volunteers that we have in our district. We have never had a formal system to be able to really better support our schools with growing their volunteerism because we haven't had really strong systems to support and know where are the volunteers, where are they coming from, what are their interests. So we are starting there, and then we're also just putting a lot of communication around that using a number of the channels that we have. A couple that I'll highlight in particular is reaching out to our alumni network, reaching out to our retirees, and we have a number of different ways that we reach out to the retirees in our community, but then also reaching out to groups that we either have had partnerships with in the past, groups like your Rotary groups and other volunteer-based groups in our community that have been really great supporters of us in the past. And so making sure that they understand what opportunities are available across our schools, whether you want to do something that is episodic, come in every now and then, or whether you want to come in on a regular basis and volunteer. We're really trying to customize those opportunities for those in our community to both meet the needs we have at our schools, but also make sure we're providing a valuable experience for the volunteers so they'll want to continue to return and serve. We need all of them to help do what we do every day.
Thank you for that. I'm excited to hear that we have a system in place. I venture to say that some of our retirees will be very, very valuable to us as we look, into reallocating schools, district to make this work, because they are valuable. So thank you for that. I didn't know that we had a system that we just put in place, so I'm curious to find out more about that, but thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
I know that the road ahead of us is going to be windy at best, but I appreciate cabinet's efforts as well as staff's, and I'm firmly convinced that this is the cabinet and the team to do it, as well as the board to make these decisions. I'm ready to get to work.
Thanks, sir.
I will say thank you as well, Dr. Summers. I know we've been having a lot of conversations, and you've been very detailed in brainstorming and thinking outside the box. So I want to say thank you to you and your team for the presentations today and all the work that you guys have done.
We appreciate that.
I do, sorry, I'm losing my voice. I do have one question. Page 7, training staff, I believe in safety measures. I would just like to see, if possible, training with a lawyer that we have on file and working with Peoria Glendale PD, some of their detective units that are trained on mandated reporting, and if they can run along with our staff on guidance, what to look for, what steps next to do if they see something, and running through different scenarios, kind of like trials, so that I just feel like having that refreshed with a lawyer, so there's the legal side, and Peoria Glendale PD as well.
Thank you for that.
Okay, and that's all I have. Thank you. Moving on now to 3.2, Educational Services Update with Dr. Teresa Hernandez. Welcome.
Good morning, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. At your request, the Educational Services Leadership Team is here and very excited to share with you several updates, which you've requested, as well as our mid-year academic update. You good? So as Dr. Summers has already centered us on our strategic framework, everything we do, every student, every day, starts at the center with student success, and that is where we begin our journey together this morning. So today's update will lean into that strategic framework to demonstrate an unwavering commitment to the identified student outcomes. We're going to cover a lot of ground together today, so be sure you are taking good notes, be sure you are sitting up extra straight, and make sure you've got that learner cap on, because we're ready to go. So we're going to begin with the information you've requested regarding our district and our school letter grades, along with an update on our program evaluation for our summer programming. This effort will be led by Mr. O'Neill in Research Planning and Assessment, who is our program evaluator. Then we're going to move into disaggregating our mid-year assessment data. So we'll take a look at where we are with our student achievement halfway through the school year. Mr. O'Neill will start us off with an overview of district performance. Then we'll move into school performance, which will be led by our incredible school performance team. And then we will go into a student disaggregated data set led by Mrs. Burns, our Executive Director of Exceptional Student Services. We'll close out the component on our mid-year assessment review, and then we're going to take just a look and zoom into some of our literacy strategies that we have been implementing, and this will be led by Ms. Piazza. And then we'll pause, we'll do some questions and some discussion around the student achievement data, and then we're going to move into a very important presentation from our special education team. The Educational Services team has looked to build a presentation that will support and is designed to bring clarity to the foundation of special education. This is how we support the process, how the process works, and we want our families to know that we are here to partner with you, and we have designed this presentation to be accessible for them so they know who to call, when to call, and how to call. So that work together will get off and running here in just a moment. So of course we've got a learning target. We want to center our learning. We know that in our classrooms, whether we're students or whether we're adult learners, knowing what it is we're learning, why we're learning it, and what success will look like is pivotal to ensuring, which for you means there's an assessment coming at the end of our time together. I took a lot of static when I let you out of the math test the last time we did this. So we're going to come back around. So those notes and sitting up straight and thinking caps, all those, here we go. So this is what you're learning today. I can articulate the progress of student outcomes for the 25-26 school year through the lens of student learning, student achievement, and influencing factors. Why is this so important? so that you can build a better understanding of our district's priorities, the measures that matter, and our related key performance indicators. So what does success look like? So as the students today, how do you know you got it? You know you've got it when you can speak accurately about where the district is academically performing and the associated strategies for improvement. So this assessment at the end of our time together today might look like you needing to say, how are we doing academically mid-year? Thinking through the lens of reading, thinking through the lens of math, and what strategies did you hear this team talk about that are being used to get the results we're getting? I just gave you the test. So here's where we start with our strategic priority and our student success. So the outcomes that we'll be targeting our focused work on today is improving academic proficiency across all core content areas and grade levels, and improving our English learner and our special education learner rates of proficiency and growth. The metric that we'll specifically be looking at today will be our STAR assessment. So looking at reading and math. And the KPIs that are attached to this are the actual ELA proficiency by 3%, an increase in math by 3%, looking specifically at our language learners and our students with disabilities. So what you'll see today that will be new, when we worked on our KPIs the last time we were together, we had a general gauge as an image just representing we're going to be monitoring this. And today you're going to see the indicator on the gauge move to give you a really clear picture of where we feel we are mid-year with meeting these goals. And so we come right back to where we started. We're focused on our student success. As we move into our work together, we're going to drive into the learning and teaching component of our work. And at this time, I'm going to transition the presentation to Mr. O'Neill to begin our work with student success, district letter grades, and then into summer school programming. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Good morning, President Rooks, board members, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. Per board request, Academic Services was tasked with looking into district and school letter grades and why some of our letter grades had decreased compared with the previous school year, and I'm here to present those findings to you. 2 schools actually increased letter grades this year, so I want to offer my sincere congratulations to Alta Loma Elementary and Saguaro Ranch Elementary, who both increased. 9 of our schools decreased a letter grade, which led to an overall drop from an A to a B in the district letter grade. The schools which decreased in letter grades were universally down to 2 specific components of the ADA letter grade calculation: English learner proficiency and growth. Of the 9 schools who decreased a letter grade, 6 of them lost points in the English learner proficiency category. In real practical terms, what this means is that for an entire campus, their letter grade decision came down to a handful of students, in some cases 3 or 4 students, which means we have to lean into and embrace our motto of every student, every day, if we want to help those schools return back to where we know that they can be. With that in mind, for the first time ever, Peoria Unified has adopted an English learner curriculum and resources, and those schools are the first in line to receive extra support in this area so that we can ensure that we get them back to the letter grade that they and we want them to be at. For each of the schools that decreased a letter grade, we also saw a decrease in growth scores. When a student demonstrates tremendous growth, as our students have in previous years and particularly 2 years ago, they are then compared to other students across Arizona who have also demonstrated tremendous growth. And it leads to a flattening out of the growth curve, and what tends to happen is year on year, the growth score will increase and then decrease a little, and then increase and then decrease a little. What we need to see is that continuing trend over time actually demonstrate continuous growth, and take those students who have demonstrated tremendous growth in the past and have them demonstrate tremendous growth again. With that in mind, you'll hear lots of strategies based on that from our executive directors in a few minutes. But those 2 areas represent the vast majority of where our letter grade decreased. The goal here is to make sure that we focus on best first instruction, rigorous commitment to the standards, and providing the best resources possible for all of our students in order to realize our goal of returning these schools to their A letter grades, and the district also. I'll now transition to the second part, which is where academic services were also asked with evaluating the effectiveness of our summer programming, in particular the acceleration model, which we adopted 3 years ago. This is the first year that we have actually had the same benchmark data for the end of one school year and the start of the next. So this is the most accurate that we have, simply due to the timing of when we swapped from iReady to Renaissance Star. So if we had attempted to do this last year, we would be comparing end of year iReady data with start of year Star data, and it would not be the same comparison. So now this allowed us to make a direct comparison between the end of one year and the start of another. And of course, in between that time, we have students who attended summer programming for both reading and math. I'll start with the most important findings, and I can proudly state that summer programming remains highly effective for students in need of the most support. We are seeing sustained benefits from the acceleration model in reading in particular. In order to analyze this data, we took the students who attended summer programming for reading, we looked at what their baseline data was, the score at the end of the school year, and we compared them with students in Peoria Unified who achieved similar scores but did not attend summer programming. What we found was that at the start of the year following summer programming, there was a statistically significant increase in the students who had attended summer programming compared with similar students who had not. The truly exciting part of this is that based on our December STAR assessment, we found that those students had maintained that increase and were still ahead of similar students who had not attended summer programming. So we can state very confidently that for students of the highest academic need, our acceleration model for summer programming was highly effective in reading. This year, for the first time, the board approved the identification of 17 master teachers to work with each summer programming site to improve teacher efficacy and raise the quality of instruction in summer programming and beyond. And I firmly believe that this helped contribute to the high level of effectiveness of the overall program, and the evidence certainly seems to back that up. Luckily for us, the results for students attending summer programming for mathematics were also similarly impressive. Students, again, compared with similar students who did not attend summer programming, demonstrated, again, a statistically significant increase over their similar peers that has also been maintained until December. The goal now is to make sure that our instruction is such that we maintain that benefit all of the way through the school year, and it is with great excitement that I anticipate checking the results at the end of the year and tracking those students throughout and seeing exactly how effective our summer programming was. Based on the data I've presented here, we see that summer programming at Peoria Unified is addressing the needs of the students who need it. Our recommendations are to continue funding the acceleration model for summer programming, to explore options to refine the model to include high-achieving students, and to ensure continued strategic selection of students for summer programming. And now, this concludes the letter grades and summer programming section of our presentation, and we'll continue into the mid-year STAR academic update. In June and again in September, Academic Services provided updates on student achievement and outlined the data-driven actions implemented in response to identified needs. Today, we are presenting the mid-year results of those targeted interventions and strategies. We extend our sincere appreciation to the Governing Board for your continued support in implementing these responses, especially now that I know that it's National School Board Month, which has been instrumental in driving progress towards improved student outcomes. As Dr. Summers mentioned earlier, our key performance indicators are that we want to see a 3% increase in ELA proficiency. And as Dr. Hernandez mentioned earlier, these gauges represent where we believe the progress to be at and where the evidence shows our progress to be at. We are pleased to report that district performance in English language arts for both elementary and high school is on track to achieve the targeted 3% increase in proficiency. Current projections indicate that high school proficiency is slightly ahead of elementary, which aligns with expectations given high school students. It is important to note, however, that last year we observed a similar upward trend followed by a plateau and then eventual decline during the spring semester compared to fall progress. Without a sustained commitment to high-quality instruction, high expectations, and a continued focus on student achievement, we risk repeating that pattern. Our key goal is to inspire all stakeholders, learners, educators, parents, family, community members to intensify efforts and remain steadfast in the coming months to doing what is best for our learners. We're pleased to report that, apologies. Before I start explaining this, we're going to take a moment and I'm just going to explain the slide in front of you. I do sometimes forget that I spend most of my workday looking at data and that not everybody can just glance at a chart and know exactly what it means immediately. So apologies for that. For the layout, and you will see this layout quite a lot over the next 15 minutes. For this layout, the colors match with the projected proficiency levels from our STAR assessment. Red represents minimally proficient, yellow represents partially proficient, green represents proficient, blue represents proficient, and green represents partially proficient. This is what happens when you glance down in the middle of a sentence and see and catch two words and it's partially proficient. Green is highly proficient, which it does also state on the slide. Thank you, team. I appreciate you. We're comparing the results in window 1, which was in August at the start of the school year, to window 3, which was in December at the end of the first semester. Window 3 is represented by the top bar, and window 1 is represented by the bottom bar. We generally want to see an increase in proficiency, and that's why we have the two sections that refer to proficiency combined, and you can see an overall percentage for that on the bracket. But we also want to see a decrease in the percentage of our students scoring minimally proficient. So one of the goals that we really want to look for is to see that red bar decrease also. And I understand that that's not directly linked to the KPI, but we understand that if we can move all students, then that is going to feed into our performance indicator and it's going to increase proficiency by improving all students. Now let's move on to the actual data. For all of the ELA data that you'll see during this section, it is important to remember that projected proficiency for our eventual ELA assessments, both AASA and ACT, are projected from a reading assessment. But when students actually take the AASA and the ACT, there is a writing component which also feeds into that ELA score. So it is important that we take these results in mind, but we also continue our commitment to ensuring top quality writing instruction for our students. Between windows 1 and 3, elementary schools demonstrated a 2.3% decrease in their minimally proficient percentage, and on average, all levels of students are being moved towards proficiency. ELA is on track to reach the KPI goal of 3% improvement, as they have improved by 1.8 percentage points since the start of the year. At the high school level, we see a noticeable decrease in the minimally proficient percentage of 5.2%. Our high schools are also on track to improve proficiency by 3 percentage points, but need to maintain this into semester 2, as not all high school students have taken the STAR assessment yet. You may notice that the minimally proficient percentage for ACT looks suspiciously high when compared with our actual data from last year. This is largely due to some juniors and seniors taking advanced where the STAR test is not taken. So there are a percentage of students who will take the ACT who are not included in this data. For our summer update, we'll make sure that we include the data with all students included, once we actually have the entire year completed and all students have taken all classes. For math, the district performance in mathematics is progressing towards the established key performance indicators as well. which again is 3%. Notably, mathematics is trending higher and advancing more rapidly towards its proficiency target compared with ELA. We believe this accelerated growth can be attributed to the data-driven responses implemented over the past few years, including the adoption of new math resources in years 2 and 3 of implementation, coupled with a strong emphasis on best first instruction aligned to scope, sequence, and pacing. Additionally, dedicated professional development has played a critical role, focusing on early numeracy, conceptual understanding, and evidence-based instructional practices that foster mathematical thinking in classrooms. While these gains are encouraging, it's essential to maintain high expectations and that relentless focus on quality learning and teaching to sustain this progress and avoid the downturn observed in prior years. Our collective goal remains to inspire all stakeholders to double down on efforts to ensure that we are doing what is right for every learner. Clear improvement is evident in our elementary math performance, reflected in both a strong reduction in the percentage of minimally proficient students and an increase in the percentage of proficient and highly proficient students. Overall, the projected proficiency increase is 3.6 percentage points, which clearly positions us on track to exceed the performance indicator of 3%, provided this progress is maintained and strengthened throughout the second semester. These gains are again supported by the board-approved district-adopted resources and materials that have been instrumental in driving instructional quality and student access. Additionally, we are proud to highlight the introduction of Grade 7 Accelerated Math, which you will often hear referred to as 7A, a strategic initiative that focuses on high-yield standards and key concepts from both 7th and 8th grade mathematics. This course is designed to better prepare students for Algebra 1 in 8th grade, reinforcing our commitment to rigorous instruction and strong academic outcomes. Improvements would not be possible without the governing board's continued support. It has been critical in ensuring access to high-quality resources and professional development that empowers teachers and, as we can see, elevates student achievement. For high school, Academic Services is thrilled to report significant improvement compared to Window 1, positioning the district on track to achieve the targeted 3 percentage point increase in proficiency. This progress, however, must be sustained throughout second semester if we want to avoid downturns from prior years. It is important to note that not all high school students have completed the STAR assessment, similar to how I mentioned with ELA, and part of the observed growth may also reflect increased student familiarity with the tool. As students become more comfortable with the assessment, we expect to see the scores increase naturally. We're also excited to see a strong positive impact from the board-approved adoption of the pre-AP Algebra 1 and pre-AP Geometry courses, and anticipate this trend, coupled with 7A, continuing and strengthening in the future. I would also like to thank the teachers who are fundamentally the people responsible for the data that you have seen for both ELA and math at the elementary and high school level, and the district could not function without the high-quality teachers and the high-quality support staff that we have. Thank you for the opportunity to present information to you regarding letter grade summer programming and the mid-year STAR academic update. We're now going to transition into school performance. So at this time, I would like to introduce Mrs. Gonzalez, Executive Director of School Improvement.
Thank you, Rich.
I apologize. Is it okay if we do questions halfway before?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions for his presentation?
First off, I just want to say thank you so much for all of that information and making it very clear. I'll probably bring this up again later on. But Dr. Summers, I think that when we talk about summer programming, it would be great to figure out if that's something we're going to go forward with, of how we can also put some programs in there that can be revenue generators. So, but I know that's for another part of the presentation. You mentioned, quick question, you mentioned two schools, Alta Loma and another school that
Saguaro Ranch.
And Saguaro Ranch. I just wasn't fast enough to write it down, and I don't think it was in the presentation, so I just wanted to give a big shout out to them. You also mentioned that of the 9 schools that had had some loss, we were going to put the English language materials with those schools. Was it the 6 or was it all 9 schools?
All Peoria Unified Schools will be receiving the English learner curriculum. It's just we are going to put specific extra resources at those schools that experienced a drop in English learner proficiency.
Okay, because I know you mentioned 6 of the 9, so I just didn't know if it's 6 that it's starting at first or if it's 9.
I was going to say, Dr. Hernandez was grabbing her mic.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, so this is all past tense. So the letter grades came out a long time ago, and we just haven't had the opportunity to get on the agenda to talk about this. So past tense, with those materials have arrived, have been distributed, have been trained on, are being implemented. We are seeing positive results from that. So what he's saying is that the 6 schools where their letter grade was most impacted received additional supports with that implementation.
Okay, great, thank you. And I just love that you highlighted throughout this, and I just want to make sure we highlight, is that we couldn't be making these advancements and so forth if it wasn't for our teaching staff and the great quality instruction. So even though a lot of times we refer to that having great materials is what helps to move our students along, but the caveat is we couldn't do that without that high quality instruction. So I just want to give a shout out to the teachers for that and Dr. Hernandez for everything you're doing to make sure that we're having that high quality instruction for our students. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, and also I wanted to say thank you for the cough drops.
Oh, yeah. My Janelle's secret weapon. Okay, so I just want to go back. I'm just going to do a few because I'm sure much more of the questions I have will be answered in the rest of the presentation. But the ACT groups in the high school proficiencies that were not listed, you said those students were generally AP students?
President Rooks, Ms. Proudfit, that is correct, but also any students who have not yet taken math this year.
Okay. I'm just trying to, like, it's a fair presumption to say that those would probably be higher achievers on the ACT, so not cause for concern.
I would agree.
Okay. And then I just wanted to quickly, 7A, I've really loved that program. One of our schools, because there were so many 7A learners ended up putting the whole class in. And how is that going? Raising the bar for students that would not have been identified for 7A.
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, at the school you are mentioning, currently it appears to be extremely successful for
because that's what
that
I'm
group
hearing
of 7th
too.
grade
And
students.
so my question is, I wonder if we could push that further into students that may not have identified.
I believe Hernandez again.
I feel like you want to say something about this? Yeah.
Strangely enough, yes. President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, absolutely. It is going extremely well across all of our campuses who have started it this year. And I would remind the board that when we adopted materials 3-4 years ago now already, we had planned for 7A and adopted the materials, but we hadn't planned to start implementing until next school year. So the implementation of the materials, the acceleration of math in general led us to start 7A an entire year earlier. And we started a select number of campuses and we'll be broadening that as we go forward across this coming school year.
What was exciting to me about that is I think sometimes, I just think kids are resilient, and the higher you raise the bar, the higher they will achieve. And I think that we have pretty good proof of concept, along with the fact that the curriculum's great and the teachers are doing amazing implementing that curriculum. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Thank you to everyone that it's always encouraging to look at numbers that are going up in this, in proficiency. My only question is, do we have already, knowing that we decreased in the spring for whatever reasons, do we have something in place so that any kind of support so that doesn't happen?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, so as we continue in the presentation, the next section is specific to schools. We'll continue to disaggregate from the district to schools and down into students. And so the executive directors will be speaking about those strategies that we'll have in place to support schools where we know that we need to look more closely at why that gauge isn't necessarily moving to the right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
That was largely my question as far as how do we avoid repeating the spring fallback, but growth is rarely linear, right? So I expect to see a little bit of a pullback, but how do we minimize or mitigate So I'm anxious to see what kind of responses we get.
Okay, I'm going to ask questions, but I also have a cough drop in my mouth, so I'm trying to ask it gently. The letter grades that you mentioned, just because I know we have a lot of viewers watching online and whatnot, can you walk through how does the Arizona Department of Education decide those letter grades for our schools?
President Rooks, that's quite a large question, but I'll do my best at giving a brief overview.
Yeah.
It is slightly different for elementary compared with high schools, but in each case, they take into account the proficiency of students on the end of your high-stakes state assessment, either AASA for elementary or ACT for high school. They also take into account growth, and then they take into account a raft of other factors, such as chronic absenteeism, such as third grade minimally proficient percentage in ELA, eighth grade proficient percentage in math, and then they combine it all to give a score which is out of 100. There are also some bonus points available for things like ensuring that you tested all of your students, so you can't just ask students who you think might not pass the test and not show up, because obviously that would be incredibly unethical, so ADE has put things in place to prevent that. At the high school level, a large function of the letter grade is what is called the CCRI metric, which takes into account how many CTE classes students have taken, as well as a raft of others, art seals, biliteracy seals, performance on ACT, how many AP classes have the student passed, how many IB classes have they passed, have they taken a second class with a foreign language and met the Arizona Board of Regents requirements for high school, and that makes up around 20% of the high school letter grade, and that's a component that is not present in the elementary section. High school also includes graduation rate, where all of our schools achieve maximum points every year, and elementary also includes the move on when reading component for third graders.
I think you did a great job explaining it. And I just wanted to clarify, I think I heard you say that the letter grades that were talked about just now were from the previous school year, right? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. I have, I guess, kind of a couple more questions here. So summer programming this upcoming summer, are we going to be bringing in the LE positions, reading interventionists, to kind of maybe help in those areas? I don't know if that's an idea that has been already talked about.
So it certainly could be something that we look at and extending into. The primary function we have to address first is the funding source.
Okay.
Before we can get further down into what the structures will look like and how we replicate what we know has been successful and how we improve on the areas where we've identified where we could be better, stronger, faster with having more students have that great result.
Okay. I guess for like our high school students, talking about, I think there was a decrease in the growth. What kind of support are we looking at to help them through the rest of the year? And then also, I know you're fast to answer, correlating with when we have students that are taking core classes, but they're also leaving campus for different periods to go to, ROTC, or if they're going to another campus for different programs, how do we ensure that we support them so they don't lose that instruction time, if that makes sense?
President Rooks, so I'm going to defer the first part of the question to Ms. Lopez-Lira's presentation that's coming up, specific to strategies to support our high school leaders and their teams. And the second portion is relative to how, when students are transitioning, it's oftentimes partnering school to school. So when your second period teacher lets you leave 5 minutes early, and then the receiving teacher knows you'll be 5 minutes incoming, and making sure that we're thoughtful about the instruction that's presented during those times, as well as knowing which of our campuses offer which programs, so that we're making the shortest drive between them to maximize the opportunity that I have not seen another district do as well as we do with offering students the opportunity to travel. And I think you know that my own child was at 3 campuses last spring.
That's good to hear. I'm glad that we do offer that, because I do think it's a great program of trying different things at different schools that offer. So I appreciate it. I think that's the only other questions I have. I would also just like to, I don't know if it's later on, but just throwing it out there for our ELA curriculum, if that's anywhere in the, okay, all right, that's coming. Okay, then I'll save my question for it. Thank you so much, though, for the presentation. That was really great to hear everything.
President Rooks, board members, thank you. And now I will reintroduce Mrs. Gonzalez, Executive Director for School Improvement.
Thank you, Rich. It's always a good day when you get not one, but two
You get two.
introductions. A great start. Well, good morning, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. As the Executive Director of School Improvement, I am proud to support Cheyenne, Country Meadows, Desert Palms, Foothills, Ira Murphy, Marshall Ranch, Santa Fe, Skyview, and Sun Valley. You may have heard me refer to our amazing group as the Noteworthy Nine. I had to put it out there. They're watching, hopefully tuning in. As you might know, campuses in school improvement face unique challenges, often serving communities with higher levels of poverty and greater barriers to learning. Despite these challenges, these schools have demonstrated strong and sustained improvement over time, with notable growth in student achievement. The progress we are seeing reflects the hard work and commitment of educators, leaders, students, parents, and families in these schools, as well as the targeted supports provided by our district. In fact, some of the most significant gains are occurring in our highest need areas, underscoring the impact of focused strategies and resources. The following slides will provide a closer look at this growth and the factors contributing to these successes. In reviewing data for the schools I support, it is important that we compare data from year to year, as our focus in school improvement is centered on deep-rooted systemic change. While our schools do also make progress window to window, a year-to-year analysis shows true sustainable improvement. With that in mind, comparing projected ELA proficiency from this time last year to now, there has been an increase of approximately 2.4% in students scoring proficient and a decrease of 2.4% in students scoring minimally proficient. We are on track to reach our 3% goal in alignment with our district KPI as long as we continue this growth into this semester. In order to make sure we continue to see growth and improvement, we continue to meet frequently as a collective group of administrators and in-site leadership teams to analyze data from such areas as the STAR assessment, formative assessments, progress monitoring, and classroom walkthroughs. In addition, we analyze student-level data at the most granular levels involving proficiency and growth to ensure we are supporting every student every day. We also collaborate around site and district professional development, analyzing its implementation cycles and its classroom impact. In the current school year, Country Meadows, Marshall Ranch, Santa Fe, and Skyview are on track to achieve a 3% improvement in ELA proficiency, directly in alignment with our KPIs. We are dedicated to maintaining this pattern of projected proficiency by following through on our data analysis and classroom walkthrough plans, coupled with the continued collaboration and support of our teachers to ensure we stay on track. We are supporting Cheyenne, Desert Palms, Foothills, Ira Murphy, and Sun Valley with some additional steps to continue toward increased proficiency by engaging in more frequent classroom visits, data meetings with the administrative team, and increased focus on instructional alignment to the depth and rigor of our state standards. We are also continuing to develop the content understanding of our teachers to ensure they deliver core, best first instruction and are able to prepare our students for the various types of assessment items they will inevitably encounter. This will also help make certain that students and teachers understand how students are assessed. In addition, at Desert Palms and at Sun Valley, I'm continuing to partner with our program specialists from the Arizona Department of Education regarding site visits and virtual visits in alignment with supports as part of our work within the comprehensive support and improvement identification. Let's now take a look at math proficiency. In the area of math, from this time last year to now, there has been an increase of approximately 2.9% in students scoring proficient and a decrease of 3.2% in students scoring minimally proficient. This clearly demonstrates that the schools I support are on track to reach their 3% goal in alignment with our district KPI. Again, as long as we continue the work that we're doing, we've got to continue that growth into this semester. Additionally, I am absolutely thrilled and so proud to report that all 9 of the schools I support have demonstrated improvement in math projected proficiency as measured by the STAR assessment from window 1 to window 3 this year. I am so proud of them. And all 9 schools, in addition, have decreased the number of students who are scoring in the minimally proficient category. I can't hide it. I'm very, very proud of them. In order to make sure our schools continue to demonstrate this growth and improvement, and much as we are doing to support the ELA proficiency, we will continue to meet frequently to analyze assessment and observation data, work with teacher teams to ensure a tight alignment to our state standards, and continued use of our district adopted resources to again ensure that best first instruction. Combine that with our ongoing analysis and implementation of professional development, we are ensuring best practices at the teacher level are positively impacting our learners' progress each and every day. One more slide for you guys on mine. Is my favorite, I'll be honest with you. As you kind of recall back to some previous presentations, taking a quick trek back through history, in the fall of 2022, 15 schools had been identified for targeted school improvement, or you might have heard us say TSI, by the Arizona Department of Education due to subgroup performance scoring in the bottom 5% of all Arizona schools as part of required federal accountability measures. Most schools were identified with low performance in the subgroup of students with disabilities. Based on the State Board of Education's final decisions for the 24-25 school year, evidence of the intentional and dedicated work of our students, families, teachers, administrators, and staff, Peoria Unified is now down to just 2 schools in school improvement. Thank you. So proud of our noteworthy 9 and how hard they're working and how receptive they've been to the extra supports that they've been receiving. They have come right alongside everybody here that has helped and each other. They are a tight-knit little group, and I'm just so proud of them. In fact, one of the 2 schools that remains in school improvement is in there by 1/10 of a point. So we are in communication with the state about that to pursue some additional clarification, making sure everything was calculated just so, 1/10 of a point. And with the success we've experienced, we remain diligent in actively monitoring any school which is in danger of falling back into TSI. So we're keeping everybody up where they have grown to, monitoring them to ensure they have the supports and the continued supports in place. Thank you all for the opportunity to share this update with you this morning, allowing me to brag a little bit about our schools and our teachers and our students and our families, our administrators, everybody. And thank you all for your ongoing support. Really so appreciative of that. You've all checked in with me at some point in time to see how it's going, and I really do appreciate that. And as you can likely tell, I'm incredibly proud of these schools. I will now turn it over to Ms. Allie Bridgewater, Executive Director of Elementary Education. Thank you.
Can I?
Board members, do you have questions? Can't get away yet. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions or comments?
I just want to say congratulations to all of your 9 schools, your noteworthy 9 for all of those great scores, and the 15 that came and it's all the way down to 2. That's amazing.
Thank you.
And I will say that, you know, I've been around to the schools. I've seen the data rooms. I've seen the teachers come together, talk about students. I've seen all the data on the wall to really have conversations of, okay, not only like curriculum-wise, how can we get these students to move to be more proficient in achievement, but also what are some quality things that we need to be doing to support our students as well. So I know that we're looking at a lot of data today, but there's a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes of how do we support our students in all different ways to make sure that they're achieving in our classrooms. And I know that comes certainly, you're the team leader of these 9 schools, but there's so much hard work that's happening with the staff and the teachers, and certainly in collaboration with the parents. So I just want to recognize that and thank you, and it's I appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think you and I were on a school visit within the first couple months, right when I was on the board and you had moved into this role.
We were.
And I am just so grateful. You have taken the bull by the horns, and you had an almost insurmountable task in front of you, and I could not be more pleased and grateful for what you have done. Like, I just can't even believe it that we've come so far in such a short amount of time. These are the things that I want to shout from the rooftop when people are not sure if good things are happening in public schools. You and your team have worked and worked and worked, and this, like, it is bearing fruit. So this is a question I want to pose to everyone on the team, and none of you need to answer it now. Can email us or me later. I want to know, and I want you to always be thinking of, what specifically do you need from us as a board to ensure that you are able to do the job that you're in the place to do? Because, you know, echoing what Mr. Toby said earlier, I think we all feel so confident that in everyone that we have placed. What do you need from us to ensure that you can do your job to the best of your ability? And so that's just everyone across the board. As specific as you can be, please let us know. And just, yay, Erin, you're killing it. Good job.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I just have a quick comment. I know you're executive here, but you'll always be my foster daughter's teacher. First teacher, hardest year for her. So I you know, when I saw you in that position, I'm like, yep, and so obviously you've proven that. And I just, kudos, congratulations, well deserved. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, job well done, and I like these graphs. They're easy to digest, but even more so, you know, understanding the Matthew effect of that. These people, these students of ours that were in our care, the better they learn, the better they read and understand the concepts. That has a compounding effect throughout their schooling. And so to see 15 schools go down to 2 years over year, that's going to continue, I expect. And you guys should be very proud of the work that you guys have put in. So thank you for benefiting our students.
Thank you so much.
I can remember touring schools, and everywhere I went, she's laughing because she knows, I heard about your amazing training that you had with the teachers and how they just felt like they better understood how they could support those students in the classroom. And before I didn't hear that, so when you came on to the role that you're in and hearing that, just the excitement around it, and the principals, the assistant principals are like, yeah, we're getting this. It felt like you kind of waked up everybody and gave them like inspiration and drive. And I just want to say thank you for that. And thanking, you know, the teachers that you've worked with and supported, thanking the principals for also collecting the data, because I know that that's a lot that they have to do on top of everything else. And then, you know, great job to the students, because I know like it's hard every day, and, you know, I know some of the schools we were going to for that improvement, and just seeing how excited they all were to see like we did it. So thank you again.
Thank you again, President Rooks, Governing Board. Again, your support means the world. Your words of encouragement today keep us all going. I will be sure to make sure our Noteworthy 9 tunes in, if they're not already, to celebrate in that growth and progress with us. Again, thank you so much for your support. And of course, to the team here, Dr. Summers, Dr. Hernandez. Couldn't do without them. So thank you.
President Rooks, if I may,
Yes.
on behalf of the board, I'd like to give her an excellent pin.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes. Leading with excellence. Absolutely.
I will reintroduce my colleague, Miss Allie Bridgewater. Thank you.
Welcome, Allie. Good to see you. I know. I thought I'd give you a welcome so that you make it.
Thank you very much. Good morning, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. I am honored and excited to bring you updates for the schools that I directly support. Before I go there, I want to thank Rich. I don't know, most of you know where my office is, and you know where Rich's office is, and I think I have worn that path back and forth, but you just clarify, explain, and I appreciate the work that you do. And to my colleagues, wow. I mean, we do have fun, and it's hard work, but coming to school and working with these people is amazing, and Dr. Hernandez as well, and Dr. Summers. So thank you very much. I am honored to work alongside a group of great principals. this is my cluster. I call it the cluster of clusters. It doesn't really hit home, but we love it and we own it in a good way. Altaloma, Copperwood, Coyote Hills, Frontier, Kachina, Oakwood, Oasis, Paseo Verde, Peoria, Sundance, and Sunset Heights. As you can see, those schools range. They go from all different types of backgrounds and students, yet we come together as a group and we are united to improve their experience here in our school district. I look forward to highlighting the notable progress and that's been made. We will be comparing, as you know, STAR data. That took place from window 1 to window 3, and Rich has explained that it's basically a test in August and then a test in December. As you can see here, when comparing ELA proficiency data from window 1 to window 2, we see an increase already of approximately 2% in students scoring proficient or highly proficient, and a decrease of students scoring minimally proficient. I really like to bring this up to everybody because moving kids is difficult, and it's moving kids from proficient to highly proficient is difficult, but to move the bar from minimally proficient to partially proficient, that's a lot. And so I'm very proud of my group of principals for being able to do that. This, again, like I said, this places us on pace to reach that 3% goal. But it's imperative that we continue to prioritize high-quality instruction, targeted interventions, and consistent support for students and support for teachers. I'd like to just take this opportunity to highlight some schools that are doing great work. Sunset Heights, Oakwood, Frontier, and Paseo Verde, they've made significant growth from those students that are in the proficient range to highly proficient. Oasis has seen significant gains in moving those students from partially proficient to proficient. We have also seen Peoria L and Sundance have also made significant growths in moving kids from minimally proficient to partially proficient. And these are small little incremental steps. Mrs. Ewing, I think you said you've been around, you've seen the data rooms. It is a game changer. At some of my sites, one of my schools, Altaloma, which I'm very proud of, in their data room, not only do they have all the data of how their students are progressing, they have a picture of every single student, which brings to home, like, this isn't just data. This is a student that's making great strides and great progress. As a former student who had some problems with reading, when you know that a teacher is looking at you and knows where you are and tells you where you're going to be, it makes a huge and significant impact. So I just wanted to, I get emotional talking about it because when I walked in there, and of course I share it with my other schools, and they're like, well, we're going to do that too. So that constant reminder that it's not data, it's students and how they're moving from point A to point B. We have a leadership team in place. We've established lots of cultures on different campuses. I do have a campus that I am targeting, and I'm just going to be really honest about it. Kachina has had its share of some challenges. I am happy to report that I believe I have the leadership team in place that is establishing a culture which focuses on targeted student intervention, improving instructional strategies, changing the culture, and celebrating growth. I am confident I have the team there now to make significant gains. And I want to thank you all for helping the students at Kachina, because they've got the team together now. So I just wanted to thank you for that. Looking at projected math, as you can see, we're doing really well in math. From window 1 to window 3, we see an increase of approximately 4.4% and a decrease in students scoring minimally proficient. Since he's my math teacher here, he is very excited about that. This strong progress demonstrates that we are not on track to meet it, but we're going to exceed the improvement goal set at 3%. I'm pretty sure about that. It is imperative to keep this momentum going, again, with high-quality instruction, continued cycled assessments, and targeted interventions. I do want to, again, highlight Sunset Heights, Oakwood, Frontier, and Oasis, Coyote Hills, and Paseo are seeing great growth results from proficient to highly proficient. And my Alta Loma team, for the first time in many years, I have a group of students that scored highly proficient in December. 17% of the kids at Alta Loma moved from proficient to highly proficient. And they are laser focused there at Alta Loma. They've created a culture there. I know a lot of you have been on that campus, and it's fun, it's caring, but there is instruction going on. Kids know where they need to be, and the teachers are focused in on providing those kids, their kids, that community with good instruction. We do have Kachina that moved some kids from minimally proficient to proficient, but we still have some work to do there. Those of you who know me, I'm not going to shy away from that. But with your support and the new support systems that are in place, coupled with a fantastic team, and also I want to thank Sherry and her department for providing some more services for teacher instruction and teacher professional development. I know that progress is going to move upward on that campus. I want to take this opportunity to thank all my leaders and all of my support systems that have been given to me. I am honored to work alongside them. I do get emotional because I see how hard they work every day. I'm getting calls from them at 8 at night, and I'm like, why are you still there? They are passionate about providing a culture that is safe, a culture that is nurturing, and a culture of expectations. We connect continually to discuss how students are progressing, what's working effectively, and what can be worked upon effectively. My leaders are special, and I care a great deal about them, and I am so honored to work alongside them. We meet and talk continually. We visit each other's campuses because, hey, I've got a hotshot teacher here in 7th grade. What are they doing, and how are they doing it, and how can we repeat excellence and replicate excellence district-wide? So I stand for any questions that you have. Before I introduced Dale, I'd like to answer any questions you have about my cluster of students and teachers.
Mrs. Ewing, any questions or comments? And I was just informed by Dr. Hernandez, we need to keep up the pace. So she said it to me. So I'm just relaying the message, if you can make it fast.
I blame Erin for that, please. No, I'm kidding. Yes.
So first off, Alta Loma, congratulations on those 17% highly proficient. That's amazing, and I know how hard the staff has been working there. I love how you talk about sharing best practices, the teachers and so forth, and would love to make sure that we have that opportunity to do that across the entire district, that we are sharing best practices. So congratulations, and thank you for all the hard work you do.
Thank you.
That's perfect. Yep. Mrs. Profit.
I'm going to be so fast. Thank you. You know, I've had the opportunity to walk these campuses with you, and the level of heart and dedication to these students is just unmatched. I did want to just give a shout out to Rachel Turner at Alta Loma. This is her 3rd year as principal, and she had a lot to do. Like, she walked into a campus that needed a lot of work, and then that coupled with the fact that I think Alta Loma had 5 student deaths in a span. I mean, it has been, her existence there has been fraught with a lot of really, really challenging things. And despite being in that, for her to work alongside the team to be able to yield such exceptional results is just incredible. And so I just wanted to give that praise to Principal Turner, who is just, and she's one that I'm sure is there at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
Every time I see her, I'm like, I don't know where you get your energy. Oh, sorry, Dr. Hernandez, I want to get 100%, but great job.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, question or comments?
I have the overachiever next to me, so I'm going to keep it really, really short. But I almost, well, teared up when you talked about the pictures of the students. Thank you, because it isn't about data, and thank you for keeping us focused on that.
Thank you.
Whoever came up with that, truly, that needs to go across the district. And, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I know how young children can look to their teachers as, you know, this high-level authority, and that's a good thing, but that personal is going to give us more with honey than vinegar, I'll say it that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Tobin, any questions or comments?
No, I just want to do whatever we can as a board to support you and your cluster of clusters, you know, and to keep the momentum going and, you know, keep the progress moving. Thank you.
I was just going to say that I'm very happy that I got to vote for Mrs. Steele to become principal at Kachina, because she has done amazing things at my kid's school, and I was like, this is the person for those students and the families and the staff. So I'm happy to hear that that is going well, and anything we can do to support her and your cluster of clusters of schools, just let us know. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, and again, I'll just repeat, thank you for your continued support. We couldn't do it alone. I can't do it alone, so I've got a great team around me that are a lot smarter than I am. With no further ado, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Dale Schuff. He's an executive director as well, to share his updates with his school.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Time. That's what that was all about. Okay. Good morning, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you, Allie. I'm the executive director of Apache, Canyon, Cotton Bowl, Desert Harbor, Desert Valley, Heritage, Lake Pleasant, Park Ridge, Peoria Traditional, Pioneers, Saguaro Ranch, Vistancia, and Zuni Hills. And I look forward to presenting the impactful growth and the key strategies that made it possible. In the area of ELA proficiency, there's been an increase of approximately 3.6%. And we can applaud afterwards. 3.6% is outstanding, especially since we're about halfway through the year. 3.6% in students scoring proficient, and a decrease of 4.36% in students scoring minimally proficient when looking at schools from August until December. My cluster.
Could you change, I think, the slide real quick?
Thank
They
you
were
so much.
also trying to help you there. So see that team, they've got you.
I was laser focused.
It's okay.
But
Stay
not on the
laser
right
focused.
thing.
Okay.
Right, thank you so much. My cluster, we'll just keep it at the word cluster, is on track to reach their 3% goal as long as we continue this growth into the next semester. Out of my 13 schools, 9 of them are currently exceeding this 3% goal already. 3 of them are exceeding a 6% gain, and those schools are Desert Harbor, Lake Pleasant, and Zuni Hills. Heritage and Peoria Traditional currently have over a 4% gain. And this positive trajectory compared to this point in August for reading proficiency is very encouraging. And while our overall growth for all of these grades has been steady and impressive, in terms of support, we see that Vistancia Elementary School has had several staffing changes during this school year, which we recognize the need, and adding staffing support through that alley position that you were referring to, early learning literacy interventionists to support our students that are working on acquiring those essential foundational reading skills. Vistancia, as well as a number of other schools across our cluster, have also benefited from our cluster's ongoing discussions and strategy development to support our English learners. Another strategy, and I'll just cue in that this could be on Dr. Hernandez's test at the end, since we were looking at strategies. Another strategy that will support all learners at our schools is a commitment to alignment. One of the main strategies is to ensure that we are tightly aligned with the standards. This means the daily objectives are aligned with the standards. The information, the activities, the questions are also aligned to these objectives, as well as ensuring that all teachers are using the resources provided by the district. In addition, there has been quite a significant reduction in the number of students in the minimally proficient category. We've seen a reduction of that 4.36% across my cluster, Every student has the potential for great gains, and we're seeing that for our students. I have scheduled meetings throughout the year with all of my site administrative teams to discuss each school's progress as well as our cluster's progress as a whole. These data meetings are a great time to celebrate their progress as well as discuss support and adjustments that may be needed in order to meet these goals. I plan on meeting with them again this month and again in March prior to our students taking the AASA assessment this spring. Moving on to mathematics. Moving on to the projected math proficiency, there has been an increase of approximately 5.9%. I would love to hover on that for a while. 5.9% in students scoring proficiency and a decrease of 4.5% in students scoring minimally proficient. This clearly demonstrates that the cluster is on track to reach this 3% goal as long as we continue this growth into the next semester. 2 of them are currently showing a 10% gain. Those schools are Cotton Bowl and Lake Pleasant. Apache, Desert Harbor, Saguaro Ranch, and Zuni Hills have over a 6% gain. I'm so proud of our students from across our cluster. With the right support from their teachers, principals, and parents, they are making significant gains. And while on pace across all grades to reach this 3% proficiency growth, all math teachers would benefit from a focus on 3 things: alignment, collaboration with their peers regarding lesson planning, and continued focus on student engagement. On behalf of all of our elementary schools and the other executive directors who oversee them, we extend our sincere appreciation to the governing board for its ongoing dedication, our sincere appreciation for the steadfast focus on student success. Your guidance and collaboration have been instrumental in driving the progress that we are proud to share with you today. And in a moment, I'm going to introduce Ms. Chris Lopez-Lura to talk to you about the high school performance. I stand for questions or comments.
Okay. I know Hernandez will make it quick. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Congratulations. Those numbers are really, really impressive. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Just a quick request that I have to you and to maybe the team members. I know you guys are mentioning these schools that are having exceptional increases and so forth. If there's any way that, like in a Friday report, we could get that, just because I'd love to be able to go around to the schools and say congratulations and so forth. And it's hard to capture all of it. So that would just be great. That's all I really have. But
We would
thank
love to
you.
share that. Thank you.
Congratulations, and send it out to your schools as well.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Ms. Proudfit, any questions or comments?
I feel like we should do the woo. Yeah. Dr. Hernandez says I can't steal her thunder, but congratulations. Another thing I would love in a Friday report, Dr. Hernandez, is the growth points are amazing. I would also like to see the percentage of how many are entering highly proficient, how many are remaining in highly proficient, because growth doesn't tell a full story, but yay for growth. And same thing, yeah, I'd love to be able to shout that from the rooftop. So we'd love that data. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you. The data is amazing. I know there's a lot of components to go into data as well, but I won't get into that. I just, to see increases encouraging across, I'm sure, even, into homes and constituents that are not in the room, but just thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for the support.
Clerk Toby, any questions or comments?
Well, I know that throughout the district, we have amazing teachers that provide this instruction to be able to get these types of growth gains. I was at Desert Harbor's campus at the request of 2 separate parents for Mrs. Pasley in her English class. What a remarkable teacher. She got a Leading with Excellence pin, so me and Mrs. Burhow were able to give her that. So I think just learning from each other continually is going to, as you said, that collaboration piece is going to exponentially increase this growth pattern. So thanks again.
Ms. Pasley is one of the best. Thanks for recognizing her.
So I would like to know on maybe the Friday report too, for those schools that you saw that extensive growth, what are they doing? What type of strategic ideas are they coming up with to see that growth? I would love to see that in a Friday report down the line. And then I loved what you said about alignment, collaboration, where they have time to do lesson planning and strategizing, because I feel like that is huge that I hear when I'm touring schools, is they want more time of doing that together versus coming to like a big training where they just sit in front of a computer screen. They would rather be able to talk with each other with their principal and assistant principal. So I love what you said about that.
Thank you.
My only question is the staff turnover at Estancia. Are we supporting in different ways with those staff turnovers for our students and then our principals?
Yeah, the staff turnovers are definitely being supported, and when we hear those words staff turnover, we sometimes think that that's a negative thing. And so sometimes there is a transition between teachers, and that would be true to support through that process. But, you know, on another front, you referenced Mrs. Steele. That's one of the references, obviously, a staff turnover. It's a staff turnover for Estancia. It's also a really good thing for Kachina. So definitely we support the campus and all of our campuses when we have those types of transitions.
Okay, yes, I would just maybe in a Friday report, what are we doing to help the students?
Yes.
When we have that staff turnover? Because I feel like the students want to make sure that they're being supported in that transition too.
We're happy to provide that.
Okay, and that's the only other question I have. So thank you. You can introduce the next one.
Mrs. Chris Lopez-Lira, Executive Director of Secondary Education, will now be sharing updates regarding high school performance. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Dale. Good morning, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. It is both an honor and a privilege to serve our Peoria Unified High Schools, which include Cactus, Centennial, Ironwood, Liberty, Peoria High School, Peoria Flex Academy, Raymond S. Kellis, Sunrise Mountain, as well as E-Campus. Thank you for the opportunity this morning to share our high school progress towards reaching our KPI and student achievement. I would like to start with explaining and breaking down this slide that you're looking at here related to ACT proficiency so that we can understand why ACT and STAR data matter. ACT is a national exam used to evaluate the student's readiness for college-level coursework in the 4 areas of English, math, reading, and science. Each of those 4 academic areas are scored with a number between 1 and 36. The number indicates whether students are prepared for college-level coursework. The Arizona Department of Education has determined a score range and what that range projects. As you can see on the slide, if a student scores in the range of 1 through 14 on any of those 4 areas, it indicates from the Arizona Department's of Education's interpretation of it is there's gaps in needed intervention for the student to be successful in college. Scoring in the range of 15 through 18, the student would need support for college level work. Scoring 19 through 24, student is definitely prepared for college level work. And if they score 25 or higher up to 36, highly competitive. And as a parent, I would say more opportunities for scholarship money. The STAR assessment has a range also, as you can see from the table up above, is minimally proficient, partially proficient, and highly proficient, indicated by the color. So the table itself shows ACT as well as the range for STAR assessment. If you could use that table and look at that for a second, we can actually project how well a student will do on the ACT based on their STAR assessment. So if you could indulge me for a second, put your parent hat on. As a parent, if your child scores on the ACT a score of 19, what does this mean for your child's readiness for college-level coursework? No worries, I got the answer for you. Prepared, okay? It's in the proficient, the blue area. As a parent and or teacher, if your child scores in the blue range on the STAR assessment, what can we project that their ACT score will be? 19 or higher. STAR assessment is likely to indicate where a student will be on the range or the path for college readiness. So now let's look at the STAR assessment data for our high schools. When comparing projected ELA proficiency for this current year in August, window 1, the bottom row, to December, the top row, window 3, we see a 3.4% increase in students scoring proficient with a 5.1 decrease in students scoring minimally proficient. I'd like to share a few highlights of first semester's performance. Peoria High School and Kellis High School's performance data demonstrates that their target approaches with ELA were effective. Peoria High School provided strategic professional learning centered on learning targets aligned to the standards and how to engage the students in those standards. The Peoria team also focused their observations and coaching feedback centered on the learning target alignment and engagement. They will continue these efforts for second semester, supporting their teachers with higher level rigor aligned to those standards and to the level of rigor the curriculum demands. Kellis High School supported their teachers with the strategy of small group instruction in a unique format during the 90-minute block, providing interventions for students with gaps. As a high school group, despite the gains, we're not satisfied. We're a highly competitive group with our progress and have implemented some changes. Cactus has used the STAR assessment, engaging in collaborative analysis with teacher teams, and they have also adjusted their professional learning for second semester to provide targeted support in rigorous engagement. As a high school group, we continue to strive for larger gains in accelerating growth. It is evident that our high school teachers have embraced the STAR assessment and are committed to student success. Our administrators have adjusted their support to focus on rigorous learning environments and aligned to the rigorous standards for first best instruction to ensure student success in the second semester. Moving to our projected math proficiency for this year, when comparing students in August to December, we've seen remarkable growth. An 8.5% increase in students scoring proficient and a 10.1% decrease in students scoring minimally proficient. I want to take a moment to say how extremely proud I am of those high school administrators and the teachers. Math is always difficult for us, and they are making huge strides, so thank you. First semester math data confirms that our comprehensive high schools are definitely on track for the 3% growth. To highlight just a few, Ironwood High School, Liberty, and Centennial, their approaches are driving progress supported by strategies such as Liberty has been creating a culture of data decision-making with teachers having bi-weekly data meetings to analyze and inform instructional adjustments and aligning learning targets to the correct level of rigor. In addition, the teachers have embraced goal setting with their students bi-weekly for student growth. Centennial and Ironwood are using the STAR data with fidelity for teacher analysis to inform instruction. Also, the Ironwood team provided ongoing support to their teachers with coaching and feedback with over 221 classroom visits. Our goal is to replicate this success in the second semester, and to make that happen, we're prioritizing strategies that ensure teachers are confident and fully equipped to use the board-approved district-adopted resources to increase rigor and sustain achievement. Again, despite meeting the KPI, we strive to accelerate growth with decisive action steps for continuous improvement. Continue collaborative teacher analysis to inform instruction with STAR reports, common formative assessments, coaching, and feedback cycles, as well as a clarified focus on rigorous learning environments aligned to rigorous standards. I am humbled and honored to support our high school principals in empowering our teachers towards deep collaboration that shapes the future and drives extraordinary student success. At this time, I stand for questions.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Congratulations on those numbers, and please send the congratulations out to your all the principals and teachers and staff who've been working really hard to make that happen. My kids had math teachers at Liberty High School, so I know how great they are there. So just shout out to them, and thank you for all you're doing. I love the fact that they're taking some targeted approaches that they're having, and I also, one of the things that's mentioned differently is that they're working with students to have those goal setting biweekly, and I think that's so imperative for our kids in high school, because when they don't have that, when they get to college, if they go on to that, or even a technical school, they don't know how to navigate that themselves, and it's required there because there is nobody to really help them with that process. So I think that in terms of encouraging lifelong learners to be successful, that's a really key component. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, any questions, comments?
Just yay, the numbers are looking so good. This is so, such a great morning. I did have a question about the second semester slump situation that I kind of understand a little bit with elementary schools. Do we see that similarly mirrored in the high schools? Because I'm questioning like what it brings on that slump, because since high school with block scheduling essentially resets in the, mid-year. So do we see that mirrored with both?
So I'll defer to Rich to help me answer that question. But when we get to second semester, it is a different set of students. You want to continue that with those students, utilizing some of those same strategies as well.
Mrs. Proudfit, I'd also add to that in that what we attribute that slump to is essentially when the school year starts, we get going. So the expectations of the school year progress. If I'm a fourth grader on my way to fifth grade, right, I'm coming up this way. So about midpoint, we need to ensure that the instruction that we are providing is at the rigorous level of an expectation of what should a fourth grader mid-year be doing, grade level wise, preparing them for fifth grade. And we seem to level off January, February-ish. And so when we were working with our administrators this past fall, in like October, I stood in front of every single one of them and said, if you don't change something now, we will see the same result in spring semester. So it's that planning for the supports we provide to teachers, what our classroom observations are telling us. Are we anchored into our rigorous adopted resources that maintain that pace? So at the high school level, because they do that year, we expect to see that when it's present, middle of the semester, and then coming into the end of the semester. So what we're seeing here for high school is different this year. We are seeing that they have maintained that progression of moving from Algebra 1 and being prepared for geometry and being prepared for Algebra 2. And so that is very encouraging from the work that our administrators are doing with their teachers and subsequently into their classrooms.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Bowles, any questions or comments?
Just thank you. To reiterate what Ms. Ewing said, setting goals, my brain goes into social skills, life skills, study skills, because they're learning, again, from hopefully a teacher that they look up to, and just teaching all of those things all in, and then just that personal knowing where your student is at. And I don't remember the saying, but something like, if you don't have a goal, you'll really miss it, but hit it every time, meaning you'll go nowhere. So it sounds like we tightened up a lot of that. And then I will say, for every teacher I've ever known, they don't shy away from goals. They want to achieve, and they want to see that in their students, or I don't think they would be doing what they're doing. So it's a win-win for everybody, so thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Excellent work. I think that one thing that you mentioned that I keyed in on was your description of how every high school has a different approach. So like, in my world, we call it a commander's intent, but decentralized command. And I think that allowing each school site that latitude, I think we're seeing the benefit of it right now. So nice work.
Thank you.
And I'll keep it short because I got Hernandez staring at me, but thank you, Chris Lopez-Lira, for your presentation, all the hard work that you're doing with your teams and the principals at the high schools and the staff. I'm just happy to see that we're seeing a little bit of that trajectory like you talked about, and ensuring that our students are ready for whatever pathway that takes them after high school. So thank you again.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the board. At this time, I'd like to introduce Ms. Carrie Burns, Executive Director for Exceptional Student Services.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. My name is Carrie Burns, and I serve as the Executive Director of Exceptional Student Services. While many districts use Exceptional Student Services to refer to special education, in our district, the department intentionally supports all exceptional learners, including special education, English learners, gifted, and Title I. This structure reflects our belief that students are not defined by a single program or label. Many of our students access more than one type of support at the same time. For example, a student may receive special education services while at the same time receiving English learner services, or be twice exceptional, meaning they're identified as both gifted and in need of special education services. By bringing these services together, we strengthen collaboration, reduce silos, and ensure decisions are centered on the whole child. Ultimately, this approach allows us to align resources, instructional strategies, and support more effectively. So every student receives what they need to succeed. This gauge shows our progress towards our key performance indicators, which measure the performance and the increase of our percentage of students who are reaching proficiency. We can see that our students with disabilities are projected to increase their proficiency by 2.5%, and they are projected to decrease their minimally proficient by 3.61%. These gains reflect improvement not only in specialized instruction, but also in the classroom during that first best instruction. When the initial instruction is strong and well implemented, students with disabilities benefit alongside their peers. While no single initiative can be attributed to all observed improvement, our department has worked alongside the learning and teaching to partner resource teachers and their general education counterparts during district-led professional development days in order to strengthen collaboration practices. By working together, teachers can align strategies and share expertise, which help ensure consistency and provides practical tools for meeting students' needs. We're seeing the most growth in our younger grades, thanks to the increased focus in our K-3 literacy in our department and as a district. At these grade levels, the learning gap is smaller, and because of foundational literacy skills are being developed, strong interventions and supports early on often lead to more noticeable progress. Maintaining our current plans and supports for these grades will be critical to sustain this progress. At the same time, we need to identify ways to strengthen support for general education and special education teachers in the upper grades as they work with students. This includes providing planning tools, targeted strategies, and collaborative opportunities to ensure students with disabilities can succeed in grade-level content. These results reinforce the importance of maintaining the strong collaboration that we've been seeing between general education and the special education teams to ensure students access grade-level content alongside their peers when appropriate. In this one, you can see our students with disabilities and how they performed on the Math Star assessment. And what we're seeing is that we have a projected increase in proficiency by over 3%, 3.51%. And our projected minimal proficient decreased by 4.89. These are exciting to see. The fact that the growth for students with disabilities closely mirrors the trend that is happening for all students is a strong indicator of that alignment. It demonstrates that high-quality instructional practices and classroom supports benefit all learners, including our students with disabilities. We'd like to recognize our special education department and teachers for their incredible dedication for building high-quality professional development, supporting students in the general education classroom, and delivering targeted instruction for closing learning gaps. Their hard work is making a real difference for our students. Our next key performance indicator is focused on our English learners. For this, we can see that we have a projected increase of proficiency by 2.96, which is close to our 3% increase that we are wanting to see. And our decrease in our projected minimally proficient is 4.66. This progress is encouraging as we know the impact that it makes on our schools. This data highlights the fact that we are on track. You may remember that during the 23-24 fall monitoring, Peoria was placed under corrective action for both targeted and integrated EL instruction. That spring, we developed a plan, and it was approved by ADE. In the summer and fall of 24, the EL team worked hard and began implementation, which included developing professional development, training the administrators, and the EL facilitators to then turn around and deliver it to their teachers. This trainer of trainers models builds capacity amongst our leaders, ensures consistent implementation, and empowers those site leaders to support English learners effectively. The team conducted site visits and instructional walkthroughs alongside the school administrators to monitor implementation of targeted and integrated instruction and to provide ongoing feedback and support. November of 2024, the Arizona Department of Education monitoring team conducted a follow-up evaluation and determined that significant progress had been made, and as a result, Peoria Unified was removed from corrective action, representing a major achievement for the district. Despite strong implementation of instructional practices, feedback from teachers and administrators identified a resource gap. specifically with the absence of a dedicated instructional materials for our English learners. Historically, Peoria Unified did not have a dedicated EL curriculum, and staff expressed the need for a resource that's explicitly focused on language acquisition. In the spring of 2025, the governing board approved the adoption of EL curriculum. And during the fall of 25, our team focused on implementation of the new materials, using the train-the-trainer model to ensure sustainability and high-quality instructional across sites. On behalf of our administrators in the EL department and the teachers serving our English learners, we extend our sincere appreciation to the governing board approving the EL curriculum adoption. Early data and feedback reflect positive impact on providing intentional, language-focused instruction. In the spring of 2026, the EL department will continue to roll out professional learning on the new EL materials while also preparing for the Azella assessment, which begins in February. Earlier, Rich had shared the impact that our English learners have on our school labels, and the data that is pulled for that portion of the label is not how our EL students perform on the AASA, it's how they perform on the Azella. So again, Azella will start in February, and we're excited to see what our students will do. This is a reflection of how our students are projected to do for our English learners in math. And we're expecting to see an increase by over 5% in proficiency for our EL students and decrease our minimally proficient by 8.31. This is exciting to see. And these gains are more than numbers. They represent real progress in language and learning. The connection between language acquisition and academic success is undeniable. Because the approved resource is intentionally focused on language acquisition, students develop stronger language proficiency, which allows them to fully access grade-level content across all subject areas, including mathematics. Math may seem like a universal language, but success depends on understanding academic vocabulary and problem-solving language. Improved language skills mean students can better interpret questions, explain reasoning, and engage deeply in content. I want to briefly acknowledge the EL department, whose intentional planning and professional learning and support of school sites has been critical in these gains. These improvements suggest that our focus on EL instruction and resource is creating the condition for success, not just language, but across the curriculum. Now we're going to be looking at our gifted learners. And overall, our gifted students are projected at a 93% proficiency, reflecting strong performance across the program. While we saw a slight increase in overall projected proficiency, we also noted a shift in performance, with some students moving from highly proficient to proficient. At the same time, we still saw a decrease in the percentage of students performing at the minimal proficient level, which is a positive trend. Taken together, this data suggests that while most gifted learners perform at very high levels, we are focusing on strengthening our instructional practices to ensure appropriate challenge and growth for our highest performing learners. Overall, our math proficiency for our gifted learners is projected at 95.65, reflecting very strong performance across the district. We increased overall projected proficiency by 2.73, and importantly, we also saw an increase of more than 2% in students performing at the highly proficient level. These results indicate not only continued high achievement, but growth among our highest performing students, suggesting that instructional practices are effectively supporting both mastery and advancement in content. These gains reflect not only strong student performance, but also the intentional planning, strategic placement, and into accelerated coursework and ongoing support provided by our gifted department and instructional teams. The expertise, strategic guidance, and professional development provided by our gifted education team has been critical in supporting these outcomes. Next, we're looking at our students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. Students who qualify for free and reduced lunch increase their projected proficiency by 1.9% and reduce the percentage of students projected to be minimally proficient by 2.96. This represents meaningful progress with growth slightly exceeding where we are seeing amongst students who do not qualify for free and reduced lunch. While overall projected proficiency remains lower for our free and reduced lunch students, seeing similar rates of growth are a positive indicator. These suggest that the strong first instruction and core instructional practices across the district are benefiting all students. However, comparable growth will maintain our current performance gaps. So to reduce it, we need to accelerate our progress for students qualifying for free and reduced lunch through focused, high-impact instructional practices. To support this work, our Director of Federal Programs, Rochelle Morris, and her intervention team has been intentionally strengthening our intervention fidelity. This includes ensuring students meet with our interventionists consistently as scheduled, targeting specific skill gaps, often out of grade level, and building foundational skills through structured, evidence-based instructional strategies. Our approach is both diagnostic and prescriptive. Instructional is targeted, effective, and responsive to students' needs. For our students who are qualified for free and reduced lunch regarding math, we've seen tremendous gains for math. Projected proficiency increased by over 10%. And even more exciting, the percentage of students projected to be minimally proficient dropped by over 11%. This means not only are more students on track for success, but far fewer are at risk of falling behind. This is an example of accelerated growth. It demonstrates that the strategies being implemented during first best instruction and targeted intervention are closing achievement gaps, not just improving averages. This progress is clear, measurable, and reflects the hard work and commitment our teachers and interventions who are putting these strategies into place. Interventionists are using STAR data and reports to deeply analyze student needs and to deliver prescribed instructional recommendations through core adopted math. Student data has reviewed regularly to determine who needs intervention, provide timely support, and to ensure students exit intervention once skills are strengthened. Intervention is targeted and responsive, not permanent. Educational services, well, I'll stand before I transition to Sherry. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Sorry, that was really odd. I know that, I believe it was when I was over at, I don't know if it was Santa Fe or which one, but I just appreciate that you talked about, with regards to our English learners, that instruction integration across subjects. So understanding that even though we're looking at math, that those students who can better understand the English language, they're going to be improving in math. And I know that I've just across the various campuses, just seeing how they continue to integrate maybe goals in one subject over into another subject, and that has really helped those learners to improve and increase, and that takes a lot of collaboration with the teachers and so forth. So I really like that. I'm happy to see those improvements across the free and reduced lunch. That's really exciting with the math scores students, and so that's really great. And honestly, I mean, we're looking at all different learners who need so many different types of intervention and so many different teaching methods. So to see that our staff is so highly skilled to be able to uplift our students and really help them improve says a lot about our teaching staff and the high quality we do have. So I just want to give a shout out to them. So I appreciate all of this. This is amazing work that you guys are doing, and keep it up.
Thank you. Ms. Prout, any questions or comments?
I feel like your presentation is the hardest to wrap my mind around because we're talking about very different populations of people. With our English learners, I know we've, been speaking a lot about this population because it's a population that's growing and it is broadly affecting education across our district. And so being innovative with rising to meet that challenge before it becomes a more compounding issue for these students, I think is really great. There's a lot of progress and there's a lot of momentum happening, so that is really exciting. I love when you spoke about our SPED students being in the gen ed classrooms, and as a parent of a child with special needs, I think that yes, always the education is first and foremost, but as an employer, I see that a lot of our population kids are really lacking in the soft skills, and the value that the neurotypical children gain from having neurodiversity within the classroom and kind of challenging the development of that character and soft skills is, I think, just as important for what I'm seeing for career readiness for those students to be able to move on from beyond our classrooms and into citizenship within our country. So I love that is our strategy, is to integrate as much as possible. And there's amazing things at Liberty High School. Miss Laird even has one of the Stuco positions is specifically for a child with special needs. That's been really great to see. It's just really beneficial all the way around. One question I do have, help me understand in the gifted slide how we have any minimally proficient within the gifted program.
Right. So they could not be mathematically gifted. So their giftedness could be in vocabulary. There could be, that's just not their area. And so when you look at that, we have a very small portion of our students.
Right.
They're not the same students. So the same student's not performing poorly on both the ELA and the math. That was something we were looking at. But we are looking at is that, all right, then for our students who may not be mathematically gifted, how do we support them in ensuring that we're still providing them their needs, but also making sure we're continuing to support our most gifted learners. As you mentioned earlier, how many of our students are already proficient? Great, but how many are we pushing into that highly proficient? And that's where we're really focusing on gifted, by also knowing that they're not all gifted in all areas. So then how do we continue to support them?
I don't envy your job, because the disaggregation of this data is so complex, because, man, you'd love to get really specific, but that would break all kinds of laws. But yes, it's very difficult to push them into that highly proficient and raise that bar. Yes, I look forward to hearing how you continue to plan on tackling that, because that is a complex issue. So thank you for all your work.
Mrs. Bowles, any questions or comments?
I did have a question, but while I was writing it down, you answered it, and that was the gifted and high level, are we challenging them? And you answered it, and I actually wrote your answer down. But I used to have a saying to my students, I would say, I do, you do, we do. That's how I know you know how to do this. Or if they knew how to do it better than I did, because there were times that was true. I love the fact, overall, the umbrella over exceptional student services, there's too much to describe, much like the data probably that's going on in your head. But I love the fact that we are not categorizing a child and trying to put them in a group, but really saying, just as you just answered for Ms. Prophet, because I'm just going to give you an example. I had twins. Somebody's going to figure this out, but I had twins as students, 2 boys, and they were brilliant. But every time there'd be a test coming around, they were the top in their class. That never changed. But they worried so bad that they'd get sick. We had a system that they would come in, knew they were going to test. I'm like, okay, we're going to, breathe, blah, blah, blah. So while they can be brilliant, just as you described, to just put them in the gifted class, well, they're probably not going to, you're not going to pull out what they shine in, because they're going to be, we call it the worry wall. If you want to know what that is, it's part of a curriculum, but they were the only ones that I ever used that part of that curriculum for, because they were that unique. So I love the fact that, yes, it can be complex, but we were never meant to be put in a box. Every one of us have a different DNA, and we'll have the only DNA from the beginning of time to the end of time, right? So we are very much individual, and I appreciate overall that we're challenging in every area. So thank you.
Clerk Toby, any questions or comments?
I've also often said that our CTE program is one of our crown jewels of our district, and it really speaks to the value system that we have. And the other thing on this data that you presented is something that how we treat our students with disabilities, and which is another jewel in our crown as a district. Other districts that you see may do it because it's a state requirement, but I think it really speaks to our value system here in Peoria, and to see that we are, bringing them along in this growth achievement goal is probably the more meaningful data that I've seen in this presentation. And I mean, the gifted students could step up their game a little bit, I'm just going to say. And then, question though, free and reduced lunch. Do we have any explanation? I know it's preliminary as to the disparity in the math versus the ELA data amongst that same segment of population.
So,
Mr. Toby. President Rooks, Mr. Toby. So what we commonly see, and this is why we look at this subgroup of students, is a lowering of expectations. No one does it on purpose, but sometimes we know that, and I'll be really transparent, that I was one of these kids. And so I know what it's like to be a child, to sit in the chair and have the teacher look at you and think, oh, I know what happened at your house last night. I know that, you have this need or that need, whatnot. And so an inadvertent lowering of expectations. But what our new math curriculum has done is has raised the bar and set the bar to say, this is what all kids can do. And when you provide the supports, all kids can get there. And so it hasn't been something we've had to explicitly say out loud, but the expectations of delivering our new math curriculum have been that we've raised the expectations every student every day, every teacher every day, every school leader every day, to set that bar and to continue to hold that bar and then fill those support gaps with those instructional strategies that are most effective for students that are maybe coming to us with less access to vocabulary, or maybe we do a little less reading at home and some of those pieces.
Yeah, thank you for that. And again, I appreciate the work that you're doing. And as a father of kids that don't necessarily fit these categories, like still, this is super meaningful to hear that we are including all these groups in our growth achievement goals. So thank you for that.
I loved how you explained that, because I feel like that's the teacher side in you coming out, where, I mean, it shines, it inspires students that they can do incredible things. And I love seeing that, and I love that that's what we have going on in Peoria Unified, those teachers that inspire their students to go the extra mile because they know that they can do it. And I think that that's a great mindset to have, and I'm excited that we are looking at this and that your team is doing amazing things so that we can make sure that those students, know that they can go the extra mile and look towards their future. So thank you for everything that you're doing.
thank you. All right, now, I've been talking about every student every day. To extend on every student every day, our Director of Teaching and Learning, Sherry Piazza, will bring us updates from learning and teaching.
Thank you, Mrs. Burns. Thank you. Good morning, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet and guests. For this portion, it is my extreme honor and pleasure to bring updates from learning and teaching, specifically with literacy and student celebrations and events. And to be cognizant of the time, Dr. Hernandez will join me on conclusion and to answer any final questions. On behalf of our schools, we extend our gratitude to the governing board for its continued dedication, its proactive initiatives, and strong commitment to advancing literacy and development. Your guidance continues to make meaningful impact on foundational skills that our students will be set on a path for lifelong success. You have seen this graphic before. We've progressed from 7 to 9 to 10, and I have promised Dr. Hernandez we will stay at 10. The font's pretty small. It's a benchmark number. Mr. O'Neill likes it as a math lead, so we are sticking with 10. Today, we are excited to highlight 3 of these strategies with updates that demonstrate how continuing to strengthen literacy across the district is a focus area. And hot off the presses, we have started to receive Move On When Reading mid-year progress data, and early initial views show the selected strategies are proving effective. I cannot express enough appreciation, and I will say it again and again, because I know the governing board has an ongoing commitment and innovation efforts towards literacy. This has created an invaluable opportunity to collaborate closely with site administrators in shaping and refining a model that holds great promise for benefiting learners across the district in the years ahead. Right now, we focus on the 3rd strategy of literacy development, the intermediate literacy co-teacher. This role was designed to extend the strong literacy foundation built in primary grades and support best instructional practices and best first instructional strategies that help students make meaning across all content areas. Currently, the ILC position is in 4 schools to help them in reaching their full potential: Alta Loma, Desert Harbor, Paseo Verde, and most recently, Zuni Hills. Thank you to Dr. Rachel Turner, Alta Loma's principal, Becky Burhow of Desert Harbor, Paseo Verde's principal, Lisa Reese, and Krista Lynch, principal of Zuni Hills, for partnering with us on this work. The implementation of this strategy for literacy development would not have been possible without the ongoing support of Dr. Hernandez, as she has met with every single leader and met to ensure clarity on the ILC's purpose, intent, and responsibilities. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for leading the way on this amazing opportunity. Creating this new position was a significant undertaking which began late last spring and required multiple layers of approval for the position, funding, and hiring. Because this position is unique and unlike any other in education, we invested follow-up time in clarifying its purpose and attracting the right candidates. The 4 educators hired as ILCs have been working closely with our intermediate ELA content coach and lead instructional coach to form a cohesive team focused on supporting 4th and 5th grade classrooms, and long-term, the intermediate ELA content coach will oversee the team. As we move into second semester, we have begun check-in meetings with both the ILCs and site administration to gain insights and gather feedback. This is part of the program development for this position and facilitates an ongoing partnership with these schools' administrations and provides the opportunity to monitor and adjust and better guarantee we are meeting the intended goals of the ILC position. Looking ahead, we will conduct a formal program evaluation in May of 2026. This evaluation will follow 2 windows of STAR assessments to collect student achievement data, allowing us to measure the impact of the strategy on literacy growth and development. This is an exciting step in strengthening literacy instruction and improving student outcomes. Strategy 4, the Early Learning Literacy Interventionist. Thank you, Mr. Schuff, for highlighting that earlier, or as we lovingly have nicknamed it, the ELLIE, is our next strategy we will be highlighting today. This role was developed as part of our learning journey in creating a new position and was done with a very short turnaround time. We extend our heartfelt thanks to the governing board for endorsing this position, as it's a clear reflection of the dedication for advancing early literacy initiatives. Appreciation is also extended to the principals of Coyote Hills, Frontier, and Vistancia, Julie Abbott, Mark Stutzman, and Megan Bennett, for partnering with the district to create this innovative role that works with our earliest learners to build strong literacy foundations. Dr. Hernandez met with each school leader to clarify purpose, intent, and scope of the ELLIE role and responsibilities. And we are forever grateful to Dr. Hernandez for continuing to champion and lead all things literacy. This journey began late last summer, and in the fall, we hired 3 educators as ELLIEs. While ELLIEs have begun their work at Coyote Hills and Vistancias, Frontier's ELLIE began just this past Monday, after transitioning from a classroom position in December. Unlike those hired in the ILC position, which all had similar start dates, the ELLIE started at different times, which created a unique challenge in establishing a training plan. Hiring current Peoria Unified Classroom teacher mid-year required careful coordination with both schools as well as fellow district departments. Thank you to all those involved to help assure students had continuous learning experiences, as students were never without a certified full-time classroom teacher. Once all hires were in place, the early literacy ELA content coach, who oversees this team, as well as our early literacy specialist, began meeting with them, and ongoing professional development collaboration are now in place. It began last fall with the lead instructional coach and early literacy ELA content coach working with the ELLIE team to review learning progress and outcomes, explore resources aligned to the role's purpose, and establish expectations to maximize efforts and effectiveness. Similar to the ILC, and the ELLIE role requires a close partnership with sites as we work to develop a strong model. Additionally, we are taking the same approach with check-ins to provide formal feedback opportunities with both ELLIEs and site administration. These close connections are imperative to maintaining and monitoring, all with the purpose of staying the course and obtaining the goals of the ELLIE position, which is to prepare our youngest learners for success in literacy that can be applied across contents. The learning and teaching team is finalizing program evaluation for this model, which will help us measure the impact and guide decisions. And lastly, an update, originally on strategy 7 of 7, now 9 of 10, is the pre-K ELA adoption. This initiative was first introduced during the June 2025 Governing Board study session, with updates provided in September and November. Peoria Unified's last adoption of core ELA resources occurred in 2020. The K-5 adoption cycle ends
after the 2025-26 school year, which means access to Benchmark Advance will expire upon the end of this current school year. Foundations, the district's recognized phonics program, is renewed annually, and extending both of these programs for one additional year would cost upwards of $1.2 million. For 6th through 12th, the current adoption expires in 26-27. Updating our ELA curriculum is critical to maintaining compliance with Arizona's Move On When Reading law and English language arts standards, ensuring eligibility for federal funding under the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, and supporting teachers with modern, science of reading aligned resources to improve student outcomes. As a note, Benchmark Advance, the publisher of our current ELA materials, has chosen not to respond to the request for materials for the current December released RFM request for materials for pre-K 12 ELA. Currently, Benchmark Advance resources we use are not fully approved for Move On When Reading compliance. While we continue using them at this time, the Arizona Department of Education still has the program under review as having not met all the requirements to satisfy the state's foundation reading criteria. As part of the December RFM, prior to receiving the approval to ship sample materials for consideration and review, vendors were required to submit an attestation of adherence to Governing Board Policy 1-204, which prohibits DEI initiatives. From a funding source perspective, final decisions will be made pending the outcomes of financial stabilization decision-making process. It is better to begin the adoption process now rather than delay and wait too long, risking a pause in an impact to 2026 fall. The goal is to bring forward a recommendation for comprehensive pre-K-12 adoption, the first time ever in our district, and understanding that financial constraints may limit immediate action on the upper grade band. As we wrap up, again, thank you, Governing Board, so much for your continued support and spearheading our comprehensive literacy plan. We have the 10 strategies to guide our work and ground us in what we do every day. Your dedication assures Peoria Unified continues to equip students with high-quality, research-based, Move On When Reading approved resources that build strong literacy foundations and prepare learners for lifelong success. Thank you for helping turn vision into reality and advancing the opportunities for every student every day. And in honor of the vision of every student every day, I'm excited to lead us now into the remarkable opportunities for Peoria Unified's offers to honor and elevate student learning and innovation. I'm thrilled to share exciting news about our upcoming student learning celebrations. Throughout the year, our content team has been working hard, planning events that not only showcase incredible student achievement, but also create meaningful opportunities for families and our community to engage in learning. These celebrations are a year-long collaborative effort, aligning goals with district and site leadership, partnering with teachers, because without them, this would not be possible, to design enriching student experiences, and coordinating every detail from venues to timelines to compliance. Our teams also provide training and information sessions to ensure everything runs smoothly. It truly takes a village. These events bring together multi-departments, public relations for marketing and media coverage, facilities for setup and safety, technology for audio and visual support, and educators for student preparation and instructional alignment. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, site administration. We are deeply grateful to everyone who makes these celebrations possible. This year, we are raising the bar by adding 3 new exciting events: Project Citizen, Junior Mathletes, and the Science Expo. They join our beloved traditions like the District Spelling Bee, the 39th upcoming annual Patriotic Speech Contest, and the upcoming 2nd annual Mathletes Competition. Through these efforts, we continue to create inspiring experiences to celebrate student success and strengthen community connections around learning. We cannot wait for the amazing things our students will accomplish. Fun fact, the spelling bee has been around so long, we do not have a year. We do not know when it officially started. The long-standing people of our district have been around. The people who are legacy and been here as students do not remember either. We look forward to celebrating our strongest spellers in just a few weeks, January 22nd, 2026. I will admit, internally, I will be seeing what round I can make it to before I'm unable to spell. And if history repeats itself, I will be forever grateful for the modern intervention of spell check. And we are excited to celebrate the 39th Annual Patriotic Speech Contest on March 5th. This long-standing tradition invites 5th through 7th graders to demonstrate their public speaking skills, could give me a few tips standing up here right now, and share their patriotic spirit. Each school hosts its own contest, and the top speakers from each grade band proudly advance to represent schools at the district level competition. This event is a wonderful showcase of student voice, confidence, and civic pride. On March 26th, Ironwood will defend its title and win of the 2024 inaugural Mathletes competition. Get excited for a full day of celebrating mathematical mastery and academic excellence as we expect students from our 7 comprehensive high schools to prove their mathematical genius in 2 sessions, the individual challenge and the collaborative team round. Thank you to our school educators, including Mr. O'Neill, for helping to develop and partner with our math team for this wonderful event. Since last year's Mathletes competition, Centennial, Ironwood, and Raymond S. Callis have proudly represented Peoria Unified by sending teams to the math competitions across the state. And we are ecstatic to share that 15 of our students have qualified for the Math League State Championship during the first semester. This incredible achievement reflects their dedication, perseverance, and passion for math. We look forward to an exciting day of rigorous problem solving and mathematical excellence as these talented students showcase their skills at the upcoming championship. Peoria Unified continues to shine in academic competitions, and we could not be prouder of the accomplishments. New to our lineup this year is Project Citizen, a collaboration between our social studies and gifted teams, junior mathletes, and the Peoria Unified Science Expo. This first year serves as a thoughtful launch, allowing us to learn and refine experience as we build towards a fully developed district-wide event in year 2. These additions create exciting opportunities for students to showcase their creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving, further enriching our commitment to academic excellence and innovations. Join us as we look to honor and live by every student every day, prepared to shape tomorrow with our student learning celebrations. I would like to acknowledge just a heartfelt thanks to Educational Services. Under this new restructure, we work together cohesively as a team. I think you can see that as it's transparent in what we share today. We are working together to elevate and empower our learners and bring excellence, academic and around all areas and facets of students and their lives. So for that, thank you. And Dr. Hernandez wants to join me for wrap up.
President Rooks, if there are any questions around our literacy work, we can take those, and then I'll close us out for this section.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Super excited. All of these events are great. I'm just going to put a request over to Azure. Can you put those on our calendar, please? Yeah. Those dates on page 64. That would be great. So thank you. I believe there were 2 high schools who didn't compete in Mathletes. Yep.
We have 7 comprehensive high schools joining us this year.
Good, because I was encouraging some healthy competition between those high schools and asking those principals to make sure that they had those teams out there. So I'm excited to hear that all 7 are participating. And I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. I'm excited about these new positions that we have in place and how successful they're being, or they are. I'm sure, Dr. Summers, you'll keep us in the loop. As far as the curriculum adoption that Ms. Piazza was talking about, as it sounds like there might be some funding concerns or so forth, keep us in the loop on that and how we can support and how we can make sure that our students have the best materials in front of them throughout that process. So that's all I got. So thank you, and thank you for all of this, and great job, team.
Ms. Profit, any questions or comments?
One of the things I love, if you'll notice, Academic Services always wears matching colors. What happened to your shirt today? Are you kidding me? Wasn't even planned this time, but they do it. They usually wear blue. Not sure why Dr. Hernandez didn't join. All the things that we have coming up, the spelling bee, which many of us have already been able to sit in and judge some of those competitions. Project Citizen, I'm so excited for Project Citizen. Patriotic Speech Contest, if you haven't visited that, easily one of my favorite things that we do. And then I'm glad you called out those high schools because yeah, let's show up and raise the bar here, and excited to see what happens. A couple words keep coming to mind, and that's alignment and collaboration, and it's been repeated over and over and over and over again. And it's really easy to sit here today and be like, oh, you guys worked really hard last year, and look what's happening. This is actually the result of years of work and what Dr. Hernandez brought when she joined us at PUSD. This has been in the trenches groundwork that now we are really seeing the momentum move forward with that. And it's because of each and every one of you, but you did great work last year, but I know that there were some ugly years. And that extends to our textbook committees and doing all the curriculum adoptions, all that work that we've been doing for the past 3 years. I know there's some of our members here that were on those curriculum committees and getting that, just pouring over those. And so I just wanted to say, like, today is a happy day because we're getting to see, I think, the beginning of what you knew PUSD was capable of, and you put us on that track of alignment and collaboration, and you can see it through every person that's presented today. And just congratulations. And I'm so excited to see the potential because we've had even bigger strides than we thought we would. And so I'm so excited to hear our summer update and to see how much further we can reach.
Mrs. Bowles, any questions or comments?
I too am very excited about the Project Citizen. If you don't know this, and I'd be happy to share this information, there is a huge grant out there for civics and of course, speeches and that kind of thing. But I just saw it the other day through the Trump administration. Maintenance and check-ins, how often is that happening? That's the only question I have.
Mrs. Bowles, President Proudfit, President Rooks, my apologies. In regards to check-ins, we have been consistent with checking in every few weeks. Our content leads over each check-in weekly with our individuals that are out at the school sites.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Toby, any questions or comments?
Not really. I mean, this is all great work, and I'm looking forward to these events and to seeing what 2026 brings. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm glad that you mentioned Azure because I pulled up my calendar real quick so I could save the dates because otherwise, yeah, I'm like, I have to have it in my phone to save. So I'm glad for all those upcoming events. It looks great. It's exciting. I like that it's also towards, the end of the year, so then it kind of gets us excited again. So it's great to see. I just have a couple of questions. The contract for the ELA curriculum that we had approved in the past, do we know how much that was? I don't know if that's Ms. Rodriguez, or if we could, okay, all right. I was just curious of how much it was a few years ago when it was purchased. And then if we could get possible feedback from schools on whether or not, what are they looking for either to adopt or not adopt? Our principals, our teachers, even the new LE positions and learning specialists, if we can get some feedback on what do they envision with what they need at the school. Do they foresee a curriculum adoption? I know that there's contracts and whatnot, and I want to hear from them on that and see what they're thinking that they need at those site levels.
President Rooks, so that is part of our process before we go out for any adoption. It is part of the process where we put out an open survey for all stakeholders to respond to as far as what are they looking for in a resource. The curious situation we are in is that our K-5 materials expire at the end of the school year, where our 6-12, we have one more year to go. So our decision point has been, do we try to tread water for a year on K-5 and then go for PK-12? Or do we let go of 6-12 a year ahead and go now? So what Sherry referenced as far as the cost to hold 1 year to tread water with Benchmark Advance and Foundations, we'd be investing $1.2 million-ish into a product that company has already notified us they are not intending to respond to our RFM, and they've had challenges with ADE and getting approval to be Move On Reading approved. And so it doesn't necessarily make sense for us to invest in a company and continue with resources when we know they're not our future anyway. So that's the asterisk piece behind, from a financial aspect, on the funds were allocated, and now we're looking at everything holistically again. So we If we don't renew, or we don't go out for an adoption officially, our K-5 classrooms will have nothing. So that's the precariousness of the awkward situation of decisions of the past going 1 year longer with 612 versus K-5 and having different resources for each of those.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it. And if that's shared with our schools and the principals and everything, I want to see what their thoughts are. So if you are collecting that feedback, if we could have that as a board and Friday report when you get it, because I feel like that helps us make that decision when we're looking at different things. And then also feedback, I'm trying to be fast because I know, feedback collection from principals and parents and staff on the student support with our new literacy positions that we've brought in. I would love to see, end of the year, how did it go? What are things that they noticed worked? What are things that didn't work? I just would like to see that since we're bringing those in so that we know which way they want to go. And then I think last is, I was going to turn to Ms. Proudfit. I know I've mentioned this before, I couldn't write it down, but you've mentioned it too, is phonics. And I always remember I always say it, and then you're like, you mean that? And I'm like, yes. Could you help me out with that? Looking at phonics too with our ELA.
So I was going to bring it up, and I decided that was a can of worms for another day. But are we committed to our phonics program, and have we, I'm a big believer in Spalding phonics yes. I've preached to the choir many times. See, I wasn't even going to bring it up, but yes, exactly.
Let's see, we're
So
thinking
yes,
the same page
So
there.
I'm going to inappropriately interrupt Mrs. Proudfit.
That's fine.
So we did release the RFM. So it is out. We are getting submissions. The DEI attestation piece is in place as well. And so we are getting those submissions from companies relative to, and phonics was included in our comprehensive. We really want to find a solution that is as comprehensive as possible. So our teachers are learning a single resource and implementing, because ELA is a broad, vast, piece function of learning to read and all the things. And so with that, phonics is something we are certainly looking for. So we are not connected permanently to the phonics solution we have in place right now, and we are hoping that if we're able to continue with the ELA adoption process, that comprehensive solution PK-12 will support us in that area as well.
Okay. I would love to just see in the Friday report, as we go through that process, what it would look like bringing Spalding in. Like what is, because we have a lot of laws that we have to follow when adopting curriculum. So how would we be able to bring in Spaldings? How would we be able to bring it to the table in that process?
So President Rooks, as a public entity with procurement laws and rules and all of those things, Mrs. Rodriguez and I stay exceptionally close on the entire process. Her being new to the district, we had her review our existing process and our materials and all the information and fine print that we have that goes to vendors. So when they decide to compete within our process, it is fully competitive, and they are aware of the expectations of Arizona. And matter of fact, we make them state that in their attestation letter that they are aware of specific Arizona procurement laws, as well as statutes 15,721 and 722, which are the adoption process. So we partner closely with that, and our process is up and running. But as Sherry mentioned, we are mentally prepared to press pause if we're asked to.
All right. Thank you, Hernandez, and thank you, Sherry, for your presentation. Appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. Absolutely. All right, Hernandez, we ready on for the next part?
Yep. You ready, special education team?
So I just wanted to, yes, we worked on, with Hernandez and Dr. Summers, we worked on bringing on the agenda, special education, so that we could walk through that process, because I also know we have a lot of families that are watching online, so we wanted to tie into our special education team and what they're doing.
All right. Again, happy to see you guys. So good morning, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. For this portion, it is my honor to bring updates on special education continuum and our strategic vision. Today's presentation will be delivered by Landa Tartaglio, our interim director of special education, and myself, Carrie Burns, the executive director of exceptional student services. So why special education exists? Special education is not optional. It exists because federal law guarantees every student with a disability access to a free and appropriate public education. This legal obligation for all public schools. Decisions about services are made by an individualized education team, a program team with parents and guardians serving as active members. This ensures decisions are individualized and collaborative. Special education is a set of supports and services designed to help students succeed in the general education curriculum when possible, not a separate classroom or a program unless absolutely necessary. The goal is to provide access to grade level learning and help students make progress towards academic standards, and it's about ensuring students can participate meaningfully in their education. Special education is highly regulated and data-driven, and we monitor compliance and student progress closely to meet the state and federal requirements and to ensure effective use of resources. What you have in front of you is a placemat that talks about a lot of the acronyms that are used in special education, so in case we're utilizing those, you'll be able to see. There's going to be an activity later at the top where we will be filling in those boxes. All right, at this point, I'll turn it over to Landa to cover Child Find and how we move from general education supports into evaluation.
Thank you. Child Find is a component of Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA. It requires our district to identify, locate, and evaluate children with suspected disabilities from ages 2 years and 9 months through ages 21 in need of special education services. So anybody that we suspect of having a disability. For families that have questions about developmental concerns with their child, we have resources available on our website under a Child Find link, and it will directly contact you with our preschool evaluation team. They can answer questions and provide additional resources for you. We are committed to partnering with families to ensure children receive these early interventions and supports that they need to be able to thrive. Early intervention is key in identifying and locating those students. Upon enrollment, all new students are provided a 45-day screener in which their teachers screen for any concerns so that no students are overlooked once they're enrolled in school. Referrals for evaluations can come from multiple sources. So a parent could be concerned, an educator, anyone that has knowledge of the student. Those concerns can be addressed for academic, socially, or behavioral concerns. It's important to note that referrals start the evaluation process, but it does not automatically determine eligibility for special education. Once a referral is made, the district will conduct a thorough evaluation to determine if the student qualifies and what services would best support those learning needs. Parents and guardians are informed, engaged, and supported throughout the referral and evaluation process. Before we consider a special education evaluation, there is an important part in making sure that students who experience learning or behavioral challenges are first supported within the general education classroom. This is critical. Teachers and school teams provide multiple layers of interventions such as small group instruction, targeted intervention, and classroom accommodations to help students succeed without initiating a special education evaluation. A formal special education evaluation is only considered when these supports have been consistently implemented and documented and still do not sufficiently meet a student's needs. Many students respond well to targeted general education strategies. Proceeding directly to an evaluation without fully implementing these options may lead to identification before instructional needs are clearly understood. The process ensures students receive the appropriate levels of support, that special education services remain reserved for those who truly need specialized and individualized instruction. Interventions are not optional. They are at the foundational level. Special education is never the first step. It is after robust general education supports have been tiered and documented, have been tried and documented. Comprehensive, once we've provided and documented multiple layers of general education interventions and those supported still aren't enough, that's when we begin considering a formal evaluation. The evaluation process is designed to answer one critical question. And does the student need specially designed instruction beyond what general education can provide? The evaluation process determines whether a student meets the criteria for a disability, and the team determines if the student is in need of specially designed instruction. This is a legal requirement under federal law and ensures decisions are based on data, not assumptions. Evaluations are thorough and cover all suspected areas of disability and need, suspected disability and areas of need. This process ensures that services are individualized and based on objective data, which helps us provide the right support for each student while meeting state and federal requirements. Evaluations are conducted by licensed or certified professionals appropriate to the area being assessed. For example, school psychologists or certified special education teachers conduct the cognitive or academic achievement evaluation portions. Speech and language pathologists would conduct the speech and language evaluation, and occupation and physical therapists conduct motor skills assessments. All evaluations all evaluators are trained, certified or licensed, and qualified to conduct assessments in their specialty area. I'll now turn it back over to Carrie to discuss eligibility, the role of the eligibility team, the IEP process, and service delivery.
All right. So in order to be eligible for special education services, all three areas need to be met. For students students who need to qualify under one of our 13 eligible categories. Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, groups disabilities into 13 categories. This does not mean that the law only covers 13 disabilities. Some of these categories are covered by a wide range of challenges. Second, under IDEA, having a disability is not enough by itself. The disability must adversely affect the student's educational performance. Educational impact means the disability interferes with the student's ability to access, participate in, or make progress in education. Third, under IDEA, a student qualifies for special education only if they need specially designed instruction, SDI, not just supports in general education. This means that the disability must adversely impact the learning to the extent that instruction must be individualized in content, method, or delivery to address unique needs and enable progress in general curriculum. For example, this could mean teaching reading step by step using a structured approach, providing small group lessons to build math skills, or slowing down instruction so that the student has time to master concepts. It's about changing how we teach, not just adding extra supports. The eligibility team ensures decisions are based on expertise, not assumptions. Each member of the team brings specialized knowledge to accurately identify whether a disability is present and how it impacts learning. Parents are equal partners in this process. Their input about a child's strengths, challenges, and history is critical to making these informed decisions. This is a collaborative process where no single person makes the decision. The team reviews data together to determine eligibility and design appropriate supports. A qualified professional refers to the specialists who are best suited to evaluate the area of concern. Depending on what we're assessing, that could include a school psychologist, speech language pathologist, an occupational therapist, school nurse, vision or hearing, specialists, or other relevant experts. The goal isn't just to label a student, it's to understand their needs and determine if specially designed instruction is necessary in order for them to succeed. The IEP is the cornerstone of special education. It identifies each student's needs, sets goals, specifies services, and ensures supports are in place. Placement decisions come after we decide what a student needs. The present levels provide a snapshot of whether a student is performing academically and functionally at the start of the IEP. This includes strengths, challenges, and any assessment data. Present levels forms the foundation for all decisions in the IEP, guiding the goals, supports, and services. The IEP goals are measurable statements of what the student is expected to achieve within a year. They are tailored to the student's needs, identified in the present levels, and focus on meaningful progress in academics, functional skills, and life skills as appropriate. One of the requirements of special education is to determine the need for SDI, and that is where these services are captured. It's what makes special education special. SDI refers to instruction that is adapted or modified to meet the unique needs of the student. This could include changes in teaching methods, materials, pacing, or the learning environment to ensure the student can access and make progress in the general education curriculum. Some students require additional services to support learning, such as speech-language therapy, occupational therapy, or physical therapy. These services are called related services. These services are included in the IEP when they are necessary for a student to benefit from instruction. Accommodations change how a student learns or shows what they know without altering the grade level curriculum. For example, extended time on tests or preferential seating. Modifications, on the other hand, change what is necessary or change what the student is expected to learn by adjusting the curriculum itself, which may be necessary for students with significant learning needs. Both accommodations and modifications are documented in the IEP. The least restrictive environment section specifies where and how often services are delivered. Placement refers to the instructional setting, which is based on the student's needs, not the availability of programs. Service minutes detail the amount of time a student receives specifically designed instruction, related services, or other supports. So finally, progress monitoring ensures that students are making measurable progress toward their IEP goals. It involves ongoing data collection, adjustments to instruction, and communication with families. Progress monitoring helps IEP teams determine whether goals are being met and whether services need to be adjusted. Sorry, I don't know why I was doing that. So who provides these services? Special education services are delivered by a team of professionals, each with a specific role working together to meet the individual needs of students. Special education teachers design and deliver instruction based on the student's IEP, monitors their progress, and collaborates with the broader team. The general education teachers are essential partners. They provide access to the general curriculum, implement accommodations, and collaborate with special education staff to support students in those inclusive settings. Related service providers, such as speech-language pathologists, occupational therapists, school psychologists, they deliver specialized support that helps students access learning and succeed across environments. Instructional assistants support student learning directly, but always under the supervision of a certified teacher, implementing strategies and supports outlined in the student's IEP. The key point is that special education is not delivered in isolation. It's a team effort to ensure students receive the supports they need to succeed academically, socially, and behaviorally. Once the team determines what a student needs, the next step is deciding the best way to provide those services. That's where service delivery models come in. We have co-teaching models, push-in, pull-out, small group instruction, and consultative support. So now with eligibility and service delivery as the foundation, I'll turn it back over to Landa to walk us through the least restrictive environment and our continuum of services.
The least restrictive environment, or LRE, it's on your placemat, is the foundational principle in special education under IDEA. When determining least restrictive environment, we are addressing the impact of student disability that was determined in the eligibility meeting. Students with disabilities should learn alongside peers without disabilities to the greatest extent possible. This promotes access to grade level content and social interaction. For some students, success requires a more specialized setting with additional supports. These decisions are made carefully to ensure that students can make meaningful progress. Service delivery decisions are never a one-size-fits-all. They are based on students' unique needs, documented data, and IEP team determination of the environment that will allow the student to make progress. LRE is not a single place. It's a commitment to providing students access to learning throughout a thoughtful continuum of services that adjusts at their change. So we had planned, I'm sorry, let me get this back. So we had planned to do an activity with you, and I was going to be the fun teacher. And it was going to be in the 9th period, last session before we take a little break. So instead, I'm going to go through, but you have in the envelope beside you the scenarios, little statements that I was going to have you place amongst the continuum from least restrictive to most restrictive, and do a little competitive element there. But I will guide you through that. So if you want to work alongside me, we will. We were going to let you be able to change those up as we presented. Yes. We're all about supporting you, and we have our lovely assistant directors sitting right behind you. If you need additional support, don't hesitate to ask. To bring the continuum to life, we were going to engage in that brief activity that shows how the continuum of services supports thoughtful, team-based decision-making rather than one-size-fits-all placements. So you should have the 8 brief statements, and you would place them along the top underneath the word continuum from least restrictive to most restrictive. So I will go through those with you. So on the least restrictive side, on the left side of your placemats, those would be our general education with supports. And so if you found student Mike, he would be, let me see, Mike receives instruction in general education classroom with accommodations and related supports as needed. So he would be in the least restrictive environment. The next is a co-taught classroom in a general education setting. You will find Aaron receives instruction in general education classroom that is co-taught by a general education teacher and a special education teacher. Next, you'll find our resource services. We offer push-in services in the general education classroom, where you will find Sherry remains in the general education classroom, while a special education teacher provides targeted push-in SDI, remember we talked about specially designed instruction, and support. Our next is pull-out services, typically in the resource classroom. And let's see, Rich receives specialized instruction in the resource classroom for part of his day and returns to the general education classroom for the other instruction. Next, we'll move to self-contained classrooms, such as strategies, ELA, and in math, or concepts, science, or social studies classes. Here you will find our Assistant Director, Hallie, receives most of her instruction in self-contained classrooms using modifications to general education curriculum aligned to grade level standards. Next in the continuum is our specialized programs. In our district, we have Arise, Succeed, and Able. Here you will find that no other than Carrie participates in the ABLE program, which provides intensive specialized instruction and functional skill development in a structured setting. Next, on our continuum is private placement, which is separate day programs, and none other than myself, Landa, receives special education services in a private separate day program that could meet my behavioral needs. Then next on the continuum is parentally placed residential, where that's parents would place their student in a residential treatment, and homebound are on the most restrictive side. And here you will find Sarah receives instruction at homebound due to medical and significant health needs that prevent her from attending school. And these are typically, our students would receive on average 4 hours of instruction per day in the home environment. Per week. Or per week, I'm sorry. Excuse me, let me correct that, 4 hours per week. The continuum ensures flexibility and individualized decision-making. The continuum of service is based on the student's unique needs, always aiming for the least restrictive environment. So to get a little feedback, did any of you try to do it and get 100%? Yes? So you can see why those have to be team decisions and so thoughtfully thought out on the unique student's needs, and that there is a whole continuum of service that are available to meet those needs. When we talk about placement in special education, remember placement follows the services and goals, not the other way around. So services first. The IEP team determines what services a student needs. Then we identify the placement that allows those services to be delivered effectively. This is a dynamic process. Placement decisions are based on student needs and progress. They're reviewed and adjusted as students grow and change, so we can move forward or backward on that continuum. Placements are decided by the IEP team decision, which include parents, teachers, and specialists. Everything we've discussed today is rooted in ensuring that student needs drive our decisions, while also being mindful of sustainability and effectiveness at the system level. This balance is at the heart of our strategic priorities. Before you, you see an image that captures the strategic priorities. They're aligned to our district strategic framework. Our special education department's priorities center on improving access, strengthening outcomes, and refining systems of support. As Carrie shared with you earlier, I would have loved to show that excitement. I'm right there with Erin on our student achievement and closing that achievement gap for students with disabilities. With our projected proficiency in the aim for 3%, which we are exceeding. We believe this progress is due in part to our commitment, our continued focus on strong best first instruction, and intentional strengthening of partnerships between general education and special education, always serving general education first, with first best instruction. Another quick highlight is our focus on workforce development, which I always get excited about. We would like to thank the board for your approval earlier this year on increasing pay for our instructional assistants who work directly with students. That supports our priority on reducing our reliance on contracted agencies for classified staff. We are also excited to share an update that came from your summer retreat that was requested, that we have an educator prep program, and on an extensive application process and with a huge team working through with ADE to make sure our application was in the best place. We are moving forward to our final approval letter at the State Board of Education on Monday, January 26th. So it's an agenda item. And the name is Teach Peoria. So hashtag Teach Peoria. You'll be seeing that. We are excited to continue to bring more of these initiatives forward in the future, and we believe these priorities support continued student growth and success. And next, Carrie will share some additional updates.
I do want to highlight one additional update that we have as a part of our family engagement focus. We are excited to introduce a new way for families to connect with our special education department. So on the first page of the special education website, you'll find a link where families can submit questions directly to our leadership, special education department and leadership team for timely support and guidance. So this link goes directly to our team, where parents, if they have any questions, they can reach out and it goes directly to us. So we are excited about adding that, and it's on their work and it's working. We checked on it and I got the email, so. All right. In our reimagining of our continuum of services, our goal is simple: to ensure every student receives high quality education and the support they need in an environment that sets them up for success. As students' needs, staffing realities, and enrollment patterns evolve, districts must periodically review how programs are structured to ensure sustainability and consistency. Our team began this review at the end of last school year, and as a part of this process, we examined the full continuum of services and identified initially resource and arise as our areas of focus. As I mentioned during our data update, we began with resource by intentionally partnering resource teachers with their general education peers to strengthen collaboration, improve planning, and better align instructional practices. From there, we've turned our attention to Arise. We reviewed student needs, staffing patterns, teacher and administrator input, parent concerns, and overall program sustainability. And based on that review, we've determined that expanding the program to additional campuses while reducing the number of specialized classrooms at a single site would create a more balanced learning environment at the school and improve staff stability. When administrators are better able to support teachers, it leads to greater consistency in instruction, stronger relationships with students, and improved outcomes. So previously offered at 5 campus locations, the Arise program will expand to 8 campuses. This decision reflects data-informed review of student needs, staffing capacity, program sustainability, and operational realities, including staffing turnover and level of additional support required at certain sites, while maintaining consistent program implementation. As we continue our evaluation and review of our continuum of services, we'll continue to review our specialized programs, as well as looking at opportunities for an in-district special day program. Some key takeaways: as our most recent data indicated, we are on track to reach our goal of increasing our % of students who are proficient. It's not a one-size-fits-all for our students. Every decision is based on the student's unique needs and documented in their individualized education program. We use objective data, academic performance, evaluations, and progress monitoring to determine services. Goals drive instruction, and instruction informs placement decisions. These elements work together to help students make measurable progress towards grade level standards. IEPs are reviewed regularly to monitor growth and adjust supports as needed. This process ensures we meet legal obligations and use resources effectively. Our partnership with our parents makes this critical. We will continue to align our work with the district strategic framework and special education priorities. This progress is possible because of the dedication of our leadership team and special education staff through the district. They work tirelessly to ensure students receive the support they need to succeed. And now we'll both stand for any questions.
Thank you both so much for being this presentation today. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you for this. It's amazing. Too bad we couldn't do the fun activity. And thank you for mentioning you'll bring me the pink sparkly glue next time. So, I know that like through the process of the special education's process, when we're doing that evaluation between our interventions being successful, do we need to move to an evaluation? How do we, if it's not clear cut, if the eligibility determination is not clear cut and the parent is just asking for a formal evaluation, I would assume that there's some gray areas of like, if that parent is requesting it, but maybe the staff is saying, hey, we feel like he or she is being successful with the interventions and we're not seeing the need for that formal evaluation. How do we handle that?
We would move forward. If you look at the bottom of that placemat where it says red team on there, so that's a review of existing data from a multidisciplinary evaluation team. So those that have input, including the parent, the specialist, the psychologist, they would review all that data from the interventions provided, what interventions were providing, from the concerns of the parent. They would review all that and make a team decision if we would move forward on that evaluation.
And then, just out of curiosity, do we ever move students out of IEPs? Yes.
That is the goal. We should have put that right in the middle, center.
And then, and this may be a Dr. Hernandez question, but specific, when we have specially designed instruction and materials, how are we doing with our materials? Are we in need of anything? So I just wanted to just capture while we're talking about it, how we're doing with that.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, in part of our RFM process, when we do an adoption, the supporting of every student every day is a big portion of the evaluation that we do. And so we consider all of the needs ranging from our special education needs to language needs to gifted needs to ensure any curriculum that we select is comprehensive of meeting the needs of every student and every teacher who may have a variety of students in their classroom. I would defer to Landa and Carrie to let me know later if there are any of the materials that we need.
Yes, and I'd also like to add, so far on every textbook committee, there's always been a special education team member on there to represent the department.
Okay, perfect. Love to hear about the great accomplishments that are happening with the workforce development and having those instructional assistants not relying so much on the contracts. That's great. And I know that Ms. Proudfit is going to want to rave about the educator prep piece, the Teach Peoria, so I'll leave that to her. And I'm sure that Ms. Rooks is going to want to rave about the special education, the link for families. Just real quickly, on that particular page, do they have to have students at our schools to be able to click on this link and ask? Okay.
No, that's our public-facing website, and we encourage, because part of our job is to locate students. So even if they have a question, our preschool evaluation team is right ready. It has the contact information, the link. It has some questions that they can kind of ask themselves if they're questioning the developmental needs of their child before even contacting, if they want to just review those questions. But certainly any questions can go to our preschool development team.
Great, thank you. And then super excited, I love our Arise program. We do amazing things there. We have amazing staff. And then I hear from the community who, I guess it's the Works program over at Cactus. They have them out at some of the facilities, at some of businesses, doing some job skills things, and they just rave about those students and so forth in that program. So love it, and I'm excited that we're expanding across campuses, and I'm sure that you'll keep us in the loop of how that works out, like with staffing and stuff, with the fact that we're facing this $21 million fiscal cliff and so forth, and how we're doing that. So thank you.
Ms. Profit, any questions or comments I'm sure you will have?
I won't rave about the teacher prep. I'm so excited. I feel like this has been years in the making, and I think it's just going to make us, competitive with our competitors because they do have these programs. And I'm just so excited to tap into our community and even grow ties even stronger there. I'm so excited about the Arise move to have more campuses. I think that is absolutely the right move. And this is a population of students that I think for many of us board members is so personal and near and dear to our heart. And with that, these teachers and the services they provide, they're not just educators, they're caregivers, and looking out for them with burnout is just absolutely important to the success of this very, very precious population of students. I'm so glad to see that link is up in, I think we're making incredible strides. So now I have a difficult question for you. I've sat through many an IEP meeting. I know there's a big difference between what a child needs and what we're able to provide at times. And so off the top of your head, what would you say are the top few challenges that we currently face in being able to execute on the services that we know our students need?
I'll speak to one, workforce development, and that's certainly that area of strategic focus. We know that if we have high qualified, our district employees consistently providing instruction and partnering with our general education team will make the most gains and strides. And so certainly we want to continue, and just with this program, we want to attract and retain our special education teachers that can provide that best first instruction, and early intervention is key. Early intervention is definitely key. So any parents with concerns or educators with concerns or anybody knowledgeable of concerns, bring it forward to the team so we can make sure that we have those early interventions in place. But I think that is definitely probably two of the.
Yeah, I would like to add one. You know, in anything we do, support and training is going to be vital as we're spreading out because we know it's what's right for kids. And when we have teacher turnover, that's not what's right for kids. And so we need to make sure that as we are building our teacher prep program and as we're hiring teachers that that they get the supports they need at the campus. And so pushing support to our campuses is going to be extremely vital so that everybody is feeling as if that they have somebody to go to right there. And so I think that's going to be really important.
That is the message I just want. I hope everybody watching or anyone watching this, I hope this is a soundbite that somehow goes somewhere, but we are here to help. Like you were saying, part of your job is locating those students that are in need, and that is 100% of our goal. So thank you so much for just exciting things coming.
Ms. Bowles, any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, President Ricks. I, too, am very excited about the teacher program coming in to retain good teachers, support them, all of the above. Other districts are doing it. We talked about it even this week. Yeah, we're excited for that. And that link, I mean, there's so many ways I could go with that. It's not even funny. Knowing that anyone can get in there, first off, you know, I'm glad there's some questions to gatekeep a bit. But that's a huge deal because it gets straight to the people that we need it to get to and quickly answer questions, and hopefully it won't be bombarded. But that is ingenious, and I'm kind of blown away that why didn't we do this like 30 years ago? But anyways, thank you for all that. I do have one question. Who in the team of experts that are licensed, and I'm very familiar with who they are, who does a BIP? Like if there's, let me back up so that everyone understands. Knowing that behavior is probably the biggest reason for teachers leaving the field, I guess I want to know how we support and who would go in and start that BIP process, behavior intervention plan.
So we are fortunate in our district to have behavior interventionists and also our BCBAs, they're board certified behavior analysts that are licensed by Behavioral Health Services. So they will come in and collect data, and our teachers in the field will be collecting data, instructional assistants will help collect data. So they go in, collect all that data, it's reviewed, and together with the team, because it's a team, all these are team decisions, they will develop, well, first they'll conduct a FBA, so a functional behavior assessment, to collect all that data that's needed. And then as part of the team, they will write and implement a behavior intervention plan, BIP, which you alluded to.
Okay, thank you. And then
they will lead those teams, but it's all IEP
right,
teams.
that makes sense. Thank you. In what you just said, how many resources, how often, I know how expensive BCBAs are, how often do we get training to teachers on interventions before we have to start that process? Meaning, can these experts be in front of gen ed teachers, giving them resources? I know at one time there was a Lynn library and a bunch of things that we could use. NAU had one. I don't know where they're at with that. Just bringing everybody to the table. And I think earlier you alluded to that we were already had SPED teachers meeting with gen ed teachers, which is freaking amazing. But is there any interventions taking place for the teacher so that they can not only just recognize, I mean, behavior, it's, you know, a no-brainer, you recognize it right away. But the why behind the behavior is a much more rigorous process. Do you have anywhere where teachers can get more information? To be transparent, when I was in the district, I was like, why don't we just video ourselves? This was, you know, before all of us had tons of phones, and have it be playing in the break room so that, hey, we're playing interventions for ADHD in the break room if you want to, you know. Is there something that teachers can get quickly, because we all know they don't have more time to go to more trainings? How does that work for teachers?
Yeah, so you definitely highlighted an area of concern. So we do have amazing BCBAs, and they are often called by principals saying, hey, can you come provide PD for my teachers? And it's not even about, you know, they have their job and how they're supporting our students with disabilities and our teachers, but then how do I support a kindergarten teacher who has, you know, an entire class of students who are new to school with just, you know, what are some simple strategies we can put into place to support students who are new to school and sitting and listening to a story for more than 3 minutes when they're just starting. So there's a lot of training that they do provide to the schools to support not only our students with disabilities and those teachers, but also our general education teachers. There's 9 of them across the district, so definitely not enough, but it definitely has been an increase over the years that we are seeing for requesting their expertise at the schools.
So as a school's, a site level is what I'm hearing you say. Yep. And then are they, obviously for the interventions for SPED, I get that they would be going in if there was an issue, but are they going in still, you know, doing anti-bullying training? Are they doing some of that as well? Is that the person in the district that's doing that?
They do, I wouldn't say anti-bullying, but I would say coping strategies, relationship building, those type of trainings. And remember, on our strategic priorities, one of our key areas was the teaming with general ed and special education. And this would be part of that teaming and collaboration to make sure that they can be in the classroom co-facilitating professional development. But it's more about turn taking, those type of strategies.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
We also have our CPI training, which a big focus of that is the nonverbal de-escalation techniques, and so that is a big focus.
I used to be the trainer of the administrators, so I get that.
Ms. Bowles,
And
Hernandez
it's
was
very
going to
useful.
follow up too with a.
What's that?
She was
Okay.
going to follow up
Thank
with
you.
another thing for
Because
you.
I just know, you know, well, I'll say it like this, there's classroom knowledge and then there's real life knowledge. And you know, knowing, I mean, it's the elephant in the room that behavior is a big issue across our nation. We're hearing it, and I just want to make sure that we're addressing it. And then if I could make more hours in my day, I'd be more than happy to help the team with just some of the things that I learned over the years. So, but thank you for what you do. And yeah, it's amazing progress that we've made in a short time. So thank you.
President Rooks and Mrs. Bowles, I'd also remind you that we are moving forward with the creation of the committee to support that behavior and discipline analysis and looking into that work. And we've tasked 2 of our leading administrators to support us with that work, and I'll be meeting with them next week to start the foundational build of that process. Welcome.
All right, Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
I think my fellow board members said everything so eloquently, I will leave it at that.
So Ms. Ewing was right. I was going to talk about the link. Thank you so much for putting that together. Ms. Ari, I know that was your department as well with the website, so thank you. The reasoning I came up behind that is because so many parents, and being as a parent in the district, they don't know that there is a district level. They don't know that there is so many things up higher than the principal level. And so when you're in that frustration and you feel like you just can't get any answers, or you're just kind of like, what do I do? You know, I just love that there is that connection now to our special education department, so that if parents have questions, if they are needing more support than what they're getting, I'm so thankful that you guys are willing to do that and answer their questions, because what I've noticed is, and I've mentioned this, you know, to Hernandez, is they get frustrated and they don't want to deal with it and they pull their kids. And so I'm trying to, before we reach that point, so that they feel supported, coming to you guys because an IEP and, you know, you got 504s, there's so much details and process that goes in, but when you're a new parent coming in, you're just feeling really frustrated and you don't know who's in your corner. And I love that this is an entity that we're working on. And I know I talked to Landa about even doing meetings. And she mentioned, she was like, yeah, we would love to do that. So we can bring in resources, different organizations to do a meeting with the SPED department at different school sites for parents so that they can ask questions. And so it's more of that Q&A versus just feeling like, where are you at? So I'm so excited to see that work. And I can't wait to see what you guys do because I feel like you guys are a great team in everything that you're doing for our special education students and families and supporting the staff in those goals. My only question is when we're looking at qualifications for hiring, now that we have a pay increase for those aides, what do we look at when we're bringing in those qualifications to support those students?
Well, currently, we always look for that caring attitude, and we have found that when we hire people from our community that are invested, some of our best finds in instructional assistants are either parents of a disabled child who have that experience or live in our community and just want to give back. So certainly that caring heart is one of our number one, but also a willingness and lots of patience, willingness to be flexible and to be an eager learner, like a lifelong learner. We have a lot of training and support to add with that entry-level position. And so it's got to be somebody that wants to invest and give back, but also they receive probably the best gift of all is when they're watching a student make steps forward. And so it's probably that giving heart and then also that lifelong learning and wanting to give to students. Those would be number one qualities. But we have the training to provide. So I would encourage anybody out there that's possibly watching that even if they have entry-level experience, office-level experience, we can provide the training that they need to be successful, as long as they have that caring heart.
That's great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now that we have this new link on the website, if Mrs. Airy, if you would be helpful in maybe emailing it out to all of the schools and the parents and letting them know that that is now available on the website so that, parents have questions or concerns, that's where they can get some more information and support.
President Rooks, we will include that in a future parent update. And our team is also working on supporting our families with some additional information, maybe placing some one-pagers that summarize some of the information you heard today in all of our front offices for any parents that might be visiting or inquiring at our schools. So we are trying to do some work to really expand awareness in this area and make sure families feel informed and connected.
Okay, that's great. I love to hear that. And thank you again for your guys' team. I appreciate it.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes.
Because there's a generation that was raised on telephones, cell phones, giving a little, I'm going to just say TikTok, but short videos, we're kind of killing two birds with one stone. If we're already teaching Heather how to use this in her classroom, then Jeff can get on at midnight and say, hey, I need that video. I think we need to build some of those things into our website, and then you'd have to keep recreating the wheel. And of course, most of these interventions haven't changed. They haven't changed. In fact, I'll say this, ADHD and ED kids, some of the interventions are exactly the same, right? So if we could work on that component or even find some Gen Zers that, can navigate that really quick. Other districts are already doing that across our nation and even with teaching core subjects. So I'm just going to throw that out there. One more thing, there's a CTE huge grant that I'm actually looking at, working on. Hope I don't get in trouble for this, but I 100% plan on bringing that here for what you described for CTE. But I'll leave that alone for later.
We have started building a platform for that as we hire instructional assistants because they won't all start the same day. It is what does in-person training look like and then what does ongoing training for them look like. So yes, we had to get some of our younger team members who could build those quickly for us. But it is, so it's been great.
Or even some of your students, because that would be, you talked about the parapro. I was that. I had a degree. I could have got other jobs. I tell people, because it's true, I followed my career, followed my kids. Still does, actually, but thank you for all you do.
I love the video idea. I was going to turn maybe to Dr. Summers since he is our cameraman on Instagram, the 60 seconds with Dr. Summers. Maybe he could update on our special education process and our new feedback button online for families. If you would like to be on the camera
Happy
again.
to oblige.
Okay. Thank you both. Dr. Hernandez.
President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests, I thank you for the opportunity to share a lot of information with you today, but I'd remind you that about a year ago, Dr. Summers' vision for an educational services department was born right about now in this very room. And you see the fruition of that work coming together with a tremendous team who came from different aspects of the work we do to support schools, and clearly they have come together to really focus on what it is our schools need, how we support them with that, and how they've built themselves as a really high-quality team. Now, we didn't get to see everyone from that team. We had some of them in the back of the room, some of them floating around that do that work as well, but I want to just recognize their efforts, their work, their time, their dedication, their passion to supporting and doing the work they did. I'm so proud of you all. You shined today, and Mama Bear's super proud. Okay, all right. 2 claps and a woo. Woo! But before you go, each of you will get a sticky note to write your 2 strategies you heard during the 3 hours of content that was provided. 2 strategies we're using to support our schools. If we go back to our learning target, the goal to know if you got it is if you can articulate 2 strategies that you heard us talk about today to support schools and learning. And when you're finished, hold up your sticky note and I will collect it. Make sure your name is on it.
Okay, I guess she's just going to hold on to them. Okay. Oh, she's going to grade them. We're going to get a grade later. Okay. Moving on, we are going to move on to item 3.4, recess for lunch, and we will come back. Or I'm sorry, we're moving on to 3.3, post-election analysis. Sorry, Dr. Summers.
President Rooks, if I may,
Yes.
with your permission and your peers' feedback for us, I think we do have a decision point where we could move to the lunch, so jump to a 3.4 because it is here. And our thought process on timing, even though like any good classroom teacher or facilitator, we have some flexibility that we can work with. So we could come back. We were anticipating roughly about 30 minutes. I don't know that it takes the full 30. We could put 3.3 right behind lunch. And that, I think, might be a good segue, and I think Ms. Zeri is also very flexible in the way that we can deliver that presentation. Because as you know, we have a lot of big items this afternoon that we're also looking at making sure that we have ample time for. So if we can maybe think about, how much time would you like for lunch?
I don't want to take a vote, so, because we can't.
Well, no, it's not a vote. It's just more like, just
I know, but I want to include them
Oh,
too,
fair.
so I don't want to speak for them. Do you need 20
understandable.
minutes? Do you need 20 minutes?
Okay.
Okay.
So that would take us to roughly about 12:50. And maybe you give yourselves a few extra minutes there, and we'll be ready to go by that time, and we can roll into a 3.3 and then roll right into 3.5 from there.
All right, that sounds good.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zeri. All right, we are coming back from our recess, and we are going to be moving on now to 3.4, was previously 3.3, post-election analysis. Dr. Summers.
Pardon me. Okay, welcome back. Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. So we are looking forward to a lot this afternoon. We're going to start with a post-election analysis. So Mrs. Airy is ready, I believe, to share some of this data with you. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Airy.
Well, thank you, Dr. Summers, and good afternoon, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests that have joined us here today. As was shared, I am here to provide a data report from our recent override election, as well as specifics from the voter data file, with the hope that this will give us some additional insights about our electorate and provide us with a foundation to pursue future conversations related to ballot initiatives. For those who are tuning in, or who are unfamiliar with how we got here, just by way of a quick backtrack, state statute provides school districts with an opportunity to exceed their revenue control limit up to 15% and to go out for what is called a maintenance and operations override. Peoria Unified has had support from its community for a 13% maintenance and operations override that has supported people, positions, and programs that may not otherwise be funded through our regular budget. And last spring, our governing board called for a 15% maintenance and operations override that was on the ballot this past November. And I know at least most of you who have joined us here in the room likely know that that was a very unfortunate outcome. We're going to talk about some of those specifics related to the outcomes of the election. But before we do, I think it's really important that we talk a little bit more specifically about some of the limitations of the data that I'm going to share today. And this is really important, kind of my disclaimer before we dive in any deeper. And you may hear me refer back to these points, not because they are an excuse for the outcome, but because they are part of our reality. Today, we're not going to be pointing any fingers or casting any blame or calling out anything in particular, anyone in particular, but of course, we're going to talk in some generalities about those results. So it's really important for our community to note that this was an off-cycle election, so not a general election when you do typically have the greatest voter turnout. We're going to talk really specifically about voter turnout for our election in our community, and so that's why I make that reference. This was also a mail-in only election because it was an off-cycle election, so all ballots were mailed directly to the homes of those registered voters in our district. This was an increase on the ballot listed as a budget increase. That's state statute. We don't control how the language is displayed on the ballot, but it specifically says a budget increase as opposed to what it would say if it was a continuation of our current override. And then I also just want to remind everyone that this was the first year in a few years we didn't have any quantitative data to determine voter sentiment in advance of calling for or going out for our election. In years past, we have had a third party be able to provide us with some quantitative data that gives some insights into the feeling of our electorate prior to an election. And then I do also want to note that the data I'm going to share, much of it is contingent on updates to home addresses. What does that mean? Well, there are certain deadlines that voters have to make any updates or changes to their address if they move. And so certainly if somebody moves, I think that cutoff was September 17th this year. If you were a registered voter, but you moved after September 17th, your ballot may not be received and may not be able to update your address in between that time frame. And then you may be familiar here in Arizona, but our voting precincts changed in 2022. So that's going to be important because some of what I'll show you by way of comparison of precincts in past elections will not be exactly apples to apples. So I do want to make just a couple of those notes. I may refer back to a few of these points as we kind of move along here today. So I shared that we have had a 13% override in place, but this is just a snapshot or history of elections in Peoria Unified dating back 25 years. And so you can see that far left column, bonds, you can see the M&O overrides and capital overrides. You're allowed to, state provides you the ability to go out for a capital override. Peoria Unified has not been successful with those, but you can see really focusing in on our history related to bonds. And then I'm going to spend the most time today talking specifically about overrides, and I shared the attempt that we had this past November to increase our override from that 13 to 15%. I'll just make a quick note, while we don't have a lot of rich data from the voter files in 2019 and 2020, those may truly be the best comparisons to this past election because those were also overrides. The last election previous to November 4th, 2025, where we were on the ballot, was in 2024, and that was a bond election. So again, back to a little bit of a variable in our data as we compare back to 2024. That was a bond, and this is a maintenance and operations override. So next, I want us to understand just a little bit about our electorate. We have 62 voting precincts and approximately 250,000 residents that live within our district. Of those, 161,000 that are registered voters. Also want to tell you a little bit about the composition of our voters. We have 3% of our voters who are employees, 12% of our voters who are parents, and about 85% that may or may not have a tie to our district. Certainly some of them may be grandparents of our students or other community members with some connection, but we don't necessarily keep that data on file. So you can see a bit of that snapshot, and then I'll direct your attention over to how a voter might designate themselves as either Republican, Democrat, prefer not to disclose, or independent. You'll see there 47% of our voters Republican, 30% Democrat, and then a majority, or a good majority there, 18% prefer not to disclose, and then that small amount there listed as independent. Couple of other things I'll get to before we get into the data, and I'm clipping along quickly here because I want to get you time to really spend looking at some of the maps that we've prepared for you today. Want to refresh your memory that depending on where you live in the Peoria Unified School District, you may have had other items on your mail-in only ballot. So if you lived in the city of Peoria, your ballot might look different than if you're in our district but you live in the city of Glendale. Glendale did have 2 bond measures on their ballot. And then, of course, depending on where you lived, really more so the northwest area of the community, or of the valley, rather, you'd have that West MEC ballot initiative. And then we had the Valley-Wise Health prop that was on there as well. So points of note as we go through. So after the board called for the election in March, it was March 27th, I believe, that the board called for that election, a very important state statute kicks into place. That's ARS 15511 that states that we cannot use school district resources to influence the outcome of an election. Now, what we can do, which is where I prefer to spend most of our time having discussion, is we can absolutely encourage people to register to vote, and we can absolutely remind people to vote. In fact, this is what we do with our students. We always want them to be engaged citizens, and even as part of their senior checkout, we give them the opportunity to become a registered voter in hopes that when they graduate, or if they're already 18, that they will take that very important step as an engaged citizen and vote and contribute in that way. And so we also encourage our community, whether the school district has something on the ballot or not, we want to make sure we are consistently telling people how important it is to exercise that right and to vote. So once the statute kicks in and we have to just focus on those messages and the awareness campaign for our district, oftentimes a political action committee will arise from the community, and that was the case this year. And of course, we were very, very grateful for their supports and efforts that came from those volunteers that gave their time. Beyond that political action committee, there were many other volunteers, and I just would be remiss if I didn't thank the countless people on behalf of the school district, from those in the room right now to others in the community, that were out and helping to spread awareness, and in many cases, say all the things that we couldn't say at the time. So I want to give that recognition. What we could do, as I shared, was go through many messages, and I will tell you just a huge amount of gratitude to our public relations team and all that they did. These were the many touch points that were felt throughout our community across multiple audiences, and the awareness campaign that they focused on from March 27th all the way through till the voter registration deadline, encouraging everyone to register to vote, and then, of course, overlaying that message about what is an override. Very confusing to many, and especially if you're not from Arizona. It is called something very different in other states. You might have a referendum or a levy, as it's called in other parts of the country. So it's important that we have an educated electorate and that they know what is available and on their ballot, and of course know how we are stewarding their resources. So this is a slide that many of you have seen if you've been following along with our results. It's the results of our override, and you can see there we had the 21,000, just over 21,000 yes votes to the 22,000 no votes. I'm not going to read all the numbers here you see before you on the slide, but I will draw your attention, and maybe those in the community who are unaware, you'll see towards the bottom there undervotes, and so that might be someone who turns in their ballot, submits it for the election, may vote on other items that were on the ballot but skipped our item or chose not to vote for our item. That's called an undervote. And then an overvote is someone who voted both yes and no. It's data provided to us, so I'm sharing it with you. Out of our control, so much of that I would caution us not to really get too caught up on those undervotes as we are looking at them. I'll draw a couple comparisons here from 2025 back to those past elections, and I'll pull up here on the screen the most recent election, which is going to be in the far right corner of the screen, the 2024 bond election. In particular, you can see the increase in total votes, over 113,000, notably, and as I said before, that was a general election, and that is where you get the highest number of voters that come out. You'll see there then on the left side of your screen the 2019 override and the 2020 override, 2020 also being that general election. So I show it for a point of comparison. Always important to remember when we're looking at the data, it is not exactly apples to apples. A number of different factors, both environmental and what's happening in our community, but then also voter turnout has a big impact. And as I said, we're going to talk quite a bit about that today. So I'm going to pause there as I was trying to get you up before lunch really settles in too much here, so we can get you moving around a little bit and looking at our data in a bit of a different way than how you see it displayed on the screen. So I've got some helpers here who are going to assist us, but first we're going to get up and do a walk and wonder. So we have some large maps that we have purposefully turned backwards in sections of the room so that you weren't looking at them too early. In just a moment, I'm going to have you get up and maybe pair up to look at the maps that you have before you that represent our voter data. Before I do, I'm going to tell you just a little bit about the data that you're looking at, as my colleague Mr. O'Neill so eloquently modeled. I think it is important. We have been looking at these and really poring over them, and in some cases agonizing over them for quite some time now, but I'll show you a little bit about what you are looking at. First, you will see a map that has a bunch of colored lines on it like this. This is the Peoria Unified School District, the shape of it here. And so there is a large scale map of this, so don't feel like you have to squint to see this one, that I will send you over to take a look at in just a moment. Next to the map, you'll see a key that will tell you what the colors are that you will be looking at. Most importantly, what you need to know is anything that you see that is green of any shade is a yes. Anything that you see that is orange, varying shades of orange, and red is a no vote. So those are going to be important points for you to know. And again, the key is right there for you. I will walk around here once you get up and oriented to your map to tell you specifically what the different shades represent. but you should have sticky notes that will be passed out to you. And as I have you get up and head over, we're going to have two of you head over to those large-scale maps there to look and maybe jot down at least one wonder. I wonder, jot that down on your sticky note, because as Dr. Hernandez often models, I may be calling on a couple of you to share out. Those are the first maps that you see. There are different looking maps in another section, and that's why we'll divide you up. And I'm going to click over to them so I can show on our large screen here kind of a lighter colored map, and then you'll see some varying circles. These maps focus on voter turnout. There's two of them that are in the back of the room. You will see voter turnout on both of these, and you'll see it for the 2024 election and the 2025 election. The circles represent staff and parent turnout. So you'll see them labeled very clearly. I think once you get up and moving around, those will be a little bit easier for you. And then one last thing I'll say before I turn you loose and repeat those instructions one more time. You will also have them waiting for you at your seat when you sit back down so that you can study them further. So I'm going to get you up and walking over to the maps, and we'll give you a couple of minutes to study them. And I wonder, and jot that down on your sticky note. All right, so Mrs. Rooks and Mr. Toby over to the voter turnout section. So you can spend some time over there and maybe come up with a couple of I wonders. And then Mrs. Bowles, Mrs. Proudfit, and Mrs. Ewing, as you're looking at 2024 and 2025 override election, the results. I think we need our elevator music back on, huh? I'm just going to note, as you're maybe switching to other maps, a really important question that President Rooks just asked. As you look at this voter turnout map, these are not how staff or parents voted. This is the turnout, so the fact that they did vote. right, we'll give you maybe one more minute or so to finish up. All right, if we kind of make our way and wrap up our I wonder statements. Curious if we have any volunteers that want to offer up anything they observe.
She's already looking at me, so I guess I'll just go first. Okay. So I noticed on the staff turnout on the far left map over here, it looked like it was across the district that there was not a lot of staff turnout. So I just thought that was kind of interesting, like why wasn't there a staff turnout? And then on the right side, the parent turnout, it just seems to be very similar. There wasn't a lot of turnout for the parents in those areas. And then when I went over there, I noticed that the precincts of Acoma, Caroline, Country Gables, and another one over there, they voted no, and I just kind of wonder why. I just asked that area, like, what was their reasoning? But then I was like, I wanted to compare the two, so I went back over here real quick, and I noticed that that area down in that both sides, staff and parent, they both didn't turn out either. So I was like, so it was high in no's in that area, very big region, and then staff and parents didn't turn out to vote. So I just
kind of drawing that correlation between
so
the
that's
two.
when I went back
Okay.
and was trying to figure out like what was the reasoning of that.
It leads you to further questions.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Any others? Any other observations?
Palm Ridge, heavy no, for like surrounded by yeses. And then kind of to echo off of what President Rooks was saying, I mean, it needs to be said and then we can move past it, but so much time and effort. I mean, I'll just call a spade a spade. I don't hold it back. The bare minimum of being a citizen is voting, and it is so easy to vote in the state of Arizona that I'm hurt and I'm deeply frustrated by apathetic votership. And I'm not even saying vote yes or no. I'm just saying show up, and particularly for parents and staff, as we're asking other community members to invest in our school system. The very least you can do is show up to vote. So I think this hopefully is a wake-up call for the community about apathy in the school system. It will not survive with apathy. And again, I'm not saying vote one way or another. I'm saying show up to vote.
If I could piggyback on that, I guess I just kind of wonder with the areas that are mentioned, because you mentioned it was mail-in votes. So are those voters in those areas used to voting on election day in person, and they're just not used to throwing your ballot in the mail, because I
President Rooks?
wonder that too.
If I may add a few
yes.
things on, kind of just as we're talking about mail-in. So I would say that one of the things that, when you think about all the different factors, with the mail-in, is that there were individuals just going door to door. There was individuals that thought that as long as I mail it by the election day, even though, so there was a lot of voter education at the door, but as long as I mail it by election day, it will still count. So there was a lot of education on, no, you have to mail it by this day in order for them to receive it, to be able to count it. And then a second thing, like a lot of voters are used to just going to the polling places. And this election was very different than other ones, is that especially within Peoria Unified, there was only one voter location. So if they didn't meet that deadline, then they actually had to drive over there. And so that's automatically going to cause a lower turnout, because individuals may not have worked that into their schedule. And so there was a lot of voter education on that. I know that as we got back, working on the PAC and doing phone banking, is that we were making those phone calls, hey, just to let you know, as soon as they're like, oh yeah, I've got plans to take it there, every single time it was like, do you realize that you have to go down to the district office? They thought they could just go across the street. And so I think there's opportunity, if we were to do something in an election like this, there's opportunity to do more voter education around that in terms of trying to get more people to the ballot. But I do think that the change in the election, like you mentioned, President Rooks, is that the fact that it is mail-in would have automatically made it a lower turnout. But I was frustrated personally that there weren't as many places where people could drop off their ballot, and that's not reflected necessarily on your data.
Thank you.
I know it was, if I may, President Ricks, I know you and I talked a little bit about moving and changing address. Let's be real, the housing prices were outrageous, and I'm not seeing a lot of people moving, period, so I'm not sure that would even be a factor. Of course, it'll always be somewhat of a factor. I will say my experience in voting, I went down to, because it was on my way to work, downtown Glendale, and it was complete construction that I couldn't even get to the polling. You know, I did get there because I had to walk a ways, but I think the thing that shocks me the most is, first of all, Estancia. I'm shocked that it's orange. Like, that's a community that typically seems to be very involved in education. And so my why to that might be, is that because we have a charter school? Is that because we're disengaged and we think everything's fine? Like, I don't know. Is that because we have a lot of business owners up there? Because we do. And maybe they had to pay the increase in insurance for their employees. And you know, there's a lot of other factors. But I'm going to say what Ms. Proudfoot said. My God, it should be our duty, if nothing else, just vote. Because we have that privilege. And for the next generation, you know, voting or not, or yes or no on bonds, I'll never understand why someone doesn't just vote. But my other, besides Vistancia, when I saw the override versus bond maps, why was the turnout, or why was their answers yes here and not here? And my first question in my head, because I don't remember, which one was first? And then going back to knowledge, do they even know what a bond is? Maybe that's not the best, you know, term to use. I don't know, but the override was greater than the bond, and that's just weird to me. Like, why would you vote for one and not the other? And I think I think it was Ms. Proudfoot and I were talking. I'm not surprised that the South, we had a lot of yeses. But I think as a board, I think some are surprised at that, seeing that we talk a lot about the North and the growth and the North and, you know, the schooling in the North and being involved. The South showed up. I don't know what else to say. And there wasn't any. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there was any in our polling places in our far south area. Not at Sun Valley, not at, obviously there was less.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, the only location within the Peoria Unified School District boundaries was the district
Right,
office.
right. And no, because we had places in Glendale. That's why I was able to go to Glendale.
Right, but they're just outside of our boundary. So like the Civic Center isn't technically within our boundary. It's in the city of Glendale, but just not within the Peoria Unified boundary.
What, we have, okay, I think I understand what you're saying. I dropped mine off in Glendale. Anyway, it was not convenient at all, just as a working parent, but I mean, come on, what's, convenient? Get up earlier or whatever, but anyway, yeah, I would agree with what Miss Ewing said, and the more polling places probably would have helped a bit. I don't know, like, I'm gonna end with this. I have an app on my phone that I can tell you right now if you voted, when you voted, if you voted in the primaries, who you voted for, and I'm going to speak to myself and I'm going to speak to my people. Christians need to get off their butts and vote and take proactive measures for our next generation. To not vote is disgraceful to me, but I'll end it at that because we weren't blaming anyone.
Clerk Toby, do you want to, all of the women up here have spoken, so I just wanted to give you a chance to chime in.
Well, they hit everything else on my list. The only thing that I had was geography. The map shows we had support in the north and the south, as far as precinct to precinct. As far as how that pans out with numbers, I'm not sure. But if you look at like even the 2024 to the 2025 map from Bond to M&O, but then also if you look at the staff turnout as well as the parent turnout, I noticed a lot of the same clusters that had the least amount of turnout. And those ones, correct me if I'm wrong, 67th Avenue is the border of Glendale, and it seems like those precincts that have a Glendale address had the least turnout. So do our schools in Glendale proper not identify as a Peoria school, and are we not engaging those voters properly? So that'd be one of my questions.
I was also going to just point out, because I didn't see the West Mech one, but I just looked at it now, and I noticed that there was more support for West Mech's bond than our override down in some of these areas. So there's Sun Air, it looks like, and Hayward, Apollo, it looks like, Youngtown. They voted yes for West Mech. So I'm curious for that reason of kind of those areas were more in favor of that than our override election. That's another thing I just noticed with the West Mech one.
Thank you. Well, thank you. All really good observations. If you could sit down and have a conversation, which I'd love to spend my time doing with every single voter and just pick their brain and ask them what it is that speaks to them and what it is that could have been done differently. Before we move on, I do want to note, Mr. Toby, what you just shared, because you bring up a really interesting point that our team honed in on. We are called the Peoria Unified School District, but we do have 13 schools within the city of Glendale that are equally as important as every other school. And so we did start to shift our messaging, and we're encouraging all of our principals that have a school in the city of Glendale, when they're referencing their school, to say a proud school within the Peoria Unified School District, because you are absolutely right. If you are just either a parent or a community member, that you're used to seeing your school's name and you don't always connect to that Peoria Unified School District, we're working hard at that and did include some of that in our messaging, but that's an opportunity for sure. So thank you for lifting that up. I won't spend too much time through a couple of these, as I know we are tighter on time today, but I do want to get to a little bit of some of the good news, if we can take some of it, some of the opportunity, which I think that you were able to share and lift up. While voter turnout decreased, it decreased for both staff and it decreased for our employees equally. And so I'll show this map rather, to kind of show you some of the change. And so you'll see, oops, one more click, there you go. Some of it represented up there from 2024 to 2025. The composition stayed the same of our electorate. So we had about 12% of parents that voted in 2025. In 2024, we had 13% that were parents that comprised our total votes. 3% were staff, 4% were staff in 2024. So you can see the turnout from Republicans, just a very small shift there, 47 to 46%. Democrats, 30% in 2025, 25% in 2024. So not massive differences between the two. This is kind of representative of some of the points that you lifted up when you talked about turnout, and President Rooks, you kind of lifted this up right away from the start. Of our votes, or of our parents rather, 10% of our parents who are registered voters voted. Of our employees who are registered voters, 32% voted. This shows the breakdown by school so that you can see the area. And I know you've got that on your screen and can refer back to that, but did just want to elevate those numbers as that is a little easier to see maybe here than on the circles you looked at. And then just a couple of more comparisons, and I'll turn it back to you, President Rooks, if you have any additional feedback from hearing some of these. But there were 7 precincts that were the yeses in 2024 that were also the yes in 2025. 74.2% of the precincts improved in sentiment, and that's if you kind of glance back at those maps, you can really strongly see the color difference. By the way, I do want to point out when you look at the map, and if you turn your head, anyone in the room can see the big glaring red at the top. We have the tendency to think that is all of Vistancia. Actually, that big, huge red area is partially the lake, and only about 1,300 voters are in that area. So I do feel like I need to mention that for the voters that live in that community, that is not all of Vistancia that's included in there. 27% improved their sentiment by 10% or more. That's also important to note, the change again from 24-25. 45% of the precincts that we did not win in 2024 were won in 2025, and you can see some of them just kind of highlighted there. That's another quick glance to the back of the room, and you can see all the green in 2025 that was not there in 2024. That can be encouraging to look at. Of those, the average precinct saw a 16% gain or change in sentiment. That tells us that the efforts of those that were out and sharing messaging was beginning to kind of turn. All of that to say it was voter turnout that it continues to come back to, that it just wasn't a strong voter turnout that was able to carry us on this one. So I want to make a couple of those notes. All information that I think is good to have as we consider future ballot initiatives. Some of the why that I heard surface, that's something that the board could choose to consider, getting some of that data from the community. And so there's a number of different ways that we could do that if the board does decide to pursue some of those efforts in the future. That could help to kind of bolster some strategies that were used for in the future. But President Rooks, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Derry. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, President Rooks. So what I'm seeing from this, voter education and awareness efforts were high, and that voter outreach efforts were comprehensive but not enough. I do think this speaks to how can we inspire a more civically involved community supportive of public education. I do want to just, some numbers that I have gotten from the PAC just to highlight some of the other efforts that were, you've alluded to them, Ms. Airy, but some of the efforts that were out there. There were a little under 4,000 doors knocked, asking for a vote yes on the override. There were a little, from one organization, there was about a little under 6,000 phone calls made out asking for yes votes. Another organization sent around 40,000 texts. There were digital ads that went out to around 17,000 people. In that Glendale area, Mr. Toby, that you were talking about, there were 500 Glendale door hangers that went out with Mr. Ray Malnar's name and endorsement on there. There were 3,000 Beck mailers with our Mayor Beck's endorsement of it that went out. And there from another group, it was a Gen Z voters, there was about 15,000 phone calls made asking for yes votes. So just to give the community an idea of some of the efforts that were out there, in addition to everything that the district was doing. But again, I think it just goes back to how do we inspire a more civically involved community? Because I don't think it's just teachers. I don't think it's just parents. We have to get the larger community out there. And that's a harder question. And I think we have to lead with, it's hard, it's not good, it doesn't bring us forward to be angry. We have to think about forgiveness, and we have to think about how we move forward and how do we inspire, because these are, you know, the decisions we have before us that we're going to have to make as a result of this. It's going to affect our entire community. So it's going to take everyone to really make some hard decisions, and then also going forward looking for opportunities for success. But I do think, given some of the history that's showing here, that a 13% override, future override, has the potential to be successful if we can get a higher turnout. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfoot, any questions or comments?
I know that, yes, you're right. You're totally right. And I am angry, but you're absolutely correct. So I just wanted to highlight a few things that I think, because there is progression, like you said. If you look at what happened in different groups that became really engaged, we have made some big steps forward. The city of Peoria really supported our efforts. I think you mentioned the mayor and those flyers, Ray Malnar over at City Council at Glendale. Like, we had a lot of support and reached into different things. I know one of my highlights of the override this year was door knocking with students. We had so many students that went out that were interested in it, learned about it, and then went out and knocked doors and delivered flyers and did all that. And I thought that was really, it was really special experience being able to do that alongside, like you said, your work kind of follows your kids, same thing. And watching the kids get involved in that. And then our superintendent also, for those of you that don't know, was visiting political meetings and talking about the good things the district are doing and the plans for the future and why we're worth investing in. And I don't know that that's happened before. So I think some of these numbers, while disappointing and may have a tendency to make me frustrated for probably the next 30 to 60 days, there's also some really big steps forward. And so thank you to your leadership. We knew that this was going to be a hard fight, but even in the loss, there was progress. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Ms. Ewing and Ms. Proudfoot said most of what I already wanted to say. But because we learn by repetition, I'm going to say bond and override shouldn't be our main focus of income into a district, and definitely not sustaining over many years, because we need more children in seats. And that's what we need to focus on. And I will reiterate what Mr. Tobey said earlier. I am 100% confident that we have a cabinet that if we can't do it, I don't think anybody can do it, because they are thinking outside the box. They're working hard and doing everything. And just as Ms. Proudfoot just said, Dr. Summers coming out, I'm not in my years in the district, have I ever seen a superintendent that involved. And I want to put a shout out for our cabinet, because they have been working diligently, and it's evident. And that's probably not going to stop, I'm sure. And I'll say it because I know that this is true. We are leading a nation, because across our nation, if you don't know, they're shutting schools across our nation, across our state, with or without a bond and override. So while I appreciate the numbers, because it does give us trajectory, and we do need that, I also know that we can make a graph look how we want it to, not that we're doing that. So the information's great. I just don't want our focus to only be on that as we move forward, if that makes sense. That's all I have. Thanks.
Clerk Tobey, do you have any questions or comments?
I just think that, about a year ago, Dr. Summers, you and I sat down and talked about setting the table for the next steps and thinking 2 and 3 steps ahead. And I think that from this morning's presentation about the growth that we're seeing in our academic performance, basically having the community and demonstrating the community that we're doing what we say we're going to do and we're following through. I can't speak to the voter turnout. That's a whole separate issue that we should, look at the data. This is very helpful to kind of like pick apart like where are weak spots. But as you also presented, we have some growth in our voter electorate, as far as sentiment with Peoria Unified. So I count that as a win. We need to continue moving forward, demonstrating that we're doing what we say we're going to do. If you build it, they will come. And I think that we are on the trajectory to have even further success. So that's where I want to put my energy into.
I was just going to, I don't know, thinking out loud over here, when I mentioned the WestMec bond and how that was more supported, it looks like, than the override, I just kind of wonder if maybe those voters are more supportive of, when you think of WestMec, it's trade schools. And so that's what I'm wondering, is if maybe the community, the voters that voted for the WestMec bond are looking more towards, okay, what is Peoria Unified going to do with regards to our students opening the doors for trade schools, those different opportunities. We have a lot of businesses, so I'm just trying to think out loud of the reasoning why. Because I know both was supported by our city of Peoria, Mayor Beck. So I'm just kind of curious of what that looks like, and maybe that's something that we need to look into. Maybe we need to start bringing in more of that into our schools so that we can provide that for our students, but maybe that would gain traction with our community and our voters who are also business owners. They need that workforce, and I want to be able to provide that as a team for our students so that they have that future. So just a little thing if we can look into. I see you writing it down, so I just just curious to see. But thank you, Ms. Sari, for the presentation and the exercise that you had us do. I liked getting up to walk for a second, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 3.5, fiscal planning and stabilization framework. Dr. Summers and Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet, and even more guests showing up. So moving from here's what the data is telling us to now what are some of our next steps and what does all of this mean? So I want to thank you first and foremost again for the time that we do have to present to you how important this fiscal planning work will be, as well as be clear about what today is within this presentation and what it is not. So let me start with what it's not. This is not a list that is predetermined that is going to say, here's what we think we need to reduce. This is not, at this point, about any elimination of specific programs or making any final budget decisions. It is about establishing shared understanding, confirming those priorities, and setting some clear guardrails, as we've been talking throughout the day, about how we will pursue this work ahead. And as you will see, we actually have not just one presentation, but we have a corresponding fiscal planning and stabilization framework that we are going to be walking through with you today. So I'm going to hand this off to Mrs. Rodriguez in a moment, but for our audience and for those that are perhaps tuning in, you can follow along through the PDF. Our goal is to use the presentation as a guide to reference what's in this document and a lot of time and effort that's been put into its development. So again, acknowledging this reality, we know the financial challenges we're facing are real. They are structural, not temporary. They are driven by enrollment shifts, the phase down of the voter-approved override funding that we just discussed, and costs that do not scale down at the same rate as our revenues. At the same time, this work is manageable if we approach it with discipline, clarity, and shared responsibility. So here's what we're asking from the board today. As we move through this discussion, we're going to encourage you all to stay at the level of the principals, and by principals, big shout out to all of our principals, the PALs, but what are our guiding principles, our priorities, and our trade-offs, rather than think about this just in terms of individual positions and programs. That said, you are going to see a range of categories as well as planning estimates, and they are presented for your consideration and initial context, not, again, necessarily as a list of predetermined actions. Your role today is to also help with some guiding questions such as what should be protected, what might be phased or sequenced, and what do you need additional information before options are brought back. So we will talk about the timeline, we'll talk about other variables. As we know, the governing board needs to ultimately approve a budget no later than June into July of the upcoming fiscal year, but we have decisions that we know we're going to have to make well before that time frame. And then following today's discussion, I just want to touch on how we will and are committed to returning to you with refined options that reflect your direction, our instructional priorities, and continued community engagement. So again, today establishes that direction and guardrails, and the work will continue beyond today. And so without further ado, I am very excited and pleased to introduce to you Mrs. Rodriguez, who will walk us through the framework, and we will pause intentionally along the way to hear your perspectives.
Good afternoon, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and the community. So today, as Dr. Summers has kind of given us the guidelines of what we're going to be talking about today, I want to just kind of walk through a few things. I'm going to be sharing a lot of information with you today. So I will try to do it as articulate and explain it in a way that our community understands as well as where we are with our financial challenges. So as we've talked about in the past, our funding is driven by our enrollment, and thank you, Member Toby, for kind of gearing that up and saying that our enrollment, and that should be a driver of what we're about here, and we heard some amazing things that are happening in our schools, and if the community at large is listening to that, send your children here. We are doing wonderful things for the children in this area. So we've got some permanent revenue losses as a result of declining enrollment. We also have this imbalance of our schools have less children in them, but we still are maintaining a fixed cost at running our schools, right? You have your administration support in the district office or in the school offices. You still have the electricity, the things that it costs to maintain a facility. So when you have that shift and we're not proportionally adjusting that to the enrollment, that causes an inequity and a challenge for our financial situation as well. And then along those lines, we have one-time funding sources that we've used. We've had significant carryover, and we've looked at that and used that in the past to kind of minimize impacts for the loss of enrollment. So now it's time to really address what is our long-term plan to be sustainable, and what I am referring to as stabilizing the financial situation of this organization. So here's our reality. Okay, we've talked about this at a couple of different meetings and opportunities. So the override didn't pass. We just saw some of the data on why that override didn't pass, or where we could provide some additional support to give our community the just the intent of let's vote. And I agree with the sentiments of all of the members that it's important and it's our civic duty to vote. Then we also have the declining enrollment. So we can see that that's going to be about $5 million. I'm going to show you a graph here in a minute about how our enrollment has been declining over the last few years. The use of carry forward money I just referred to, that's a one-time. So once that carryover money has been utilized, unless we put some things in place to minimize digging into that in the future, we will continue to eat at the override, and then that creates an environment where we aren't fiscally stable either. And then as we're going to, following this presentation, we're going to talk about the master capital plan and what that might look like and what that's shown us as far as opportunities for maybe doing some restructuring and right-sizing the district. So having said all of that, just looking at big picture, we're talking about $21 million in a shortfall for next year, potentially. So as I referred to the average daily membership, so you'll hear us use terms like enrollment And then average daily membership is really the financial term for our enrollment. So that's the funding amount. So that's the count that the state uses to calculate our funding. So, of course, talking about the financials and the budget, so we're going to talk about average daily membership. But what you'll see in enrollment, you'll see some enrollment numbers when we get to the master capital plan, is what I will tell you about average daily membership and why that number will look lower than what enrollment numbers you see is because we only get funded for half of our kindergartners. So that is a reason why that will show low. The other thing is in enrollment, we also include our preschoolers because preschoolers do need a space at our schools. So we need to make sure that we're including them in our numbers for enrollment so that we can identify space set aside for them as well. So having said that, you can see since 2023, there has been a steady decline in our enrollment. Now, there's lots of reasons behind that. There's lots of things that we've discussed in board meetings and we've shared with the community. One of the reasons is birth rate. Birth rate is declining. We see that. We see seniors that are graduating compared to the kindergartners that are coming in. There's a disparity. What we also see is an increase in students and families taking advantage of empowerment scholarships and taking those dollars and homeschooling their children with those dollars, sending their children to private and parochial schools. So that is also what we see in our communities, also our older communities. People are not moving out. They're raising their children and they're staying in their homes because of the housing market right now. Right? I can't afford to sell my house right now and move someplace to downgrade or upgrade because I can't afford it because of the housing prices have gone up. So there's so many different variables that have contributed to where we are with the ADM. So now as I go through the presentation, you are going to see references to appendices. So this report, and this is available to everybody who is watching online right now. You can pull this up. This is attached to the board agenda. So as I'm going through and I'm referring to different appendices, which has greater detail of where the district spends its money, how it spends its money, I'll be referring to those as we go through. We talked about the design principles and stabilizing. So I want you to think about, as we're talking about these, what things are short-term fixes and what things are our core priorities. We'll be looking and asking the board to give us those guidelines and give us the structure in which they want us to operate when we are looking at how we make these reductions and stabilize our budget. So we talk about aligning staffing and services and facilities with enrollment. What are the trade-offs on some of these decisions that we're going to have to make? And the goal is to avoid a fiscal cliff, right? And we want to make sure that we stay financially stable. So we're going to organize our work in a few ways today. So we're going to look at the override supported programs, some budget efficiencies and funding alignment, staffing and compensation alignment, revenue generating opportunities, which I heard a couple of times from a couple of our board members today. What are some of other available funding sources that we might be able to look at as far as if the M&O goes away, what are some other funding sources we can take advantage of? And then, of course, at the end of the day, we're going to get into the facilities and the right sizing. So just to reiterate, as Dr. Summers had spoken about, these categories represent tools available. They represent areas in which we have some possible opportunities for the board to consider. But the board is not being asked to make any decisions today. Just give the administration some guidelines and direction and your priorities so that we can bring back proposals. So here again, just a large recap of here are some of the planning estimates that we are associated with those different categories. So we know we have $33 million in override support programs that we've allocated based on voter approval. Budget efficiencies, we've come up with about 1.4. There's more, we know, but these are just some initials that we're going to be sharing with you today. Staffing and compensation, about 15 million, and you will get into the details of that. Revenue generating, of course, that's always, you know, how much effort are we going to put into, that's what we're going to get back out of that generation. And the board has opportunities for fees as well. And then the one-time funding sources. So let's get into the details, shall we? So if you would turn to Appendix A, you're going to see the override amounts. So I've got this on the next slide, but this is what we're looking at for the override. So this is what was in the voter pamphlet. Now, the data here attaches FTE. So anywhere in this presentation where you're seeing FTE, that is the full-time equivalent of an employee. So sometimes some of our employees work part-time, maybe they work 0.75, but we've kind of rounded them up so you can see. So if there's 29 FTEs there, that's equivalent basically to 29 staff members, okay? And so we have those categorized as specials, which are your art, your music, and your physical education, athletics, extracurricular, gifted programs, reading teachers. Now, we talked a little bit about literacy support specialists earlier. These reading teachers technically are K-3 teachers. That additional K-3 teachers have been put in place as a result of the override to support because we know the importance of students being able to read at early ages. By third grade, our goal is to make sure that they are reading on level. Assistant principals are also included in the override, as well as our health assistants and our nurses, our RNs and our LPNs, kindergarten teachers. So you heard me allude to the fact that our funding from the state is only for half of the kindergartners. Or you could say it a different way, half-day kindergarten, right? And so that's all the state gives us for kindergarten funding. So the district has supported that full-day kindergarten is what we believe in this organization and what we believe is best for our students. And then salary increases. So you have salary increases across the board that are coming out of this override. And we're going to move on to where does the district spend its money? I get asked this question quite a lot, and the district has a couple of reports every year that tell you, okay, here's a budget, and it's going to tell you how we're proposing to spend our money, and then we have an annual financial report, and here's how we spent our money. But that report has a lot of numbers on it, and not very many words on it, and it's difficult as a layperson to understand, well, what does that mean? What does that number mean? So today I'm going to try to translate for all of you what those numbers in those reports mean and put some meaning to it so you can actually see in a more comprehensive way how we're spending our money. So no surprise to any of us, right? Personnel is the largest cost driving factor in our organization. We are a people organization. And so the money that we invest out of our budget is mostly towards our personnel. Then we have this category of professional and contracted services. We heard our special ed team today talk a lot about we have contractors who we feel would be better served if we had our own staff working for us on our payroll as opposed to hiring outside organizations to provide staffing. So you'll have a lot of expense in that area of support services for our special needs students. Along with, we tuition students out to private schools because we don't have the level of service programs for these particular students. So we kind of alluded to that a little bit, that, you know, bringing back our students, and that's best for students, right? Having them closer to home, not having them on a bus ride for an hour, you know, all of those things. So, but think of the contracted services. So you'll look at these numbers and you'll see some big numbers in these areas. The other area that we all know, we all pay our electric bill, keeps going up every month. Well, this is the same with our bills. So you have electricity, water, gas, custodial services, fuel, maintaining our buildings. That's another portion of how we spend our money. And then we also have instructional materials, classroom supplies, which is probably the smallest portion of how we spend our money. So I want to dig deeper a little bit into this. So here's where we start referring to the appendixes. So I have 3 different views that I'm going to look at personnel. Okay, the first look, we're going to look at by classification. How many times do we hear, oh, well, if you would just cut administration, then we would be able to balance the budget. Okay, that's a common theme, and that is not just in this organization, that is across all schools and across the nation. So when we look at, and I just want to remind everybody what you're looking at in personnel and what you're going to see in how we spend our money by area and service type are 2 different levels. So the personnel, what I wanted to really show the community and show our board is that we have 21 distinct funding sources for our personnel. Now, M&O is the biggest funding source for personnel, but we have many, many funding sources. So that administrative costs, and a lot of times administrative costs will come out, won't include all funding sources, but this, when we look at our numbers, today is 6.8% in administration, 55% in certified, and 38.2% in classified. So let me just jump over to this appendix. So I want to show the level of detail that we are working with how we share information with our board and our community. So it's just really small. It's going to be really small. Let me see if I can make this bigger. So what you'll see in this appendix is all the positions, all the funding sources, and it's broken down at a pretty high level. But you see your administrators, your certified staff, and then all of your classified staff positions. So this information is available if the community is interested in how we're spending our money and what categories of class. So these words, you can translate them to the annual financial report, and there's numbers associated with these, but I find that it's more helpful to actually have the words so that I know how we're funding bus drivers, crossing guards, our facility team, our food service team. So that's the Appendix B. The next area that I want to look at is Appendix C. Now, this shows by location. So when we pop over to Appendix C and we look at location, here's what we're looking at. So in the district, we have over 3,900 employees, and 3,300, a little more than 3,300, are actually located at our schools, which we would hope that they're located at our schools, right? That's where the work is happening, directly giving those resources to our students. Then you have a couple of central office things. You have the Cholla Annex. In the Cholla Annex, we have our maintenance team, and we have our IT team. The district administration office, that is primarily administration, all those wonderful people that you saw this morning for academic services, the finance department, the payroll department, the purchasing department, they all live in this building. And then we have our transportation and warehouse, where all of our bus drivers live, where our mechanics live, where our warehouse, where our food service staff lives. So those are the locations. The next area of personnel, this is by funding source. Okay, so this gives you really an idea of how reliant, and some of the critical programs that we have for our special populations happen in these federal programs. So if we look at this, so if you look at how much we spend on salaries, what are all the funding sources? Now I will just, federal programs such as Title I, Title II, Title III, IDEA, results-based funding, these are primarily in place for student interventions, special education, our free reduced lunch populations. Then we have program specific like community schools. Community schools are our preschool, our preschool where parents come and pay. We have CTE programs that have special funding sources available, and we get funding from WestMec for those CTE programs. Transition to work, we get money from the county. And then we have enterprise. So enterprise and auxiliary they're pretty self-sustaining. So food service, civic center is like using facilities, and people pay to use our facilities. Excuse me. So as you go through this list, you can kind of see where community schools, that's where our preschool, our after-school care is, generate a lot of revenue, but they provide a lot of support for our community and our families. Classroom site fund we're getting into a little bit later as well, CTE. Excuse me. But as you go through here, you'll see. There's where the majority of our people and our funding comes from for staff. M&O. Again, pretty comprehensive list of all of our employees. I will say that skilled, that is one of the areas probably we could describe better, and that's skilled maintenance team. So this is our maintenance team that have special skills in different areas. So moving on from personnel to how does our personnel support our schools? So we have classroom instruction, right? That's one support. We have school leadership and student support services. That's another area. We have operation maintenance and transportation, and then we have central services. So let's look at Appendix E. Appendix E shows support areas. Okay, so now I will just preface this with these are numbers from 24-25 because this year we only have a half a year of our spending. So I wanted just to give the board this comprehensive, and the community a comprehensive look of how did we spend all of our money last year. It's pretty in line with how we're doing it this year. I'm tracking to make sure that we are in line with the type of spending we had last year, that it's not exceeding, and we need to maintain at levels. So when we look at what's included in instruction, that's pretty straightforward, right? We've got the teachers, the supports that are happening in the classroom, and that's where a big portion of the area that we spend. And also, instructional support could also include instructional specialists, curriculum development, staff training, assessment, and instructional technology. Then we get into school leadership and support services. So the support services are areas such as counseling, and that's guidance counseling for our students, not social worker counseling, but guidance counseling. Psychology services and speech therapy, occupational physical therapy. Now those primarily are for our special needs population. And then our nursing, our health services are also under support services. So they're in that group of services that are essential for our students' well-being. And you also have operation and maintenance. Now this is taking care of our buildings, getting our students back and forth to school, making sure our schools are safe and that students have access to our buildings. Central services, that's kind of what happens in here, technology. So you can kind of see the categories in how our schools are supported. So as you're looking through this list, what I just showed you, the big groups, this is going to give you all the subgroups that are in those big groups, okay? So at any given time, if you want to see what we invest in our assistant principals, there is an expenditure for that. What does it cost to keep up our grounds? There's an expenditure for that. So as you go through here, this is pretty comprehensive of the areas that support our schools. The next way to look, so I went through all of this, the next way to look at our expenditures is by the type of service. So think about, I said how and where, the area. This is, rather than how the services are delivered, it is what we actually pay for. So if you turn to Appendix F in your report, and it might be helpful if I tell you the page number for these, so page 20. So on page 20, what you're going to see is how we spend, the type of service. So this view shows, rather than where the services are delivered, is what the service is. So again, we talked about salaries, and that's a big portion of where the type of service that's delivered. So as you're going through here, you can see those professional contracted services. That's how the money is spent in all of those different areas, and it's a pretty significant amount of the budget. The operations, that utilities, the water, the sewer, the landscaping, the keeping our buildings clean, that's another portion, and then you have the materials. So as you're going through this list, so what jumps out? I mean, benefits, that's really significant. Now, I'll tell you, let me just clarify for all of you watching, we do not spend that much on our health benefits for the organization. What's included in that are what we refer to as matching benefits. So some of you may not be aware, but as an employer, so you as an employee in your paycheck, you pay into Social Security, you pay into, our school district employees pay into state retirement. So there is a percentage that the school employees pay. The school district matches that. So when we look at Social Security and the retirement benefits that employees pay, we match it. It's about 20% of what we pay in their check. So if an employee, makes $1,000, we pay $200 on top of that to match their benefits that they're paying into to the different areas. So that's what that includes. And, of course, health insurance is included in there as well, because we do provide and support our employees with health insurance. Cleaning services is another area. So as you go through here, you can see electricity, big, outsourcing, employees. We see that as well. You can go through and see there's the salary that jumps out at you. And then tuition to private schools. There's a chunk. So this is how our budget is made up. So just set that table that this is how we spend our money and where we spend our money. And so now I want to get into more of let's talk about some of the approaches that we can take when we're looking at how we look at savings. So, structural savings. This means that it's an ongoing cost to improve the long-term financial stability of this organization. So it's not just a quick fix. So things that would fall under this would be staffing alignment, so position ratios, position counts, organizational structure, implementation through attrition, reassignment, or consolidation, facilities and operational right-sizing. So how our schools are, the size of our schools, the boundaries of our schools, the service areas may be adjusted, lowering reoccurring staff, utility maintenance, and organizational costs by doing some of this right-sizing. Program and service redesign. We talked a little bit about some of the possibilities that will be coming out of our special area, special needs service models. I'm very excited about that. This team has been wonderful at really honing in on how we're servicing our special populations. And then also compensation. I mean, we could not address this issue holistically without looking at that area, because that's where we spend the majority of our money. Then let's talk about just one-time relief, because we can do a balance of the both, structural and one-time, but we have to be thoughtful about how we do that. So temporary solutions, they don't change our ongoing obligations. Using the fund balances, while it may stabilize us for a year, it is not sustainable. Vacancy holds and freezes. Now, that's a temporary savings, and we talk about vacancy savings all the time, and I know that we have been very thoughtful anytime that a position has been vacated in the last few months to really talk about, is that an essential position, and can we put that on hold until we can make some of these long-term decisions. And then delaying the purchasing or the maintenance. Now, you will see in the capital planning what happens when you delay maintenance of a building. That is not a long-term sustainable option to make sure that our schools are safe. And then contracts, we've talked about contract negotiations, we've talked about reducing contracts and how that might work. So this buys some time, but it doesn't solve our underlying imbalance that we're going to be facing next year. Okay, so now we're going to get into some of these details. Okay, budget efficiencies and operations. So since I've started here with the organization in July, one of the things that I have been working with team and operations on is how can we better deliver services to our schools and how can we do it more efficiently? So what you'll see, and if you turn to Appendix G and H, and that's going to give you an idea, and that will be on page 22. So we're going to go over here to page 22, and we're going to look at some of these. So operational efficiency, printing reduction. Now, we are an organization that has one-to-one devices for our children. We also are an organization that have lots of printing and copying expenses. So we're looking at how do we minimize those. I know that our Ed Services team is really working with our instructional coaches to be able to give tools and methods for our teachers to use to be able to minimize the use of paper. So we're gonna work on that, and our estimated savings is here. Now, I'm just gonna say this just to reiterate, these are not decisions that have been made. This is not, the board is here today to hear and look at some of these options, but ultimately at the end of the day, the board will give us direction on how they want us to approach the financial challenges that we face. The shifting field trip funding, so parents pay for field trips. Let's redirect the money that they're paying for field trips to cover the cost of the transportation, basically. School level controls, so one of the things that we practice in this district is if you're a school and you didn't spend your M&O budget last year, okay, we'll roll it into this year. So there has been a consistent rollover in some M&O, and I looked at that. That has a potential of $554,000 in rollover this year from last year's and probably a couple of years prior to accumulation. So we could take the carryover, put it back in the general fund, and then that would minimize the school's ability to spend it. The other thing that we looked at, it just said, so if they have all this carry forward, then that probably means that the budget allocations that they've been receiving is a little bit too much. So let's look at what would that reasonably be to reduce the allocations that they receive moving into the next year. Then these operational cost-saving strategies, these are ideas that we need to research a little bit more. There are stakeholders in the schools that we need to work with because these have some impacts on how the schools operate. So substitute cost, we have a significant amount of sub-costs that we pay every year. What are some strategies that we can use to maybe minimize that cost? Utility efficiencies. We have some opportunities to maybe put some energy saving efficiencies in our schools, in maybe looking at solar, maybe looking at different types of energy management systems, also looking at things like, and I know this isn't very popular, but no refrigerators in your rooms or in your offices, or make sure you're keeping the doors closed, and just things like that that we can do, best practices to conserve energy. Aligning our vendor contracts with, if we're declining in enrollment, make sure that we're reducing those contracts, because some of the contracts are based on enrollment, but also doing renegotiations with our vendors. I know you guys have heard me in the board meetings several times talking about how we negotiate contracts and how we work with our vendors and how we choose whose contracts we use in the different areas of purchasing. And then school work calendars. So this is really an area when we look at how many calendars do we have? 25, 30 different work calendars for different people. And so do we have an opportunity for maybe they don't need to work 250 days. Maybe the work they do can be accomplished in 225. So, but that requires us working with leadership and really assessing the work that's being done on the campuses to determine when they need their staff there, how their staff is working. And so that's some opportunities we have as well. And with the direction of the board, we can move forward with some of these things. Okay, so before I get into the big list of the staffing, because this is the big one, right? These are scenarios. These are not decisions. So please, there are going to, these recommendations impact people's lives. And we want to be very sensitive to that we are not predetermining, we are not placing value or not value. Everyone that works for this organization is valued. We just want to make sure that we have explored all the opportunities and all the options because of the situation that we're in. Okay, so $21 million is a lot of money. And so we can't do this without impacting some of our people. It's just the reality where we are. So I just want to say that this is data. And so board, I'm going to share with you, and then the community has seen this information as well. So the first few are kind of just here's some controls we can put in place, right? So when we look at how much overtime we pay employees, we're really monitoring and watching that this year. We did a shift from giving people comp time to if you work more than 40 hours instead of comp time and banking it, you have to justify the overtime. So we've been able to accomplish some of these savings even within this fiscal year. So the other option is the one-day furlough. So you know there's been other school districts that have been in our similar situation where their overrides have not passed, where they've had to do some adjustments. And so we've kind of looked at some of those and what have other organizations done that have been in our similar situation. Now we hope and we think, fingers crossed, that if we go out for an override next year again, that so some of these things we put in place could be temporary and then they would be recouped for next year. This may be one of those areas, so temporary furlough for 1 year. But if we did one day for all staff, that's what we're looking at, is $1 million. And then performance pay freeze. So there, and this would be for administrators, because teachers get their performance pay from Classroom Site Fund. So, and then again, we're saying, could this be a temporary control? Okay, so here's where we're going to get into some actual positions. So I just want to caveat this with, if you notice the asterisk there, these estimated savings, these do include benefits. So that additional 20%, 30% that I was talking about earlier, so you'll see some of these salaries be a little bit elevated and higher, and that's because we've added the benefit amount to them. So we know aligning our enrollment is, if we only have so many students, we probably don't need as many teachers to teach because we don't have as many students. So that's in alignment with the teaching to the student ratio, and that's keeping the class sizes the same. But that's just adjusting according to where our enrollment is declining. Adjusting our master schedule, optimizing that so that we're focusing on our 4 cores. Staffing reclassification. So we have Classroom Site Fund, and you'll see a little bit where we have a big balance there. So by just reclassifying, we are able to use Classroom Site Fund when it's not administrative, but it's related to instruction. Centralized registration. This is an area that I've really been looking at holistically with our IT department and our registrars, and how that process might look. There are several districts that do have centralized registration, and centralized registration, since so much of our registration now is online, this has been something that other districts have been very successful at. And then again, realigning some funding, looking at opportunities in Classroom Site Fund, what positions could be funded out of Classroom Site Fund that we may be able to transition with the thought that we are losing M&O funding. So we could realign. And then department staffing controls. So I will tell you again, working with the operations staff departments. So when I say operations, this is what I mean. I mean transportation, maintenance, food service, finance team, the operations side, everything that happens outside of the classroom is operations. So in looking at where we have some opportunity, maybe to restructure some of the departments, and also we have vacancies. Again, like I said, we aren't filling vacancies unless they are absolutely critical right now. So there's some opportunity there. Doing some district level organizational changes, there's some opportunity, there's some dollars associated with that. We had a high level cabinet member resign, that's there. Grant alignment, so we have opportunities to transition some of our SRO funding that we're doing in M&O right now over to a grant for our security and safety. Transportation, boundary adjustments. Now, boundary adjustments for transportation can look a lot of different ways and a lot of different efficiencies, and I know that Our Transportation Administration has been looking at some different options. This is another area that we see some of our other districts making a change in, and this is something that's easily kind of adjusted back and forth between the years. So that's just why that is an opportunity that we need to look at. And then consolidating some support models. So maybe sharing some resources across schools, looking at staffing levels based on the type of the enrollment in your school. So we're looking at those as well. So that's the kind of an estimated amount. Okay, this is a lot of information. I'm going to keep going. Okay, so here's where I think we really can have some conversation and opportunities for is generating revenue. Okay, so it shouldn't always be about where we are reducing our supports for our students, reducing our supports for our schools, and minimizing the level of service that we deliver, but where are some of the places where we can interject revenue? Now, of course, this is not going to be the end-all, be-all. I'm not going to be able to generate $21 million in revenue, but it may be able to, I wish I could, wish it could, you know, start some enterprises, but that's not the reality that we're in right now because of the way we deliver services. So, club fees. So right now, our club sponsors for our different clubs on our campuses, they're funded out of M&O. That's where their stipend comes from. If we were to collect club fees, and this, again, anywhere you see a fee or a rate, this is going to require board action. So we present a fee schedule to you every year. You take that fee schedule and you decide where we want to increase fees, where we want to add fees, where we want to remove fees. So that's the type of action that will be required for the fees. So club fees, we would collect a fee from the students to belong to a club. And then that fee would help pay that sponsor's stipend. Facility rental rates. I know we revisit this every year. We have a significant amount of facility rentals that happen in this organization. And so I feel like we can revisit those and possibly maybe, you know, look at comparable other places where people could rent and make sure that we are, you know, being competitive with that. Tax credit expansion. So this is really an area I think we have a lot of opportunity, and it's really engaging our community and showing them the value of this, because if tax credit money is given right back to our employee, or it could be in our employee, we could do an employee drive, we've done that in the past before, but to our community, that's money right back to you from the state. And here's what I'll always say. Okay, you can give your tax, your income tax, your state income tax to the state and let them decide how it's being spent, or you can give it to your school district and know that it's being reinvested in kids. So, you know, what is your preference? And that would be something that I would encourage all of our community to do, to give tax credit, because tax credit money can be used for extracurricular activity, which would in turn help pay those club fees. It also pays for CTE programs. It pays for all kinds of fees for testing. There's a whole myriad of things that tax credit can pay for. I think we have a lot of opportunity there, and I know Danielle and I have talked about what that looks like in a marketing campaign. Community education. So right now our community education provides preschool and after school care, but I know that Danielle and her team are really looking at expanding those opportunities. Danielle, do you want to speak a little bit to that?
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. President Rooks, members of the board, just briefly, you've heard me share about some of these plans in the past, opportunities for enrichment that could be before or after school, also taking advantage of some of those natural breaks in between our academic calendar. This summer, we have some pretty robust programming from our Kids Zone department, but opportunities to expand the programs that exist, add them at additional school sites. There's really a number of school districts that have really solid models. We have all the foundations to begin to expand that programming, and so we are hopeful to bring some of that forward in the near future to the board to share more about that.
Thank you, Danielle. So, and I've seen that very successful at other organizations that I've been a part of, where they are actually contributing back to the district in some ways. So, full-day kindergarten fees. And that's a reality that if we're looking at that override that supported full-day kindergarten, and now that that revenue source goes away, this is potential. And then we've talked about ESA access for our community. So as we know that part of enrollment may be going to students who are collecting ESA dollars. Empowerment scholarship accounts is what they're called. And the state gives money to families to take their children where they would like their educational opportunities to be. Why not make educational opportunities for those students here in our district? What are some of the opportunities that we could create for them? For maybe a homeschool family who they want to homeschool their children, but they also want their students and their children to have other extracurricular activities, maybe. Or maybe they want them to have CTE opportunities. We can offer those things. So we have a team researching, putting that in place. There are a few other districts in the state that have some models in place. I think we can do it very well here. I think we have a lot of things to offer the community, and they may not choose to bring their students to our schools for cores, but there's other things that we could offer to them. So I really am excited about expanding the offerings to our community. I think that we have a lot of opportunities in athletics and in different areas. So the last thing, and this isn't limited because what I don't have on here, which Ms. Bowles very articulately said earlier, was grants, grant opportunities. There are lots of grant opportunities, but that does require a focused, dedicated person to really manage, monitor, write, and things like that. The last thing on here, and this is just one of the things that I talked to my team about, because I asked them, okay, where do we have opportunities? And they said, well, you know, right now, our community can pay with credit card for fees and things. We don't charge them a convenience fee. But guess what? The district pays. There's fees associated with credit cards and processing. So we currently, those fees that the credit card companies charge us for allowing our our community to use. So there's fees associated with that. So I just felt I would be remiss if I didn't add that to opportunities to put some fees. But this again would require governing board action on fee structure. Okay, we're getting there. All right. So we want to talk about where some of the fund balance considerations are. So I know that we've looked at these fund balances in the past. I know that last year the board made a decision that there was a significant amount of fund balance in M&O. It was about $23 million that we carried over into this year. And it was agreed that we would fund salary increases for our staff from the carryover, okay? So, but as you look at this, so it was 23 coming into this year, 5.3 million was used for increases in salaries, and that's not going anywhere, right, unless we make the determination to take money away from employees. So the fund balance will be decreased going into next year. So that's what that 18 reflects. The unrestricted capital carry forward, that also has decreased, going to be decreased going into next year because we've had to use capital for some things like maintaining our buildings, fixing some things in our buildings, some expansion at Lake Pleasant and at Liberty. because we have that growth in our north part of our district. And then classroom site fund carryover. So this is the area that you saw a couple of places in the possible options for consideration. And it really looked at and studied how we could better utilize, I don't say better, but how we can utilize that carry forward, right? Is there some areas that we can shift over to that fund? And then instructional improvement fund, results-based funding, MIPS funding, and indirect costs. So what I'd like to do is just kind of go a little bit into detail. I just want to educate everybody of there are restrictions that go along with each of these and how we can use them. So let's talk about the restrictions. So the use of the fund balances. So M&O we've talked about lots and lots, and that's maintenance and operations, and that's the day-to-day. This is how we pay our employees. This is how we buy supplies, utilities, transportation. So that one's pretty cut and dry. Capital. So let's talk a little bit about capital and this fund balance. So it supports capital-related items, right? So building maintenance, repairs, equipment, vehicles. So if we need to buy some new buses, technology, safety improvements. It also funds construction if we need it to, from just the sheer need of, and because honestly, we haven't passed a bond since 2012. So our buildings are getting older and there's lots of improvements that need to be done. So I would be remiss as your financial steward to not give you this information. So during the budget process, a portion of that unrestricted capital may be transferred to M&O. So, but this is my caution. Once that happens, and this has been done, and I've looked at other districts who've done it, and I've worked at other districts who've done it, here's the caution. Once you do it, and it is embedded in people's salaries, it is hard to move it back. So, if we're doing this, we have to be very careful and very strategic about why it's done and how it's done. So, because it could impair, and we'll see this in our master capital plan, it could prevent us from doing maintenance and infrastructure and technology in the long term. So, but it's an opportunity. Classroom site fund, we kind of talked a little bit about that and what that can fund. So one of the key points to this that I think we could use it for that we are not currently is teacher professional development. So we use it for professional development, like if we bring in a speaker or maybe we buy some materials, but we have staff that provide professional development to our employees. And I've talked to, because we want to make sure we aren't violating any type of statute when we are spending this money. And I have got a couple of experts, auditors, that have said, you can use that for staff who provide professional development as long as in their job descriptions it says they're providing professional development. Okay? And then student support services. This is, you saw the support services, some of our special education population that we can, or that support our special education population. They all fall under this 2100. So are there some opportunities to move some of those expenses into this fund as well? Structural improvement money is very small fund balance, but again, there are opportunities for instructional improvement programs. So both of these two, classroom site fund and instructional improvement, you'll see that assessment and intervention programs. So when we're looking at this and we're talking about how successful our summer programs have been, these are two possible funding sources for our summer school programs, along with, if families want to take summer school just to improve their learning, that we could charge fees for summer school as well. So those are some areas. Results-based funding, I put this in there, just because we have a small balance in there, I think 2 million, but this fund is going away. So it would just be running out the balance of that fund. And I know Dr. Hernandez and I have talked about maybe some opportunities and some ideas that she has about some interventions that we could use this money for. And then MIPS. Our MIPS reimbursement program, we are really taking a hard look at how we're getting reimbursed, making sure we're getting reimbursed for every single possible service that we are delivering to our students. I know Landa has been a champion on this. She has worked with the team that submits these claims and the documentation. It's quite involved, the documentation that is required. But I think that we have the ability to increase this also, and then we can reinvest it back in the program. And then indirect cost, we have a balance in indirect cost primarily because we receive so much ESSER money. And so this is money that is transferred out of federal programs and food service to recover administrative costs. So what you'll see in here, there's some core operational things. Like we have an accountant who's funded out of here. We have a payroll person. We have somebody in HR who's funded out of here. So this is just, there might be a couple other people that we could fund out of here to kind of minimize some of the cost savings that we want to look at. Okay. It's a lot of information. I know that you're all anxious to ask some questions and get some clarification on some of these things. If you could just indulge me for just one more minute, because I really want to talk to you about this path. So here's kind of what the timeline is for this. So integrating your direction is going to be in the next few board meetings, refining it and taking action. You heard Dr. Summers talk about March is kind of a key date. Why is March a key date? Because in March we offer contracts. So we need to make some decisions by March how we're going to implement some of these financial sustainability decisions. And then advanced capital facilities, we have our team ready to share information with you, adopting a final budget in May, June, July. And then here is my commitment to the board and the community as well. Because we know we make these decisions, and here's what I know. You can put some things in place to save money, to do these reductions, to do all of these things. But if we're not watching it, and if we're not monitoring it, how do we know if it's getting done or not? And how do we know that we're on track? So in this situation, we have to make sure we are on track because we cannot overspend our budget. Because I know none of us wants to be in that situation where the state comes and gives us a warning, right? So here's what the regular reports will look like to the board. Budget to actuals, looking at our enrollment trends, the implementation process of whatever guidance and direction you want us to take. And then if there are any financial risk that we have not yet identified, make sure we're bringing them back to you. Because one of the unknowns that's not happening and you don't see anywhere in this presentation, what is the state going to do with our funding? What does that look like? So that's always an unknown. It always makes us all nervous until session starts and we start hearing the kinds of bills that are being thrown around. So monitoring will be very important. Okay, so Dr. Summers, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. Governing Board, I know you have probably a lot that you're thinking about. So President Rooks, I'm not going to belabor this slide at all. I'm just going to hand it back off to you all. And with a quick just note in regards to where we are with time. So that went roughly about 60 minutes. We anticipated about a 2-hour time frame. So if we can stay in that general range, I think that'll still keep us on relative track for our last two items that we have relative to master capital planning and phase one implementation plan. So again, with that, I will just turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers, and thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for the presentation. Mrs. Ewing, I'll start with you for questions or comments.
Great, thank you, President Rooks. First of all, thank you for that detailed presentation, really explaining it very clearly. And I think the biggest important thing is doing this as transparent as possible with our community so they really understands everything we're looking at. If I look at the Appendix J on the revenue strategies, I appreciate you putting down like what would these things require and so forth. But first off, I think it's an obvious answer, but these revenue strategies, that's not going to add up to the $21 million, any of these. I know you don't have like estimated revenue costs, it's to be determined, but your best guess is that's not going to add up to the $21 million.
Yes, President Rooks, Member Ewing, that is correct, but it is opportunities that we can explore.
Correct. And then would you have any, because we're not only looking at $21 million cut that we have to make this year, but if we don't go out for another type of initiative, or like a bond or a override, we're looking at $11 million the following year. So it would probably be your best guess that none of these things are going to generate $11 million.
Yes, President Rooks, Member Ewing, that is correct.
Okay. So one of the things that I'd love to know on some of these categories that you mentioned is that if we were to receive revenue, what bucket, because I know we have different buckets and how we can spend it, does that go into? So for instance, when we look at a facility rental rates, whether an organization is renting part of our facility or whether they're renting the whole facility, what bucket does that go into, and then how can we use those monies?
So thank you, President Rooks and Member Ewing. That's a great question. Those monies go into civic funds, and those civic funds then in turn are used to maintain our buildings. So if people are using our buildings and there's wear and tear on our buildings as a result, but we can take those monies and use it. So again, offsetting some M&O maintenance costs that we could potentially use that revenue instead of M&O.
Okay, but that would come out of capital, right, if it's for buildings, right? Or does it come out of M?
Well, President Ricks, remember if it is buying like a piece of equipment, like replacing an HVAC, yeah, that's capital. But if it is, painting or cleaning, utilities, those type of expenses, those would come out of M&O.
Okay, all right. But a civic fund can't go towards employee pay, staffing, correct?
Well, President Rooks, Member Ewing, it can go towards maybe the janitorial service that we're using to clean the building. It could go towards the night maintenance person. It could go towards the person who's opening up the building. So yes, it can be used for those services.
I'll come back with some other questions, but the other thing is no, that's right. I'll come back with that question later, I think, in your presentation.
Okay, Mrs. Proudfit, questions or comments?
This is kind of the, if we're looking at a glass half full, not passing the M&O is an opportunity to address inefficiencies that exist in every organization. And it is forcing us to take a real close look at every single line item. I will say I know that since the day you came in, you've been an outside-the-box thinker that's looking for ways to generate revenue, that's looking for ways to, and it's not like it's inefficient, it's terrible, but as the times change, we need to change with it, and we need, like you said, make sure that our finances are sustainable and making sure that they're addressing the needs of today. So I think this is a great exercise to do, and I think our community will appreciate it. I don't want to get into the minutia of things that I think can be eliminated because we're not even close to there yet, and I want to hear your recommendations. I did have one question on Schedule E because I don't know what this is, and also I know that it is going to come up. It says governing board, there's a $1.2 million Is that, am I reading that correctly? Yeah, 1 point. I don't, what is that? Have I been missing out on a salary or?
Where's our check?
Yeah, just kidding. I was like, that feels like an easy cut. What is that?
Thank you.
Just for clarification, none of the board members get paid.
Not a
So
cent.
there's no salary. Board members are
In fact,
voluntary.
we pay for our campaign, so, yes.
So, thank you, President Brooks. We're a profit, so there are things that fall under the board purview, like legal, there are some liability insurances, there are elections, there are audits, things that it falls under the governing board's function. I would be more than happy to share with you and the community what exactly falls under the function. So yes, I looked at that and I thought, and actually Dr. Summers and I talked about it, and he's like, oh, that's going to be, because, you know, what does the governing board do? But it's some of the functions, the compliance functions that the board authorizes us. So I'll get you a detailed
Okay,
listing
perfect.
of that.
That would be great, because if I was a community member, I'd be like, what the heck is that? The only other question I had, since you've given us so much information already, actually, I won't even go there, but there's one area that I think that there might be some opportunities for cuts. But the one thing I really want to keep top of mind, that would be my preference as far as direction goes, is, you know, I've talked a lot about, obviously, you know, we've talked a lot about generating revenue with ESAs, because we do live in a choice in education state, and that is not going to change. So we need to figure out a way to work within that system. Is just to be really mindful of the unique value propositions of the public school system. And again, this is, I don't want to get in too micro into this before we make any, have any recommendations. But, you know, there are reasons that parents choose that. There are reasons we have to outsource. There are reasons that parents choose charter or homeschool. And there's also the unique value proposition of what we bring to the table that maybe homeschool doesn't, or that maybe charter school can't. And so I just want to make sure that as we look at cuts, that we really have a firm understanding on what we do better than anyone else, and ensure that we're not cutting things that we can offer that those ways of educating don't, or that we look at recapturing that through offering a fee schedule. So that would be my only request, and I think that's it for questions for now. I know Jeff is just dying to talk.
He's tired of listening to all of us. Yeah, Mrs. Bowles, would you like to give questions and comments now?
Yes, so a couple of things, and hopefully I've got a lot of chicken scratching going on. So monthly updates for the board, and I would actually prefer every time, but whatever works, but for sure at least monthly updates of where we're at in the beginning. I know we've talked about it a little bit, but I want the public to know that we need to know exactly where we are, because the money is so tight, and I think that's a no-brainer. Furlough days, let me start with this. I was in the district when a gamut of teachers were riffed, and we had to figure out some things. And so some of these things we visited then, some were helpful, others were not at all. So I'm grateful, actually, that I've been through this in our district before. And then on top of that, have a little more knowledge of how the funding works than I did then. So furlough days, we did that. And I don't remember how many. I want to say we had more than one, but anyway, I like that idea. The 240 days to 220, or, you know, you gave that example anyway. Yes, yes, and yes, because we can do that. Again, with funding and coming from different places, and I won't get into the weeds with that, but excellent idea. A couple clarifying questions that I have for you or anyone that can answer them. Before and after school programs, I think it was you that mentioned the preschool. First off, do we make money off of our before and after school programs in our schools? Because when I left, Peoria, City of Peoria was getting that money.
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, thank you for lifting that up. So our before and after school programs are handled in partnership with the city of Peoria in our schools that are within the city of Peoria. We run our own before and after school programs in our schools that are in the city of Glendale. We then have summer camps or break camps that we run. The city of Peoria runs some as well, and those are open to anyone that lives within our school district. So both programs are for a fee. They are comparable fees, but the ones within the city of Peoria are run by and administered by the city of Peoria, and we run our own in Glendale.
Have we thought about maybe pulling some in? And that's a big question, I know. First of all, I worked in the City of Peoria summer program. I was very familiar with that. Staffing, all the other things that come, components, but they're using our facilities, right? I don't know if we could relook at some of that and maybe pull some, of that revenue back in, but I didn't, and so thank you for that clarification. I saw civic center and auxiliary. We rent out currently to organizations. I know churches sometimes, do they fit in that category as well?
President Rooks. Member Bowles, yes. So we rent our facilities to a variety of organizations. Youth organizations, maybe they use our gyms, they use our fields. Churches use our facilities. We have a lot of revenue that does come in through our civic centers. Again, those civic center monies can be used then to pay for utilities and things like that, the employees who open and close the buildings and clean the buildings. So, and then auxiliary is a little bit different. Auxiliary is the fees that our kids pay for different things. So they pay auxiliary fees for athletics, they may pay auxiliary fees to take, different courses and fees that they have to pay for those courses. But that's primarily what auxiliary is.
Okay, thank you for that. On page 21, tuition to private schools, is that day schools, does that encompass a lot of SPED population? Is there anything outside of that we're paying for? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Sorry, maybe I should speak that in the microphone. Thank you, President Rooks, Member Bowles. No, that is our private day schools that we tuition our special needs students out to.
Okay, and then I just have one, I think I only have one more. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I only have one more comment that I want to make. As far as ESA, and I know Ms. Profit has said this numerous times, that we have the largest population in the state that are choosing ESA. I will say on the flip side of that, if you don't know this, and maybe they've changed, I'll put that there first, but WestMec does not, if you don't know, if you live in Peoria, you're paying for WestMec. That's the only way I know how to say that. It should be opportunity to every student in our district, and I'll leave that alone because it's not. But WestMec does not give the scholarship monies that I pay as a taxpayer. Let me put it in a scenario. If I was homeschooling my children, I would be included or could be included in the WestMec programs and it be paid for if my child was still in high school. If I was ESA and had my children at home and was getting paid, I guess, a little bit of money to have them at home, you're not included in that ratio. So while I guess I just want that information out there, that I'm still paying for WestMec, but if I choose ESA, my child's out. I have to choose one or the other. I have to either put them in school, and it really, to be fair, in the beginning, that's how it was written. That's why we didn't have ESA then. So just to make the public aware that is, we just passed a lot of money for WestMec, and I want to make sure that our students get the most benefits out of my taxpayer dollar. So just putting that out there.
President Rooks, thank you. Member Bowles, thank you for bringing up a few of those questions. There's just a couple of next level responses I'd like to build off of your line of questioning. So when you first asked or made mention of the furlough day, and then in addition to that, workday calendar reduction, I just want to be very clear. When we are contemplating that type of an action, that is a tangible impact to pay for every employee. When we talk about a furlough day, that essentially is a day of no work. So we have to, A, identify on our school calendar that has been approved, where is that day going to come from? It can't typically come from an instructional day, right? So that's just one aspect of that plan that we need to name. And then I want to also illustrate, when we talk about a work calendar modification, that also represents a tangible decrease in employee pay for those relative individuals who are identified for whatever that modification may be. So it will depend on what employee group or groups we would be looking at and what that relative pay reduction is. So I think conceptually it's one thing. I think the hard reality and truth of that is we're talking about reducing people's pay. So I wanted to lift that piece up. The second part is when you asked about placements and different program options that are outside of the district. What we are specifically talking about there is the number of students who are out of the district, placed out of district as a function of their IEP, and the services that are corresponding to each individual on average. Well, let me say it a different way. I believe the minimum amount of dollars that requires is roughly $70,000 per student. And the last time I think we had this conversation was about 245, thank you so much. Oh, excuse me, 225, and I think the total dollar amount that we're looking at there is approximately $12 million. Now, that said, we can't just all of a sudden say to any of our students or families in that particular situation, okay, we're just going to bring you back in-house unless and until we have a program that can actually make sure that is meeting all of those needs. You will hear in a little bit later that there's opportunity for us to pursue that. I don't know that that opportunity, well, I will tell you right now, that opportunity is not available all at once and right out of the gate as early as next year. So I just want to illustrate that additional point. I think there was one other point. And I appreciate that we're having a lot of this conversation about ESA ways of recapturing potentially some of those funds. I think the other thing we have to be very clear about and intentional to manage is when we are in a situation where we want to extend opportunities or options, that does not necessarily displace any of our current students that are accessing programs and opportunities that we already have. So I just want to be clear, we have to draw that line somewhere. So where do we have space available, and where we can afford to incorporate additional programming options, I think we absolutely should look at that, but we do have to make sure that we're being intentional about how that type of shift in programming also has impact to the students that are already in our sites and at our different programs. So those were the three things I just wanted to respond to, because what you guys are doing right now is exactly where we've been the last several weeks. And every single decision ends up having some implications to, well, what's the tangible outcome that represents besides just the dollar savings that we're trying to identify in order to balance a budget?
Thank you for that. So I'm going to end with this by saying several of us in the last couple of weeks have had conversations with prior board members, and all of which have said we should have started this years ago. So I'm going to say we are up for the challenge, but this should have been done years ago. And so while I'm not going to blame, it really isn't all the people in the room, and including teachers and students and parents. So I just have to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Toby, you finally get a chance to speak. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, nothing for me. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez, for this. I do agree with Mrs. Bowles about the dashboard type report to kind of keep us on pace as what exactly we're looking at, making sure that we're not missing anything. I do want to say that we're talking about very different issues here at the same time. We're talking about, in our next agenda item, facility master planning. school consolidation, stuff like that, which is totally separate than what we're talking about as far as the finances and the M&O. But I do think that both we have to tackle. And so some of the ideas that I was jotting down as you were presenting, page 10, under that classification breakdown for Appendix B, under certified, like there's a related services at $3 million, and then under classified, there's a classified other for 2.3 million. It would just help me understand better what exactly positions we're talking about if they're not under a related services or other category. Like if we want to be very specific, I just need more details, if that is possible. And then a question related to that, are these all filled currently, or are they what we have allotted, including vacancies?
Thank you, President Rooks. Member Toby, so to answer both of your questions, so related services, when you see that, that's typically a special education related service, okay? And then as far as are there vacancies in here, yes, there are a few vacancies, but only vacancies that we will probably be bringing to the board if we can find a staff member. There have been some vacancies that we have just acknowledged, and you see that in some of that efficiency in departments that we probably won't be asking you to fill, because we have determined within our departments and the way we do our work that we can shift and adjust a little bit with those. But yes, there are vacancies in here.
Thank you. And looking at some of the appendix recommendations, I mean, I understand that we're talking about tangible dollars and we're talking about people and positions, but I mean, we have to cut $21 million at the end of the day. And just doing some quick public education math, the total recommendations are 16.9 million, which is not even close to where we're needing to go. So it's going to hurt. And, you know, apologies ahead of time, like we have to make these tough decisions, but it's going to hurt. And I totally sympathize with what you're saying, Dr. Summers, and to everybody that this is going to affect ultimately. But, you know, we have a deadline of really March, right? To really kind of give people a fair understanding of what the landscape looks like for the next year. One of the ways that I was jotting down as far as growth goes, and maybe Mrs. Airy, this would coincide with your community education component. Maybe it coincides with our K-5 literacy component that we're doing in-house, but I know other school districts that are also required to have that literacy endorsement by 2028 may not have their own program. Maybe that's another revenue stream that we charge other educators to come and take our program to fill that need. Not that I also want to create a 13th grade or a 14th grade, but how would that impact our schools if we were to offer more of a college level program, not necessarily a Peoria college per se, but instead of shipping our students to community college or the universities right away, there's a lot of kids that want to stay, you know, they want to get the credits at the least cost possible, right? So is there a way that we can offer that on our campuses? I don't think that would even touch our ADM at all, but that would be another way that we could get maybe a revenue stream that way to offer some of those programmings. Even if we were to just facilitate an online program that's already in existence that aligns with the College Board of Education, something like that. Maybe we can start exploring that as well. Obviously, that would take some time later on down the road. And then the utilities, you mentioned electricity. I know some of our campuses have the solar panel coverage. Is that very efficient? Have we found that to be beneficial, or does the ongoing maintenance with that overtake the actual implementation if we were to do that on a larger scale to reduce our $6 million a year cost for electricity?
So thank you, President Rooks. Member Toby, we do get reports. We have a company that tracks that for us, that looks at what would our energy costs have been if we hadn't had those in place, because we own them. It's our electricity. We don't have to buy it from APS or SRP. So there is savings that is involved in that, but it does take an investment up front. So we have to, you know, install the equipment. So there's, you know, we are looking at opportunities always. So we're having some research done in that area to see what we might be able to bring to the board as a recommendation for that.
Yeah, that's a great, I'd like to look at that too. And then touching on MIPS for a moment, I understand that we are now, at least probably in the next couple of weeks, starting to collect on some Medicaid reimbursable transportation costs. So I'm glad to hear that we're trying to find ways to get reimbursed for the services we provide for those eligible services that we can get money back for. Do you have any idea what we would estimate that MIPS could help bring back into our district?
Yes, thank you, President Rooks, Member Toby. Yes, I believe that we're looking at least a minimum of 200,000 this first year. We do transport a lot of our special needs students that do qualify for that. So again, Landa and her team have been working with Mr. Sims and transportation to make sure that we are getting every single eligible dollar that we're entitled to for reimbursement. So we will be bringing those reports back as well. That will be part of the follow-up. Here's some of the things we've implemented, and here's some of the results of those implementations.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. And then I'll probably save this for the master planning one. Maybe Mrs. Airy, I know that we were talking about the tax credit to schools. Do we do anything as far as helping the community fill out? Because I mean, we have the state Arizona Form 322, but it requires some very specific information. I don't know if we are allowed to pre-fill a lot of these forms and post them publicly on our website, so that way, you know, if I wanted to donate the maximum of $400, I could just download it, put my info on it. It's already pre-filled. You know what I'm saying?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, thank you for that question. I think I'd have to do a little bit more research into the specifics of how much of that we can complete for someone in advance. We obviously always share with those in our community that we cannot provide tax advice and that they would need to seek the consultation of a tax advisor for any really specific questions. We mostly do a lot of general education relative to what are the areas where a tax credit may apply, what are the limitations, those types of things. But as far as pre-filling something, I think I'd need to look into that a little bit more.
And I guess mainly, thank you for that, is our public school name easy, but our tax ID number, our CTSD number, all those things that don't really have any bearing on tax advice, maybe if we just provide that out there on a pre-filled form, and then they are responsible for filling the rest of the form. I would rather just make something ABC simple for our community to make it as easy as possible to get that money, right?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, I believe, and I will double check it and report back in a Friday report, but I believe if you complete it online, that much of that is done for you, but I will verify and let the board know.
All right, thank you for that. And then as far as the credit card processing fees, do we have an estimate on what we've paid the last year on our processing fees and what we could potentially recoup with that regard?
Thank you, President Rooks, Member Toby. I do not have that exact dollar amount with me this evening, or this afternoon. But
there's no windows in here.
But I will. That will be part of the follow-up information that I will provide to the board.
I'm looking forward to that too.
Oh, he's going to follow up with that. Dr. Summers, not.
Thank you, President Rooks. Mr. Toby, was that the bulk of your questions, or was there one more?
I have one more.
Yeah, please go. And then I have just one more next level piece that I'd like to throw in.
Well, in preparation, just to separate these two conversations, as I said, I'll probably ask for this later this evening, but I just want to prep everybody that, like, we're talking about our staff, we're talking about these costs, whatnot. And I think it'd be important, President Rooks, I'm sure the board would be in support, to have these board-led listening sessions to be able to get this feedback, so that way we can make the best informed decision as far as what these need to be and what we need to be looking at. So hypothetically, for the next few weeks, right? So.
President Rooks, if I may, I will use that final question to just amplify from a directional perspective. And I don't mean to be pushy by any means here, but I will be super transparent again, because that's what we're committing to. We were very hesitant to frame today's session as here's our recommended list, and we needed a starting point. So what you see specifically through all the appendices, we have a starting point. Obviously, the most impactful from a staffing and a people perspective is Appendix I, and it's that staffing alignment and service model, which we are happy to go into a little bit more detail. I shouldn't say happy, that's kind of a bad way to frame it. We know that there's more explanation needed for each of these items. And so one of the things that we are looking for from you all tonight is, I think I can't say tonight, either today or through this process, is there anything on this list that you look at and say, yeah, don't touch that right now? Or the starting point is what it is, and we want you to continue to pursue what that would look like, and we want you to demonstrate with more detail what does that actually mean in implementation terms. And I'll give you a small example that we can tee Dr. Hernandez to speak up to a little bit more of, which is that master schedule optimization. That's one example of what we know will inevitably have an impact on our total staffing amount. The other list that I think is worth drawing our attention back to is that override supported programs list, because there are multiple funding programs, positions, and people that are on that list as well. So I think that's kind of what we need from all of you, is just a nod like, yes, keep going with this, or as you're going with this, know that there's certain things here that we're giving you some caution or some guardrails on. And President Ricks, I don't mean to take any question away from you on that, but that's my next level push that I think we really do need from you before we wrap up with this particular item. And if it's helpful to have the master schedule conversation a little bit as one example of that right now, I think Dr. Hernandez is ready to go.
Okay. Well, you won't take the questions from me, I promise.
Okay,
Because I'll
perfect.
go fast. I was scribbling too. And then I also just wanted to give a recognition to past governing board member Monica Martinez is here in the audience, so I just wanted to recognize her. I know that they've done that in the past, so I'm still learning. Okay. And we did have a previous superintendent in here as well. I don't see her anymore, Linda Powlett-Thompson. She is still back there? Okay, so, oh, she's coming back later. So I just wanted to recognize those two members in our audience, so. The Medicaid that you mentioned, the MIPS, I saw on the slide, and I don't remember which one, but it stated that for salaries. So I just didn't know, are we looking at salaries for, I'm looking to Landa, psychologists when they're doing those services, and our physical therapists, speech therapists? I don't know if that's something that we're going to look at too.
So thank you, President Rooks. So we have some guidelines. So people who are, and this doesn't make any sense to me, but this is how this works. If you are submitting claims, if you are getting reimbursed for the work you're doing, I can't pay your salary. So, but other opportunities, other areas where we may be providing special ed services, but they don't qualify for reimbursement, we can pay their salaries. So there's kind of an offset, or if there's materials that are needed or equipment that is needed for our special need population, we can use those as well. So it is a fine balance, but I have found ways where we can utilize that for salaries for delivery of services.
Okay. I thought I saw it on the Medicaid
Yes,
page,
you
so-
did.
Oh, okay.
You were
did.
correct.
All right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing
It's
things with my
eligible.
eyes. Okay. Thank you for that answer. Appreciate it. Appendix B, we have administrator, it has FTE 10.7, and then director. I guess, I know Jeff asked about the related services and classified others, so I guess just more information on what those positions are. What is their daily interactions with students? Because that's what I'm looking at, trying to answer your question at the same time. What are our positions on here that interact with our students daily? That's my biggest thing that I'm looking at, so that those students are not, their learning is not interrupted. Sorry, I looked at Hernandez there. So if later on, what are those positions? Where are they at? What are their duties? Another one is transportation spending. I don't know, I've heard just when we have football games, baseball games, there's times where they utilize not our school buses, but other ones. So I just didn't know what is the spending around that, if you can provide that too. Let me look here.
President Ricks, can I use that as one more jumping off point?
Yes, well, I can, yes.
With respect to you'll notice back on Appendix I, that transportation boundary adjustment. What we're talking about there is expanding the walk radius. So in addition to what you just described and what I can speak to at a very high level, because I just had this conversation with Mr. Sims, ironically at one of the state championship games, is that we have not been utilizing chartered buses frequently at all compared to what we've done in the past. So I think there's a marked difference there that we are pleased to report that as an efficiency. That said, in that transportation category, if we were to pursue a modification to the walk radius, that would require a policy adjustment. And it would likely require deeper conversation, and we're prepared to provide that. So if that is one of those items that you want us to pursue, I also know that that has a tangent, and I'm looking at Mr. Toby saying not so much, right? But that's an example of how much time or effort do you want us to put in those types of things? And that's why I come back to that list as one of those higher ticket items, if you will. So I didn't mean to stop you there, but when we talk about transportation as a funding stream as a whole, I'll just throw one more idea out on the table, again, in the spirit of transparency. And every time I bring this up, everybody looks at me like I'm crazy because I come from a state where transportation fees were the norm. We don't charge transportation fees. We also receive funding from the state for transportation fees. But any fee increase, as you also know, it represents an ask or an expectation of families. So any fee modification, and we touched very briefly on athletic fees, but a transportation fee, for example, if we were to contemplate it, or we just don't, is an example of an increased cost to families that would offset the expenditure amount that we currently allocate. So that, again, is just another, I know that's not all you were asking for, ma'am, but it's truly how this process is very live, if you will, and it gets very difficult, very messy, if you will. So thank you for letting me just speak to a couple of those pieces.
No, absolutely. This is what we're here to do, is
absolutely.
we're discussing everything, like everything on the table. So I appreciate it. My other, just looking into on here, I believe it's page 15, there's classified office staff. I know that we have 330, so I know that our office staff does a lot of work during the school day. So I just wanted to see how many are at each school level. If you could, just so I can, I'm just trying to brainstorm here.
Thank you, President Rooks. And if I may expand on that
Yes.
a little bit, we are looking at staffing models at our schools. How many front office staff do we need? How many assistant principals do we need? What does the maintenance support look like? All of those things we are currently looking into and adjusting it possibly based on the size of the school. So that's a very good question, and we will bring back those models
Okay.
for you to review.
All right, I'm trying to go fast. I know she's always on me when.
And if I could echo one more piece to that, at this point in time, we are not necessarily proposing an increase to class size based on our typical assumptions. Now, what makes that very challenging, and while this is a different conversation from the conversation we're going to have following master capital planning, is we still have schools that may not be at an enrollment number that allows us the same threshold. So it's not a perfect science, so to speak. No misinterpretation on the content of science. It is just one of those things that we're looking at right now, not contemplating an initial increase. And yet the attrition that we talked about is really directly a function of any staffing decrease that may be wrapped up into an enrollment decline. And that's something we can share more in detail with you. We should. And I think that's something that will give you a very good understanding of what, in addition to outside the classroom staffing, so Mrs. Ricks, it goes right back to what you said earlier, those individuals that may be working to provide instructional or daily learning support compared to folks that may be the next rung of support at a school campus. So it's really being clear about the differences between those assignments and what that ultimate ripple effect might be.
Yes, yeah, no, I appreciate it. So the other couple areas looking at, I saw on the same page that Mrs. Pralfit saw our governing board expenses. I would like also a breakdown of that. But I saw there's a lobbying on there as well. I know it's a smaller dollar amount, but I just would like to know what that is for lobbying. It just says lobbying, 27,000. That's on page 18. And then there's also the Office of the Principal, 9.9 million. So I just want to clarify what that breakdown is. And then I know there's employee outsourcing services. So just what does that look like? Because that one's a pretty high dollar amount as well, 4.3. I know we've brought up landscaping services at 1.9. So Ms. Rodriguez, you mentioned, renegotiating. So maybe looking at renegotiating with our landscaping service. I see there's other professional services on here for 5.3. I just kind of want to know what services are they? Are they really truly getting to the classroom and to the student? Like, that's just what I'm looking for on there. The other part is I've had a couple of teachers who, Dr. Summers, I reached out to you about this, I think yesterday or the day before, of teachers that were here in 2018, 2019. There was some talk of a 10% increase in salary. And I guess it was voted down. So I just didn't know if that was in clarification, why that was, if that was what happened. But then looking at, if we are going to be looking at everything on the table, how are we going to, what I don't want to see is that compression issue where we've had teachers who've been here for many years cutting their pay when they haven't, when they're not making as much as like new teachers coming on, if that makes sense. I know I kind of touched on that a little bit, so I'd like to dive deep into that as well, just to see what that looks like, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure I'm explaining it the right way. The other part is I just pulled up like our vouchers that we have. So we have vouchers on every governing board agenda. I know Clerk Toby, you've mentioned this before, in other school districts in different states, they have their budget items, like their actual invoices on their district website. So I only bring this up because I know on Facebook, posts from the community, the taxpayers, they're just always saying, where does the money go? They don't know to go looking for the vouchers on our board agendas. They're really hard to find on the consent agenda. So I just don't know if there is some way of, even just like what we just had here, of putting that on our district website. Just so that when we're talking about the voters in the community and getting them to understand like where the money is, I just don't know if that was a great idea that you came up with in different states, that they have that up there. So that's just another.
Yes, President
rod.
Brooks, that is definitely something that we're looking at, and how do we display that, and how do we inform you, and how to maybe better in those reports, those voucher reports, maybe they look a little bit different than what you're currently getting to make more sense for the community, because it's numbers. We would have to decipher the account codes for everybody and give everybody an account code book. Maybe we can make it a little bit more understandable.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. All right, so I guess the carry forward amount, maybe if we could look at what are other school districts, where are they at in their carry forward? How much money do they have, so that we can compare if we are too much over and that we can use a little portion of it. Like, I just kind of want to brainstorm on that end and see what they're doing. Another part is, I've asked for this before, I think other board members have mentioned it in the past, but I would like to see what it would be to sell the DAC building. How much it would be, where reallocation of employees would go, and then that sell, where could it be used in a funding source? Because when we're talking about, we're putting everything on the table, that's something that goes on the table. I need to see all the different plans that we can have, and I know it would seek community voting for that. So I just wonder if the community who is not really in support of, bonds and M&Os, if they saw that we did such a drastic thing like that, I'm trying to brainstorm to see what they would approve of, I guess.
Thank you, President Rooks. We can definitely bring that information. We have done appraisals of our schools in our building here.
Okay, thank you. I know you mentioned grants, so I don't know if there's anything for grants for even school nurses. I know that in just my mindset, having a school nurse on every campus it just stands out more to me because that is someone who is there daily with the students. We have a lot of students who are diabetic. We have a lot of students who take medications that can't be given by somebody just in the front office. So while I understand that, I understand your team that you have and curriculum coaches, and but my mindset goes to, again, on that campus, who is with the students every single day. And I would, if we are sharing nurses between campuses and something happens to a student because a nurse wasn't there, because we kept more employees at the district level per se, even though they're going out to each school to help, that would just be on my conscience. And so I just kind of want to see what that would look like if there is any grants for school nurses, state, federal level. The other thing I noticed on the voucher reports, so I would like to see how many we have. There's Arizona School Administrators, Inc. Association, I'm guessing, and there's another Arizona School Personnel Admin Association. Those are just the two that I just quickly found on the voucher report. So I want to know how many association fees we are paying for. Because again, do we pay for an association fee or do we pay for a school nurse? I know that the amount does not, when we're talking about how much money we're spending, but like, that's going to show the voters, we're willing to give up that to pay for the school nurse. We're willing to give up that to pay for that teacher in the classroom. Like, that's what I'm trying to get to is the voters, they want to see that we are looking towards what is supporting that student at that campus and not all the, like lobbying, no lobbying. We need to make sure that those kids have everybody on that campus that they need to get an education. And I don't see that as lobbying as a necessity for students. So that's kind of my direction. I would love to see some maybe 2, 3, or 4 proposals of what those would look like, of what is a necessity for the students at those schools and what is a perk. That's kind of what I'm looking at. And I feel like association fees, right now, that is not a necessity. When you're, as a mom and as a family of 4, when we're setting our budget, there's necessities and there's perks. Perks is going out to eat as a family of 4. That's very expensive. So you have to look at what is a necessity. I just cannot support all these little extra things when we're talking about cutting nurses. Like, I know we're not talking about it, but that's what everybody's been reaching out about to the board. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at everything on these vouchers and really looking at, does this really support our students in the classroom every day that they are interacting with that person? So I wanted to give you a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that direction. And yes, we can definitely come back with the 2 or 3 proposals and give you the options of this is direct impact to students, this is support services, and then service levels. I mean, so you mentioned landscaping, for an example. So we can reduce the amount of landscaping, but that will mean that our schools won't look as pretty as they do. And, is that an important priority for the board? So we can bring things like that back to you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
President Rooks, I just have one question, and
Yes.
it should be really fast.
Of course.
I forget what page it's on because I've flipped around so much, but on one of this, and I think it's something that we're not going to have on there for next year because you sent us information about this. The GCC Preschool Learning Lab, it's on page 14, we have an instructional assistant and teacher in there, and I thought that it was my understanding that was going away. So I know that this is probably a budget for this year, but just wanted to make note of that.
President Ricks, Ms. Ewing, I'd like Ms. Erie to just briefly update you on that particular line.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, yes, that is the note that you had in last week's Friday report regarding a movement of that preschool from the campus where it is located to a new campus. And so we have been working with the staff that is comprised in that line item on, we have other opportunities that we can work with our staff members on taking within the district.
Okay, so that particular, those particular positions right now, those individuals are going to maybe other openings that we have or that type of thing. Is that correct?
We will work with them on placement based on available openings.
Okay, all right. So then so for next year when we're thinking about staffing, we wouldn't have an individual, those for GCC. Okay, just wanted to make note of that. Thank you.
So I just have, sorry, I was going through all my pages to make sure I didn't miss anything. Just the page 17, attendance services, there's 2.3. If you could just also break down whatever that is. I just didn't know what that category, that one. And then on page 19, there says social work services. So I just didn't know what that part is, if that's covered under the grant that they're currently under, or if it's something else. I think that was the only ones that I missed for the highlights I had on my page.
President Rooks, we didn't, this is helpful because we can produce a many-page report that every dollar amount you see there is able to be broken down further. So it might be better, at the same time, we want to be conscious that that's a lot of detail. So we don't want for you all to necessarily be so mired in that it doesn't all add up, but this is a great next step that we can follow up on. And if I may, because I really would like Dr. Hernandez to speak to that master schedule optimization, only because I know we are going to get questions about that, because I don't think we've really outlined exactly what that means. So
absolutely,
okay.
yes.
And I know she's ready.
She's ready. Go ahead, Dr. Hernandez.
Thank you, President Rooks. So in that particular line item, it's described as master schedule redesigned to optimize instructional minutes for our 4 core subject areas. So what this really boils down to is how we do our master scheduling for our schools. So how students move throughout their day, how many minutes they have for each subject area. So I want to talk a little bit about the why behind the work, the how this work happens, and then where we are from an implementation standpoint. So I'm going to high level summarize what's great. What's been really a 2-year study on our master scheduling here in Peoria Unified. So from the 1990s, we have maintained an impact to our 6-day rotation, which came from what was known as the equity standards back in the day. And so essentially the goal here was to ensure that the same experience for all students occurred regardless of which school they attended, specific to the specials offerings each school had. Additionally, when the standards for scheduling were established in the 90s, all of our schools at the elementary level were roughly the same size. And so you could apply a standard single set based on the equity standards to determine what specials looked like. I want to fast forward now to the 22-23 school year, and we've spent a lot of time talking about move on when reading specific to literacy. And at any one of our schools, a student could receive somewhere between 60 and 90 minutes of reading instruction, depending on which school your child attended. Now, if I'm a parent, I probably have an opinion about where I want my child, which school I want to have the most minutes of reading. But because of the standards in the 6-day rotation and how our schools were trying really hard to implement a model for scheduling that is very outdated as a one-size-fits-all, we began borrowing minutes from here and there, and schedules started to look flexible and started to massage to be able to make this work to honor those equity standards. So I want to share some of the feedback that ADE gave us on our move on and reading schedules. Essentially, they referenced us as to whether we were unclear about the difference between Tier 3 and special education. In our industry, that's a pretty clear indicator that we needed to get it together. The schedules that we were submitting to the state to review how we were supporting our required move on when reading was so unclear to them, they asked us essentially, do you know what you're doing? And so at that point, we started really digging into what is the scheduling challenge here? Because when our schools submit their master schedules, we see them and they balance the minutes and they have the things, and we're working around that 6-day rotation. But when we submit to ADE, they're saying you're missing these elements and we need to fix those. So we started doing some immediate work based on ADE's red line feedback to our plans. In 23-24, we still had to go through multiple iterations of our schedules so that they reflected the expectations of state law and ADE's guidelines. In 24-25, only 7 of our 34 elementaries made it on the first pass through. And so at that time, the group of leaders who have been working on this master scheduling piece really put it into high gear. So about a year ago, we really got into a place where we could identify what are the scheduling requirements and what are the areas that are holding us back from being able to be successful with this, and the support we needed to provide our principals to be able to meet the expectations that ADE had for us. And so what we've learned is that with that 6-day rotation, it has forced us into having to sacrifice some of the minutes for our core instruction for math, ELA, science, and social studies. And you recall social studies is one of our strategies to support growing our literacy numbers. So we really had to look at what is the variability of school size, and then what is the efficiency of our staffing areas. So one of the things that ADE shared with us is that we needed to be really clear on the core reading minutes being allocated on every child's schedule. So with that in place, we need to set a number of minutes that every child in our district will get. They needed us to be really clear. What's your core reading program? So with the way our schedules were coming across to them, they couldn't tell. And so that's pretty critical work. So that work has been in place and getting ready to go. But it is a pretty big lead out to change every master schedule for 34 schools. In addition, trying to maintain, we want every child to have access to every possible special they could need to have. But in reality, we are accountable for the 4 cores. That is our label. Those are our letter grades that we talked about. And we need to ensure that we are allocating the appropriate amount of minutes to support our students to be successful readers, writers, mathematicians, scientists, and historians. And for those pieces to be in place, we need to make some pretty significant adjustments. So that's the why behind this work. The how it's changing and what it looks like is that we've created a master schedule that has a standard amount of time in it. We've eliminated the restrictive 6-day rotation to the extent possible. Now, we have some schools that are large enough that have the capacity to still meet the minutes required as long as they can provide those specials in that 6-day rotation as well. And we've also matched the standards to the size of the school, and I'll tell you about those breakdowns here in just a minute. But this has created efficiencies in scheduling for our special staff, and it promotes providing a meaningful opportunity for children to engage in band, art, music, choir, PE, and TLC. Meaningful being the key word there. So not just that you get to have all these different electives, but they need to be meaningful opportunities that make use of those instructional minutes in the best way possible. So with that, here's where we are. We built a principal advisory group, and we had this group of principals come and join us and take a first cut at these different looking schedules. So essentially, we have a model for schools that are less than 500 students, a model that's representative of 600 to 750 students, and then a model for our elementaries that are 900 and plus. And so with that, we had the principals look at these different schedules. We gave them mock schedules. We had them go through with us and look at the different areas. And one of the priority areas that comes from a standardized master schedule is the ability to have common prep time during the day. This promotes that collaboration opportunity. So when we run on a standardized schedule that says every child will have this number of minutes within this 10-minute range for reading, math, science, social studies, and their electives, it promotes having those teachers be able to work together to have that collaboration time during the school day. So that's one of the most important pieces in there. So the principals that joined us for this endeavor, we gave them the schedules and had them go back to their sites and try it on. So most of them have this really impressive whiteboard that has magnets on it, and they slide them around. It's very complex, and I see the principals out there saying, yes, indeed, very complex. But we had them take it back, try it, and then come back to us with feedback. And so what we learned is that we can't be as completely rigid as I would like us to be, but we need to have two different models that are reflective. For example, the 600 to 750 group, two models you can choose from. I can live with that. We can manage that, and we can ensure that when we submit our schedules to ADE for Move On Reading Improvement, then it's very clear and we know exactly what we're looking at, and we would expect to see the same blocks filled in the same way. So we do acknowledge that with the model with the 6-day rotation that our principals have used, so when they were rotating the staff and the specials, some of them would have extra prep times. And most principals do a really great job. Every adult on campus is busy. And so they would allocate that person to maybe do a lunch duty or do sub coverage. When we move to a standardized model, intentionally, we move away from having excess prep times. So we're working with our principal group to say, okay, so how do we backfill those duties? How do we make sure that we have enough staff to cover lunch duty and sub coverage as we need it? And those are really important aspects of ensuring that this model will work. And so that's the part that our principals are helping us work through. The next step that we'll have is that we will be publishing the business rules and the guidelines for our principals to be able to do this scheduling work. So this is the minimum number of minutes of reading on any campus can only be 75. If you can fit in more and get 15, you can go to 90, great. But we aren't going to compromise the other core areas or the specials pieces to be able to get there. So that's that flexibility piece within those three different models. So our next steps beyond that will be to offer our principals and our leaders the abilities to have lab sessions with us, training opportunities. The lab sessions allow them, they can come in, bring their schedule, sit right next to staff and reorganize and move things around so that we can be able to ensure that we're ready to go with schedules that work with students. So we still have one more round of principal feedback to get. Will they give us this? So we went back and I tried this and I moved this around. How could this work? And so we have one more round of that before we start establishing those business rules and move that forward. So that's where the cost savings that you see on the master schedule optimization comes from, is when we move to a standardized schedule and we have all the specials into one block, we do not need as many teachers to fill because we aren't doing the 6-day rotation, those required equity standards anymore. Outside the larger schools where they have the capacity and the number of sections to be able to accommodate that number of specials, but for the most part, we're going to remove that restriction, which means that the number of specials we need to offer will be slightly less.
Okay, yeah, the button wasn't working. The button's not working. I think Jeff's is off too. I was going to go to board members. Do you have any questions or comments on this with her, Dr. Hernandez, Mrs. Ewing?
I told him that happens in the paranormal.
So I just wanted to make sure I understood this correctly because I thought it was explained to me a little bit differently. You, at the very end, made the statement that it will not require as many specials teachers, but it doesn't mean that, like, in some of those schools that have the 600 to 750 students, that they, like, for instance, won't have art. They would still have, there's still for the K through 8, it's still art, special education, music. They would still.
Special education is not an elective course.
I'm not, sorry, special.
Sure.
I don't know where I got special education. Specials is that I meant to leave it at specials, sorry. Oh boy. So they'll still have the option of those three things, the arts, music.
Band, art, music and choir, PE, and TLC.
Okay, because the way that you said it this afternoon, it sounded like you were saying that they might have limited number of access to all of those specials, but it's just, just wanted to make sure that that clarification was made, that it's a reduction of teachers, but it's not a reduction of kids having access to be able to take those classes. They just won't have them as often.
As on some campuses, on the smaller campuses, they will have a fewer number they will be able to offer because they have fewer sections. So in that rotation, the music and the choir may blend into one course, as opposed to having music over here and choir over here, band over here, right? As that rotation was working with the 6 different.
Okay, great, thank you.
I don't have any questions. I know this is one of those things when we talk about lessening frequency of specials, that it's one of those, oh. But what you're saying makes a lot of sense. And again, like going back to what President Rook says, we have to be mindful of maintaining as much of that as we can, because those things are vitally important for a variety of reasons. However, the necessity, the nuts and bolts of what we're doing is educating scholars. And so we have to, those things play into it. But I appreciate the care that you've given to this schedule with the efficiency and also maintaining as much offering of specials depending on school size as possible, because it's still compared, you know, if you compare to our competition, we still offer way more specials than a charter school would, or than is allowable at some of these other schools. So I think we're still in good territory. It's a really good solution.
Mrs. Prophet, that's correct. And it still promotes the opportunity for our students to excel, achieving those art seals that we're so proud of at our high school level, but it does right size at the elementary level.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for that. Knowing that art and music in particular is just so vital for mental health, and many of the students for sure that I worked with, and an outlet that all of us need, and we need them to get better at their talent. Ultimately, we are an education institution, and to put it point blank, if they can't read, they're not going to be able to read music, and they're not going to be able to, you know, even have a job for, you know, using music. So I do appreciate, again, the thinking outside the box, and I hope that our constituents and teachers and students know that, you know, we're going to think outside the box. And as Dr. Hernandez just was explaining to Ms. Prophet, or I think it was Ms. Prophet, that we might have to back away a little bit. That doesn't mean we're going to back away forever, and that doesn't mean, you know, I'll throw a wrench in the fire in all of this. We know that very likely states are going to get control over education more than we've ever had with this administration. And we also know with the shutting down of the Department of Education that those monies will come into the states. So it's not gloom and doom, and this is where we go, and this is where we're going to stay. I just have to say again, I'm so proud of the fact that our cabinet and everyone involved can think outside the box. It's really hard for some to do. It's something I do enjoy doing, but not everybody has that. But I just appreciate that we even have these conversations, and that everybody has a voice at the table.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments? And it takes a second to turn on, and then you can start talking.
Just one to add on to what they were saying. Does this schedule that focuses on the cores and allows the whole humanities section to be adequately, fit into these schedules? What about additional recess time? Because there's a growing body of research, right, about physical activity, not just with PE, but actual second and third recess on our K-8 campuses.
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, I don't have those numbers with me, but I will get it for you in a Friday report for where that breaks down for how minutes are allocated to recess and how they count or don't count toward instructional minutes throughout the day.
President Rooks, if I may, sorry. Yes. Have we thought about combining classrooms, combining grade levels?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, yes, we have, and we have done it at several of our sites. And I would cite, I believe it's Paseo Verde, who has done, is it second and third grade, where they had done that, I think maybe last year, and seen tremendous results from it. The key piece of it is, of course, the educator and their expertise in multiple grade levels and the content areas and those aspects of it. So yes, have thought about it, and we've been successful with it.
Yeah, and I can see that even, my background in social skills and, workforce skills and, the ones that maybe are higher level learning in the grade level can help the younger, or vice versa, and more of a one-room classroom type atmosphere. So thank you for that, and I hope that we continue to research that a bit.
So I just have two questions. One, how would this affect our Foothills Elementary? Because I know that they have a lot of the Fine Arts Academy. And then two, some of the schools, I believe, offer when they're in 7th and 8th grade, they offer different ones outside of the ones you just mentioned. I think one of them is something to do with sports. So I just wanted to check on that.
President Rooks, we'll touch on Foothills Elementary in an upcoming item. Essentially, the quick version of that is we'll be reinvigorating arts integration as originally designed as a signature program for Foothills. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. And then the additional pieces, so this is some of those hard conversations we'll have to have with sites that have ventured down into different pathways to ensure that when we look at back to basics, to ensure we have to meet the minimum expectations as a foundational piece before we layer on in other areas. So those sites that have those additional courses, we'll check to see how they fit in and where that fits with the schedule, as well as the time dedicated to intervention and how we're supporting students who have additional needs.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hernandez. I also wanted to say thank you to the principals that have been working with Dr. Hernandez on those master schedules. I know that that's a lot to ask when we have a lot going on, so thank you for working on those. I don't have any further questions. Oh, Mrs. Ewing, do you have another one?
Oh, it's on. So I just want to make a point that on the override, we have, I go back to that page, but we have the specials that are on there on the override. As a result of the override not passing this $21 million fiscal cliff we're looking at, it's requiring us to make structural changes. And by making, I just want to make sure the community is very clear about this. By making a change like this, we're making a structural change that if we were to go out for another override, and let's say that that would pass, it's not like then we would go back to this 6-day rotation and go back to this all the same thing. That just wanting to make sure the community is aware and that our board, which I think that the board understands, but that this is actually a structural change that we would be looking at for a long period of time. So I just wanted to make that clear.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, that is correct.
And then the last thing I just wanted to make note of is that with these two different models, it sounds like if we can increase the number of students at our schools, then the students get more options.
President
based
Rooks,
on two models.
Mrs. Ewing, that would be a correct assumption that the more students you have, the more opportunities you provide, just simply from an economies of scale perspective.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, if no further questions, I just wanted to check if anybody needs to use the restroom real quick, Dr. Summers, before we start on the next one.
President Rooks, if it's okay, I think we could benefit from a 5-minute transition.
Okay.
Just so we can make sure that our next presenters are queued up and
Okay.
ready to go. So
All right.
a good 5 would be great.
5-minute recess, thank you. All right, we are coming back from our recess. We are moving on to 3.7, school closure, repurposing, and boundary changes. And board members, I'm sorry, 3.6, I apologize, master capital planning. We are also, this will be discussed at our later board meeting, so just for time's sake, if you can maybe jot down your questions and save them for that agenda item in the board meeting. That way also our parents and community members that show up, they can know what your questions are being asked live. So welcome from Grace Design Studios.
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, members of the community. Let's see. My name is Saravanan Bala. I'm a partner and a K-12 practice leader with Grace Design Studios. And I have with me Ms. Williams and Mr. Buchholz. And Mr. Sowinski, unfortunately, has strep throat, so he's not here. But we're from Grace Design Studios. We've been working with your district, as you know, to develop a master capital plan. So we are here to give you an update on some of the findings of the plan and some preliminary trend lines that we're beginning to notice that are, again, data points as you're processing a lot of information today. We're here to provide you with information from this process as well. So we're going to quickly outline the process itself as to what we went through to create this capital plan that's evolving. We'll look at the data that we've collected and we're beginning to process and see what it's beginning to speak to. And then the culmination of this process ultimately results in what we call campus prioritization scoring. And what that does is it provides you an objective look at what are some of the campuses you may want to consider as part of an action plan that could take an initial phase and an intermediate phase and a long-term phase. So that's essentially in a nutshell what this process is. So as far as the overall master capital planning process, for us it falls under 4 broad buckets. The first one is creating what we call key performance indicators. And this process involves engagements. As you know, we did meet with several of your community members. And what that allowed us to do is to develop certain KPIs that primarily address 2 of the 4 data streams. And I'll mention that real quick in a minute. And then the next part of that, actually in parallel to developing the KPIs, we engaged in a lot of research, collecting information that your district already has across various streams, and begin to develop the framework as to how we utilize the KPIs that we're collecting and developing. And then the third part of that is to use actual physical walks to assess your facilities using these KPIs. A simple way to think about key performance indicators is we call them building the lens. So you build a lens through which to view the facilities, and you use an objective scoring mechanism to create scores as to how each of those facilities measure up against the rubric you're creating. And the fourth big process, part of this, is what we're beginning to do today and beyond, is how do you act on the information that you're collecting and you're beginning to process. So the next slide has a little bit more detail, but essentially creates a detailed process workflow of those 4 buckets I just previously shared. So part of our assessment includes reviewing your demographics, your capacities, and utilization. And part of that includes creating benchmarks for your building conditions. That's one of the data points we're looking at. And the community engagement and the key performance indicators that we develop allows us to also provide suitability and adequacy assessments. And so we bucket those under 2 separate site walks, and our teams led by Ms. Williams and Mr. Buchholz have engaged in those site walks over the last 8 to 9 weeks. And those included what we call the quantitative site walks. Those are the building condition assessments. And then the qualitative site walks. Those are how the facilities measure up against certain adequacy and suitability key performance indicators. And then all of the data that we collect begins to form a body of work that we analyze to see what major trends and themes are beginning to emerge, and how do we package these into recommendations that you can actually act on. So we're somewhere in the middle of looking at the data, thinking about recommendations that you can act on, and then developing an action plan. And the culmination of this process, the reporting of this, which we will be continuing to work in the next several weeks, will give you a report of a master capital plan that you can implement over time as information evolves. For example, your future demographic studies is a good example of it. So as I mentioned, we look at 4 major data streams as part of a master capital plan. The first one is what we call adequacy. Adequacy is essentially a measure of the sufficiency of your campuses to support current needs and purpose. Suitability is another data stream we look at, which is more of an aspirational data stream. Essentially, it's a forward model. You're thinking about what are some things you may want to do in the future, and how do your facilities measure up against that. Capacity and demographics is plain vanilla as it states, is what does your demographic trends look like, and how does that impact your facilities? What are some of the capacity issues you may have, positive or to the negative, and how do we need to react to that? That's what capacity and demographics essentially tell us. And facility conditions, once again, is the most obvious, understandable component of this, which is what are the conditions of your actual facilities, the conditions of your buildings, the components of your buildings. When we say components, that could be the carpeting we see, the ceilings, the doors, the walls, the roofs, anything that makes up a building and or the grounds of a building is what we call a conditions assessment. So the key part of this process is when we look at these data streams, how do we want to weigh them and towards what purpose? That's a key challenge in any of these master capital planning exercises. And so there's a lot of thought process that's gone into our specific process here. And so these are the tiering percentages is what we call it. We are weighing adequacy as a 15% weight in the overall score. So we create a final prioritization score for each of your sites based on these weights. So adequacy as a measure weighs about 15% of the overall. Suitability does about the same. Capacity is weighed at 30%, and conditions is weighed at 40%. And the reason why those two are weighed more heavily is because, as you will see, they seem to be major influencers of some of the challenges as you're experiencing as a district. So to tell the story appropriately, we have to weigh them appropriately, and that's exactly what we're doing. So as I mentioned earlier, for us to generate the key performance indicators, we started with robust community engagement. We met with members in 3 meetings spread out over roughly 4 weeks. Good, robust participation, roughly about 400 people participated in these meetings. And they were about high-level visioning ideas, and then group discussions to see what are major thoughts and methods that we need to consider as part of this process. And we also had conversations with your business advisory and faith and community council, and also had a separate conversation with the district administrative center here. So the idea behind these is, as I mentioned, what are some major themes that we need to consider? What are some adequacy issues, suitability issues that are emerging from your community's voice? The big part of this is to make sure your community voice is amplified as part of this process. And so examples of how we did that was to ask big, broad questions and using your strategic plan and your strategic pillars as the basis to have people imagine what are some opportunities that we need to consider to be able to better provide the types of resources to fulfill your strategic objectives. That was a good starting point of it. And what came out of this were some major themes. And we tried to organize the data, and there was tons and tons of data that we collected from group discussions and the polling that we conducted. And some of these themes you're beginning to see are sort of a summation of the major themes that came from the discussion. We try to organize it around your strategic pillars. So around, in teaching and learning, for example, there was a lot of emphasis about career awareness, pathways, and academies, providing better access to programs and continuity of electives, focusing on flexible and collaborative and adaptable learning spaces that can allow you to offer future forward-facing practices, focusing on spaces that are providing hands-on learning opportunities, and then a significant point of reference that kept coming back is technology and providing consistency and modern technology access across the board. Similar to that, storage and material readiness and providing sensory and therapy spaces. Safety and wellness, a lot of discussion around secure, but also providing welcoming campuses, hardening of entrances to maintain good, safe access to your schools, investments in security technology, resource officers, and there were other aspects of security that may not seem as readily obvious, but having good restroom facilities is an important part of having security in schools, and making sure there's good hygiene and quality maintained in those restrooms. And related to that is having good environmental quality and dedicated calming spaces and sensory spaces and counseling spaces. So you may notice that some of these ideas may be overlapping, and that is typical in this process. So not all ideas neatly bucket into a category. They will have some overlaps. And then the last pillar that we try to organize ideas around is parent and community partnerships. A lot of good discussion across the board about providing community-facing spaces, integrating industry and nonprofits as part of your day-to-day practice, providing opportunities for students, and then conversations about ease of wayfinding, improving transportation, especially if there's signature programs being considered at a regional level or in specific school sites. And generally thinking about partnerships, and I know this has come up a lot today, so there's a lot of themes here, as you can see. And then thinking about schools themselves as community hubs, and just with the prior discussion about how you reconcile the budget. So there's maybe some revenue opportunities that comes from this too. And then stewardship of resources. This, again, has a fairly strong correlation to some of the data streams we looked at. And for example, right sizing, making sure that your facilities are right sized, and that's going to be a major theme as we look at some of these other data streams. And are we utilizing these facilities in the most appropriate and responsible way to leverage your resources better? So that's a conversation. And thinking about investments in core systems and components within a system. A system means something like an AC or an HVAC system. Components could be roofing, could be any major building element that you would imagine as part of a building, making sure that those are in good working order. That's an important part of that. And related to that is making sure that you mine as many efficiencies and savings through energy smart design. That's, again, a revenue challenge that could be leveraged into an opportunity based on some of the conversations prior today. And improvements of logistics and thinking about, again, rent and lease opportunities across the board. And just flexibility as a concept just kept coming back in various ways. So a lot of great ideas. And again, each of these ideas essentially have to translate to a lens that I mentioned at the beginning of building the lens. Thinking about this from two angles. One is adequacy. Do things serve the purpose of what you're doing today? The entire process we're going through is to make sure we continue to invest in the long-term relevance of the school district. So how do we increase enrollment, for example, right? So over the long term, how do you offer programming and practices that are appealing to your parents to be able to send their students to certain school sites? So the way we go about doing that is to take these ideas and develop a scoring system, and we call that the key considerations-based rubric. And those ideas developed into two big buckets. One is adequacy-based and one is suitability-based. And the scoring rubric is on a scale of 1 to 5. So if a certain idea within, for example, this is one example of it, in teaching and learning, what does the classroom quality look like? And how does something rank as exemplary versus something that's inadequate? And on the suitability side, again, exemplary but unsuitable. So thinking about suitability and adequacy through the same lens. And I'm going to invite Ms. Williams to come and talk through that process and how we ranked your facilities for adequacy and suitability.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So as Mr. Bala shared with you, we had a team of educators and industry specialists go through your schools and take a look at them through the lenses of adequacy and suitability. So I'm going to start with adequacy and walk you through what we saw, how we scored it. And when I think about adequacy, he made a very good definition of it. In my brain, the way that I do it is, how's it going now versus suitability is how will it work in the future. So I'll show you the scores for adequacy as we look at them, but it's important for you to know that we built this rubric based on community feedback, and the areas that we built it on are there listed under each of the main pillars of your strategic plan. And so you can see that we took a look at very specifically both things that we know to be good for education, but also what the community said was very important to them. So what's important today and what's important moving forward. So you'll see things like the learning environments, natural light. That came up quite a bit in the community conversations. That it came up today. There's no windows in here, and many of us know it's raining out there, but the board probably doesn't know it's raining out there. So in classrooms that plays out the same way. So conversations about that were very loud in many different areas of your district. So talking about the utilization of resources, how are we ready for technology? How are we ready to have spaces where people want to come and want to learn? And great things are happening here, but are we market competitive would be a good way to say it. So we broke them down into areas based on shared facilities. So you'll see this in area 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I'm going to do them in that order so you can see. So in the scale here, you see the different adequacy rankings, exemplary being, top of the line, adequate being middle of the road, and then of course inadequate being at the bottom. And for each of the schools, they get a holistic score. And when I think about these scores, I'm going to tell you how old I am without telling you how old I am. When I went to elementary school, we had a report card that had S's and A's. Do you remember that? Some of you are nodding your heads, so you were in the same generation, right? And you really wanted the S because that was superior. You really didn't want the A because that was adequate. Same thing falls here, right? We are adequate in many of your areas, but we would really love to have that S, that superior or exemplary in this case. So I'm going to show you area 2. Lots of adequate here. I wanted to pause for a second to give a compliment, because in the state of Arizona, with the funding that it is for schools, Peoria Schools is doing a wonderful job with the resources they've received. These are very good scores for as old as some of these buildings are. These buildings haven't been touched in many, many years for big remodels or taken down and replaced. This is reflective of a operations and maintenance staff and a commitment to keeping them great places for students to learn. So as an outsider coming in and looking at the schools, these scores, while they're not where you want them to be at exemplary, they are very good considering the circumstances that are facing you. There's your area 3 scores and area 4. Okay. And there's your high schools. We did them by K-8s and high schools. The reason that you'll see that the Med Academy pulls up a little bit higher is that was a specifically designed building. The facility was built for what the purpose it's serving. So it wasn't, it used to be something else and now it's this, and it was designed for that. So that's why it scores higher in adequacy. So our summary findings here. As we toured we took through all the comments of the assessors and what we observed, and you'll see these are aligned mostly back to those priorities that we set at the beginning to look for, that we noticed that there is quite a bit of not evident of natural light. In some cases, there are very small windows in classrooms, but they don't provide access to the outside where kids can see much besides maybe the little, we call them clear story windows by the door. You're familiar with those. They don't really provide an awful lot of sunlight. Specifically, we talked about technology here, that it's inconsistent. And this is not about the student laptops. This is about what's available to classroom teachers to present, whether it's projectors, whether it's screens, what it is. It's inconsistent across. There's not a level set there currently. We believe that there is opportunity here for enhanced opportunities for those resources that you were talking about earlier that are so important to kids, the specials, the visual arts, the performing arts, the athletics. There's some opportunities there to enhance those opportunities for students. We believe, and this speaks directly to what you were talking about earlier when you were talking about WestMech and what the community wants, an increased opportunity for career awareness, exploration, and readiness for that career expansions and preparation. And then the last one there is the idea of dedicated spaces for scheduling conflicts. When you're looking at a K-8 building with a multi-purpose room and trying to fit all the things that students want to participate in and want to do, oftentimes that schedule is very difficult to navigate, and those spaces are not large enough, basically, to serve the populations that come to watch those games or come to watch those performances when you're talking in a K-8 atmosphere. Moving on to suitability, again, this is future looking. What would you want for your students? And that's how we asked the question to the community members and those who came. What would be your ideal? Again, aligned to the strategic priorities and the pillars. You can see what we looked at specifically in the areas of teaching and learning, safety and wellness, and stewardship of resources, and that parent and community engagement. Opportunities for students to expand and collaborate and work together on things, learn in different ways, that there are their career readiness available. So that's what we looked at. We built a rubric based on that for suitability. The score here, the only thing that changes on the rubric is instead of being adequate, it's suitable because it's a suitability measure. Same idea. And you would expect possibly schools that are 50 plus years old to maybe not be as suitable because they're not as future looking, excuse me. Because they were designed for students 50 years ago. So they're not necessarily ready for the needs of tomorrow. Area 2. Many of these scores are influenced by the lack of collaborative working spaces and flexible furniture and flexible spaces. That's largely driving this. And community meeting spaces where career advisors could come in and meet with students. There's not a dedicated space to that. Area 3 and Area 4. Here's your high schools. Many of these spaces, their scores go a little higher than the reds that you saw on the others because of their robust CTE programs and that are very, very well designed and provide opportunities for students for career exploration. And here are our recommendations for the summary, our summary of findings for suitability. There are opportunities for enhancing curb appeal to make a welcoming and engaging presence within the community. It goes back to that being competitive in the market that we're currently in and having spaces that are attractive and ready for learning. I spoke to it a couple times, but rethinking about space so that it has collaboration and flexibility. This could be furniture. This could be taking down some walls to make things where you could have a classroom that could go from one set of kids to two set of kids working together very easily. Currently, the system, the current buildings do not allow for that. And that's those two bullets, the second and third one, go together there. There's also opportunities for more community partnerships and thinking about what space that would take and how to increase those opportunities for students. And then lastly, showcasing student work, whether that be through increased opportunities in maybe amphitheaters where students could do performances that sometimes there's not electricity or lights out there, so it doesn't make them usable at all times of the day. Or we could be talking about inside, being very specific about how we think about the multi-purpose rooms and the stages, and how do we elevate student performance and student work throughout the campus. It's hard to do in some of the outside campuses where the doors all face outside, but thinking about it differently gives an opportunity to think about that. All right, I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Bala to discuss capacity and utilization.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Well, the two other buckets which we mentioned as data streams, looking at capacity and utilization, we had a chance to review your demographic report, and obviously there's projections out to 2034, 35, and we were able to collect information from the district. And again, we're looking at it area-wise, just as a refresher here. So we were able to collect capacity information and plot that against current enrollment. So what you're seeing in this graph is sort of a consolidated look at all your elementary schools. There's a bit of daylight between area 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hopefully it's visible. But just to explain the graph itself, the gray bars represent functional capacity. It's not maximum capacity, it's functional capacity. And the black bars, if there are any black bars, they represent school sites that are at or a little over capacity. In your case, there's only 3 sites that are in that category in elementary. And then the colors, the different colors, green, darker green, blue, orange, and pink, they all look different over there, but they look different here. Anyway, so the different colors you see, they all represent how much under capacity a specific school site is. So at a high level, just looking at it, you could tell that a lot of school sites are under capacity and under-enrolled. So we just want to zoom in a little bit and just look at the high schools as well. So, I'm sorry, before we zoom in, just looking at the high schools as well. Again, you've got Liberty, which is, again, close to or just above capacity, but most other schools are under-enrolled. So here's sort of a summary. We're going to switch up the order of the summary here before we go into a little bit more detail, because this is worth looking into at a different level. So this is sort of an area-wise analysis of your overall capacity and enrollment trends. So as has been spoken to earlier today, there is declining enrollment district-wide. And to what Mrs. Rodriguez pointed out earlier, the numbers from ADM to enrollment here are different. But it still tells a compelling story, which is roughly about a quarter of your facilities are not utilized right now. That's a big takeaway from this. And then the key point there is Area 2 specifically is under-enrolled by a significant amount. And it's almost 6,000 students. So looking at it a little bit more closely, we're going to quickly flip through Area 1, 2, and 3, and they do show these schools in these areas and the under-enrollment percentages, actual numbers of under-enrollment. And we're going to go through Area 1, this is Area 3, and 4, and I'm going to spend a little bit more time on Area 2. And here's Area 4. So Area 2 has obviously a lot of schools, as was illustrated in some of the previous graphs. And there's quite a bit of under-enrollment overall. And the last slide should have a summary. And I can go back, actually. Here we go. So each one of these sites do show some under-enrollment. Oakwood, obviously, is the only site that is at capacity and at enrollment. So here's sort of a summary of Area 2 only, and the note that was added at the summary slide illustrates Area 2 as being under-enrolled by roughly about 6,000 students. So I'm going to quickly go through conditions, and then we'll take questions. So facility conditions, we use an industry standard process to assess facility conditions. It's called an FCI, a Facility Conditions Index. And essentially, it is the estimated costs of repairs versus replacing a certain component. So if you can imagine simplest version of it, the carpet. What would it take to repair carpet or flooring versus replacing it? And that index is what an FCI is. So we, using this method and using industry standard practices and cost data modeling, studied every aspect of every one of your buildings across the district and built an FCI, or a Facility Conditions Index, by component aggregated that to buildings and aggregated buildings to sites. So what that'll tell you is on that FCI index, and you can see the rating scale to the right, that's again an industry standard way of looking at it. If the replacement value ratio is less than 5% to its repair value, it's considered a good condition in general. And then the worst case of that is if a renovation value over replacement value percentage is 30% or higher, it is considered urgent. And again, that nomenclature changes, but essentially the colors tell the same story. It's from a grade of good to urgent. Sometimes it's called critical, but it still tells the same story. So here is, again, that's the description I just mentioned. It starts with, when we think about urgent to critical, it does provide opportunities for you to identify components that might need to be replaced or repaired. And so we are in the process of isolating those lists of items to provide to your staff so they can act on some of those items. So this table is, again, organized. Your schools are organized by the year they were built, the newest at the top. So there is a direct correlation to the year a facility was built to the FCI you can expect it to get. And a simple example of that is, for example, every building has, as you know, structural systems, has exterior walls, has a roofing system. Sometimes it's a steel roof, sometimes it's a wood roof. And then there's a roofing system, weatherization system on top of that. Some of the components of a building are original to most buildings. So if a building was built 100 years ago, it has 100-year-old foundations. It has 100-year-old walls. So the useful life of some of those components are beyond their useful life. So there's published standards on what would be considered the useful life of different systems. So we use that metric to arrive at this. So there is a direct correlation in most cases to the age of the facility to an FCI you can expect it to have. There are a few outliers, and we can explain those away. And so we do look for those outliers just to make sure that the FCI that we are creating based on the component data actually lines up with what we would expect it to be. So here's a list of starting with Sunset Heights, going down to Skyview. This is one part of it. And then the next page has the facilities, the rest of the facilities going down to Ira Murphy at the bottom. And you can see that as you run into older facilities, the FCI trends higher. And so that's not unusual. And there are some outliers, as I mentioned, Desert Palms and Sun Valley, and there's a reason why. And so we do identify those trends. Certain, you may have noticed Park Ridge is actually trending higher. And the reason for that is the air-cooled chillers are towards end of life and need to be replaced. And because of that, it is trending the way it is. And so we have identified the outlying elements for some of these school sites that are showing FCIs that doesn't quite correlate with what we would expect them to be. And here are the FCIs for your high schools. Again, a couple of different outliers with Sunrise Mountain, newer school, relatively newer school, but has a fairly high FCI. Again, simply because the HVAC equipment is reaching its end of life. And we also assessed your district support facilities. This is the support services facility, the DAC, and also the Choya Annex. And here are the FCIs, how they stack up. So here is a plot of the FCIs on a graph just to be consistent with how we've been presenting data across the board, just to illustrate. And again, there's a little bit of daylight between different areas. This is just looking at each of those areas. You can kind of see area 1 to the left, area 2 in the middle, 3 and 4. And we're gonna zoom in to the high level of findings when it comes to facility conditions index. Is the overall district FCI is 23%. It's trending in the very poor to critical area. And that's somewhat reflective of some of the funding challenges the district has had over the years. And it's not unusual in the public school space nationally that the facilities are in need of investment. So that's not an unusual story overall. So I want to focus on prioritization scores, which is sort of an amalgamation. If you remember at the very beginning, we talked about the tiering of it. We're going to speak to that one more time. So looking at all of these data streams and creating a priority score so we can objectively look at a matrix or a table or a graph to be able to see which sites require our attention when, right? So that's sort of the thought process behind creating prioritization scores. And as I mentioned, as a team, including conversations with district leadership, we developed this tiering ratio to weigh adequacy, suitability, capacity, and conditions towards having an overall rating of 100. And so the prioritization scores is from on a scale of 1 to 5. So weighing adequacy, suitability, the ones that we went through, conditions and capacity, all weighted towards, depending on how over capacity, under capacity, for example, I mean, speaking of demographics, it would get a prioritization score of 1 out of 5. And so weighing all of those together, here's sort of a look at all of the district facilities across the board from a priority perspective. So again, similar organization, area 1, a little bit of daylight, area 2 in the middle, 3 and 4. So again, zooming into area 2, because you may have noticed that there's a lot of reds in area 2. So just giving it a little bit of a zoom in and actually planting the scores on top of the bars, you can begin to see that there are quite a few facilities in area 2 that may need our immediate attention. So that's what this graph illustrates. I'm going to sit on it for a second or two. So we just want to give this an overall summary. Again, we're in the process of assessing all of these data streams, trying to find some correlations to what are some major findings. So I'll summarize where we are from what we've looked at so far. Obviously, about a quarter of your facility, roughly around a quarter, is unused. And area 2 emerges as a critical focal point. So how do we act on that? Some of the considerations, and this has come up in some of your prior presentations today, is are there ways to optimize your capacity by potentially consolidating some sites so you could better utilize your district resources? That may be a choice that you may have. There's obviously a significant deferred maintenance burden and a total portfolio of facilities that are trending towards very poor and critical. Remember, the FCIs we showed you are in today's condition, and without further investment, that curve is continuing to trend towards criticality or worse. So we will actually be plotting all of that, and then we will have that as part of the master capital plan report. So there is quite a bit of deferred maintenance, and obviously investments have to be made, and we know that's been challenging historically, but we have to be able to think about how do you upend that curve? How do you flatten that curve, if anything, reverse that curve? Thinking about funding streams such as bonds and overrides. Again, I'm speaking to an audience that knows this, but and then thinking about state deficiency corrections programs. And part of our process will identify potential projects that we could get funding from the state through their building renewal grant program or emergency deficiency correction programs. And so we will provide that as a list to begin to straighten, flatten that curve, let's call it that. And then from an adequacy and suitability perspective, there are environments that are not necessarily conducive for you to implement some of the ideas that we've talked about, and I'm sure you've heard all day. How do you build better partnerships-based practices? How do you engage partners such as Westmec better and our other industry partners? So those require environments that are supportive of those types of engagements. So that's obviously an investment that could be made to provide opportunities for your students so they can be successful in their lives and be vibrant members of society. And then the physical plant deficiencies. And we've talked about this also in terms of daylight, for example. That does impact teaching quality. And how do we find ways to invest in facilities so we can improve the overall quality of the physical plant? So it does allow for you to not just perform better with what you do now, but potentially offer specialized programming that could be a huge asset for your students. And as we have mentioned before, investing in campus identity, creating a welcoming and a nurturing environment, bringing community partners in, and addressing some of the deficits from that perspective. Those are some major themes that we're beginning to see from the data we've collected. And there's obviously, it's not all doom and gloom. You do have growth, right? You do have areas that are experiencing some growth. So as you get into the next 5 to 10 year cycle in your demographic surveys, how do you absorb that growth, especially in the north side of the district? So those are all going to be part of the considerations that will allow us to create a series of action items in part of the Master Capital Plan report. Let's see. Hopefully not too fast.
Thank you for the in-depth presentation of your team for this topic. I know it's hard when we're talking about this, but I just appreciate logistics of what we're looking at. And this is about ensuring that we can provide the education for our students. So I appreciate your work that you did on this. We do still have 3.7. So again, if we can write down your questions, and then when we come back to this during our regular board meeting at 6 p.m., we'll be able to ask those questions. Yes, Dr. Summers.
President Rooks, my apologies for not making that more clear. The item that is in the regular meeting is attached to 3.7.
Okay.
So what we envisioned is an opportunity for some initial questions with Grace Partners to be here with you for this particular piece of it. I think Saravanan, if I can speak for him, also planned on being around for 3.7, but district administration would take the lead on presenting 3.7 and 6.5.
Okay.
So I'm sorry for not making that more clear earlier.
Nope,
So
I was trying
actually,
to watch
this
the
is right-
time,
this
so that's
is-
why, okay.
So to that extent, 3.7 will build from everything that you just heard.
Okay.
But it will squarely focus on phase 1 of the future proposal that we are bringing forward for your consideration and potential action this evening.
Okay, all right. So we have time for them to ask questions.
I believe you do,
real
ma'am.
quick. Okay. I apologize. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to start us off?
So first off, I just want to say thank you to you and your team. This is amazing. It's great work. I will say that, this isn't the first time we've had an organization come in, look at our facilities. I think the other organization was Smart. Anyway, we've been doing this year after year after year. So a lot of this, when I'm looking at this, a lot of it's not new that our buildings need a lot of work. And it's the result of, we didn't have a bond that passed, so we didn't have an opportunity to get after those projects and so forth. And so this is what we continue to try to go out to our community and say, these are the reasons we need the bond, but that's, as you can see from the voting stuff, it's our community is not supportive of a bond. So those other surveys have, or I think Mr. Molino sat before us, or he didn't sit before us, he stood before us 1 year ago and did I think it was a 60-page presentation on the status of our facilities. At that time, it was suggested recommendations and solutions was school closures and boundary changes, facilities repurposing, targeted expansion from those northern groups, and partnerships. So much of the same things that you have listed. So again, I don't think any of this is new. I think one of my questions is with our partnership with Grace, there were several things that you mentioned as opportunities with partnerships it sounded like you maybe even had ideas about how to fund certain things. And so I just wondered if part of our partnership with Grace is to maybe capture some of those ideas and so forth. So that was just going to be a piece that I had a question. If you'd be able to answer that.
Okay, I go. So yes. So I think the key piece is we're looking at it at a much broader level, not just looking at conditions. So one of the challenges with traditional, and maybe that's not a right choice of word, a typical facility conditions assessment is what is typically used in this process, is it doesn't tell the whole story in our opinion. So you have to look at adequacy and, more importantly, suitability, because ultimately these are not just buildings with doors and roofs. They're environments where you're teaching your kids. So the problem of under-enrollment, declining enrollment, that gets appended by you making your schools attractive. And parents wanting to send their students and their children to your schools. So it is, at the end of the day, it's about practices that you're creating that is appealing, and it came through in our engagements. So our process has been to objectively create a score around the ability of your environments to absorb those sorts of uses. And so, and why that's important to look at with facility conditions is, as you saw, there's several schools that are on the bottom of that list. And so as you're making major decisions to consolidate potentially schools down the road, if should you go that route, thinking about also improving the ability of the facilities you're investing in to provide better programming and access to your students, to invest in work-based learning, for example, or other types of practices that are important for your community. So this process will allow us to objectively look at your sites through that lens. Now, as part of that, yes, there are definitely funding streams that we can help with, and we do this. Mr. Buchholz is well-versed in that, and we're going to work closely with Mrs. Rodriguez to provide that list. We're really good at stacking the SFB pipeline with potential projects, so whenever they have monies, that it becomes available. So we can identify those, yes, but it's not going to fix this funding gap. It is still sprinkles on cake. I can't call it cake, but I did anyway. So it is still sprinkles. It's not the whole thing, right? So the problem is, as you pointed out, Mrs. Ewing, bonds not passing. That's a big challenge. But having clarity on here's where you are, I think speaking transparently to your community is what this data set will provide. And I think that, and you've listened to a lot of different data points today about various aspects, but at the end of the day, this allows you to tell a complete story. And anything we can do to identify funding streams, we absolutely will.
And in that, I'm guessing you're saying that we can't identify 21 million. I think that's what you were saying. No. Okay, if you could, that would be awesome. Yeah, so I want the community to understand. I was talking to some folks when they knew this stuff was coming, and they're like, wow, this seems so fast and this seems so new. And I'm like, no, this has been going on for a very long time. We've known our buildings are in this state. We've needed to make this decision. I think it was in 2022, there was a recommendation that came before the board about a possibility of closing 3 schools. And so not that closing schools affects communities, it affects students and it affects families, and it's real lives that are involved and so forth, but it is something that's been talked about for quite some time, and I feel like we are, whether it's our board or just the community, we have kicked the can down the road, and we are in a position where we have to make some clear decisions, and they need to be decisions that also offers opportunities for our students within the framework of what we are fiscally able to do, because I do know that I've had some folks say to me, hey, well, that sounds like a really great opportunity, but where are we going to have the funding to repurpose that building to make it a really great workable space? But it sounds like you're kind of offering, there's creative ways to look at that. So I don't know if there was any questions, just statements, so thank you.
Mrs. Palpit, do you have any questions or comments?
I just wanted to say, as we go forth in this conversation, and obviously moving on to 3.7 with what all this means, I don't know that we could be more prepared as a board. This is the best collection of data, and I think not just data rich, but insight rich of what we do, because to Mrs. Ewing's point, and some of us have been digging into this, in 2016, actually, we're talking a decade ago this should have happened. And it has affected the branding of our district. And so as we're looking towards the future and going to suitability, not adequacy, but rising to meet the future, rising to meet what we want to be able to provide with all this outside of the box thinking, I want to be sensitive because I didn't live here during the heyday of Area 2, but looking at it, it probably was every parent's dream. There's a school every mile and kids in the street. I bet it was incredible, and I wish I could have seen it. And I also share that, I have empathy that there is a mourning and a grieving process for the loss of what was to what is now. But again, kind of echoing what all the board members have said, we don't need more data. We've called this, we have all the data that we're going to need to make a decision, and now it's time to look at the needs of our students and help them rise to meet the future, which is something we need to work on together with empathy and collaboration, and I think we're prepared to do it. So thank you for, this is the second time we've seen this data, but thank you for being so thoughtful. And, you know, a lot of us were there during these community engagements, and I know that the community really was heard with what they were saying and what they needed, so thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Just thank you for the information, and I wish I could, if in my other business, I wish I could open a school improvement, like home improvement TV show, and we could put some of these, in a pool and get renovated. But to echo what both board members just spoke to, this truly should have happened a few years back, and it didn't. And we're facing, some things that we have to do. Is it the end of the world? No, it's really not. It's not. We still have Peoria people. We still have Peoria students. We're still growing. This is happening across the nation. Across the nation, in every district, they're talking about closing schools, except for my hometown, because they only have one school. But it's reality, and we are willing as a board and a cabinet to face that, and I just appreciate that, because I wouldn't want to be on a board that everybody was whining why we had to, make these changes. So we're going to move forward, but thank you for this data, because every bit of that makes me think about something else that, okay, maybe we could do that. So thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
I think everybody really covered it, but again, this is probably the second or third time that I've seen this data, and it does provide that clarity that we as a board need. So just appreciate you and your team coming here and presenting and answering a lot of our questions even before today. So thank you very much.
So I have a couple questions, and when I'm also asking this, I know that there's a lot of parents watching online, so I just want to make sure that we're explaining a lot of these slides. The functional capacity that was listed on there, what does that look like for a class size, per class size? Does anybody?
I believe it's 32 for a high school and 28, I believe, for a
Okay,
K-8s.
I just wanted that on there for people when they're looking at, when you see functional capacity and what is the capacity, what does that look like for a class size? Okay. With regards to, let's see, page 39, it was the 22.8% district is not utilized. If there is changes that are made with repurposing or closing, do you foresee that those changes can make an impact increase in utilization?
Yes.
Okay. Would it reach that 22.8% or?
Well, that's quite a bit of underutilization. So I don't think it's just a cutting problem. The long-term thesis is that you got to make schools appealing again, right? So it's a twofold challenge.
Okay.
So it's not a single phase effort. I don't think it's a long-term, but you got to start somewhere.
Okay, and then Mrs. Ewing, you mentioned the looking at different funding sources, and I know you mentioned that. Again, because a lot of viewers don't know, the Arizona School Facilities Board is what you're talking about, correct?
I apologize.
And that's okay. No, I know everyone's watching and you hear AFB and you're like, what is that? And are we looking at that for, I know Oasis was a big one on there. It was very far red. So I didn't know if we've applied for Oasis, and then when we're discussing repurposing and closing schools, Foothills and Canyon were listed on page 28 as unsuitable. So would that also look towards the Air School Facilities Board to make those improvements? So
the Arizona State School Facilities Board funding programs, for the building renewal grants, they have limited amount of money that the state allocates every year to support districts that make asks in certain areas. So it's not for an entire campus. It's, for example, specific to roofing, weatherization, site grounds, your systems, and systems generally mean your air conditioning systems, lighting system, your building fire alarm systems, life safety, things of that nature. And so as part of the data collection process, we have tagged which of those systems that are approaching that criticality, that we could provide a list to Mrs. Rodriguez and her team. And then the secondary process is, since we've already done the assessment, there is probably some opportunity to directly prepare some, your liaison has to bless that, obviously, with the school facilities board. And once that happens, this gets into their pipeline. So it's not for an entire site, President Brooks, but it's roofing potentially at certain sites. Now, that said, if you are considering consolidation, then you may want to hold back on certain sites depending on the timeline. So that's the purpose of this process, is you don't strictly look at one data stream. You're looking at demographics, for example. If a certain conditions in a certain school site where you're going to continue to be under-enrolled over the next several years, our recommendation would be to address immediate life safety and critical elements only. Anything beyond that, you may want to be pretty judicious about investing monies into those sites.
Okay, thank you for explaining that, because I appreciate not just for the board's purview, but the community that is listening. I think that's important to bring up those ideas and processes down the line. So I appreciate it, all the work that you guys collected, and like everybody has said up here, it's not new. I do think it was very detailed, so I appreciate the very detailed breakdown, but yeah, it's been a long time. And so it's a decision that I think needs to be discussed and looked at, and I appreciate your help in that process for our families, students, staff, and our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move now on to 3.7, school closure, repurposing, and boundary changes. And Dr. Summers, I'm checking in, is this where you want us to save our questions probably for the board meeting?
So President Ricks, governing board members, thank you again. Now that we have heard all the here's what information we're working with, this really is the now what part of our time frame. So yes, ma'am.
I don't know if you heard me because you were preparing. Just if you want us to hold our questions till the governing board meeting.
Here's what I will ask you to do is
Okay.
if you want to have a question, I don't know that we want to rob you of that opportunity, but
Okay.
this will be to your bigger conversation, part of what is also going to be shared in item 6.5.
Okay.
So with that in mind, if you wanted to table the questions until 6.5, you absolutely can do that. And you'll hear it for the first time right on the heels of the presentation that was just given.
Okay, board members, just let me know if you do want to ask a question. So, all right, thank you.
All righty. So as we have heard thus far, we have spent a good portion of today as we think about our responsibility relative to the stewardship of our resources and our commitment to student success. And so this presentation for you reflects phase one of our thought process as we ground ourselves in data, align to our strategic priorities, and frame out options as an initial proposal, again stressing that this is not a final decision. We do know that this work is difficult. It does carry real impact for our families, our students, our staff, and communities, and it does deserve a thoughtful and deliberate process. Peoria Unified has a long and proud legacy of fiscal stewardship. For decades, our district has managed or maintained balanced budgets, prioritizing classroom spending, and earning repeated recognition for financial excellence, so that history we know matters. At the same time, we are and must be honest about the reality we are facing today. Sustained enrollment decline combined with the failed override have created a recurring revenue gap, and one-time funding strategies are not a long-term solution, and approximately $21 million in ongoing maintenance and operations alignment is required alongside facilities and staffing aligning with these enrollment realities. So acting now allows us to make these phased, thoughtful decisions rather than reactive cuts later. A little bit more about why now. We know that the timing of this work is very intentional. We are entering the second semester in a new budget cycle at a pivotal moment for the district. Our strategic priorities are advancing and must be protected through proactive planning. And then acknowledging future budget and enrollment conditions that are already taking shape. Planning now preserves some flexibility, supports phased transitions, and strengthens long-term stability. This is about steering our system, not reacting to these conditions. Our guiding principles for this work: we will remain committed, of course, to maintaining high-quality educational experiences for all of our students. We will preserve fiscal responsibility and long-term sustainability. Resources should be allocated to maximize the impact for every child, and we recognize that every school and every family is a valued part of Peoria Unified, and that these conversations carry real emotional weight. At the same time, these decisions are guided by data while remaining attentive to our community context, and we are providing space for community input with clarity that no final decisions have been made. As you just saw in all of the data, this work is grounded in a very intentional process that provided comprehensive district-wide diagnostics, including enrollment trends, facility utilization, program needs, financial sustainability, and long-term planning analysis. And the findings consistently indicate that consolidation and repurposing are likely necessary to support long-term sustainability. This is about aligning our systems to that reality while still preserving and maintaining educational quality. The Master Capital Plan is a diagnostic. It is not a closure plan per se. It does provide the district-wide lens to understand these patterns, pressures, and the misalignment. And as you just heard, across these multiple data points, Area 2 does emerge as the most acute intersection of underutilization, aging facilities, deferred maintenance, and operational inefficiencies. And you just saw this data again that demonstrates about 10,800 unused seats, or 22.8% of our district capacity, and that Area 2 shows the largest disparity between the capacity and the enrollment. And so again, the convergence of that data is what brings us here. This, I know, is not something that we can zoom in on the presentation itself, but it is our boundary map, which provides context for the scale and the complexity of our district. Peoria Unified spans multiple municipalities and many communities, which means alignment decisions must be approached with care and precision. So for our planning purposes, we are organizing our view of the district into 4 geographic areas. Each area presents different conditions and pressures. Area 2 stands out based on enrollment trends and facility utilization. We also know that we operate a wide range of school models and programs, and to align these resources responsibly, we must consider multiple levers, including boundary adjustments, grade reconfigurations, program changes, consolidation, and repurposing. And we know that master plan data identifies this as the most significant concentration of enrollment decline and facility underutilization. So here is where we begin. Why a phased approach? So you'll hear this terminology of phase 1 because the scope and complexity of Area 2, as you can appreciate, does require thoughtful planning rather than simultaneous action. Phasing does limit disruption for students, families, and staff while still preserving flexibility. And phase 1 will allow for focused implementation before expanding consideration to additional areas in phase 2. So the cactus cluster will allow alignment actions within a contained geographic area. It will limit system-wide disruption while supporting that purposeful and phased implementation. An existing undercapacity at Cactus High School allows for consolidation while maintaining program continuity. Underutilized space creates opportunities to strengthen and expand programming, including advanced academic and career pathways, which you heard the community has provided input on, so that we can make sure that we have those factors related to student programming and success and perspective, in addition to allowing for some more lead time and flexibility for additional considerations in subsequent phases. So here is the Area 2 boundary map that demonstrates the cactus cluster. So this will show you currently Canyon, Foothills, Kachina, Oakwood, and Pioneer Elementary. There is a section of Marshall Ranch above the canal that is boundaried for Cactus High School, starting in grades 9 through 12. This table illustrates the degree of underutilization across the cactus cluster. Several elementary campuses are operating well below capacity. while Cactus High School has significant available space. These numbers do help provide some of that context for this proposal that will follow. And I'll just pause on that. So here are the details. For the 2026-27 school year, Kachina and Pioneer elementary schools would be closed and the buildings would be repurposed. So kindergarten through 6th grade, Kachina and Pioneer elementary boundaries would be adjusted. Kachina students would attend Canyon Elementary and Pioneer students would attend Foothills Elementary. Kachina, Pioneer, Canyon, and Foothills Elementary Schools 7th and 8th graders, next year's 7th and 8th graders, would move then to Cactus High School. And Cactus High School would be repurposed as a 7 through 12 grade campus or school. Notably also, Peoria E-Campus, which is currently a K through 12 model, would be closed to kindergarten through 8th grade students, but continue to operate as a 9 through 12 model. We have to account for some of the different programming that is occurring in each of those specific school sites. So I will start with identifying the K through 6th grade Succeed students at Pioneer, also moving to Foothills Elementary School with their peers, while 7th and 8th grade Succeed students currently at Pioneer Elementary moving with their peers to Cactus High School. And the kindergarten through 8th grade Arise program, currently at Kachina, would be moving to other campuses as part of a larger opportunity to expand Arise programming. The Arise program, currently at Kachina, will be moving to other campuses as part of a larger opportunity to expand programming. This is not a change to any student's IEP, services, or support. The Works Transition program will expand from Cactus High School to a repurposed location, and Foothills Elementary School would refocus and expand programming to support arts integration across all pre-K through 6th grades. And Canyon Elementary will continue to be home to the Sunflower School. For the 2028-29 school year, Oakwood 7th through 8th graders would then be assigned to move to Cactus High School. Oakwood would add a preschool program to support early childhood learning, and Oakwood would become a pre-K through 6th grade school. Notably, Oakwood does not have the same capacity dynamics that we're seeing in the other schools, so that is a factor into why a more phased approach from Oakwood into Cactus. So what you see here would be the adjusted boundary map for that Cactus cluster. So essentially, again, Kachina and Canyon merging, Pioneer merging with Foothills, and this would be the resulting projected enrollment, which would show improved utilization across the schools in the cluster. I'm going to pause here because at this point, Dr. Hernandez is going to share with you a little bit more about what we are envisioning related to 712 programming, specifically at Cactus High School.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Before discussing the proposed 712 learning model, I'd like to just share that my greatest learning through this entire process has been prior, even for me in other districts and here, it's been about closure, repurposing for reasons like plumbing or roofing or chillers, and not that those things aren't important, but there were things that we were running from. And what's really different about this process this time is this is about what we're running toward. What's different this time is we have a clear vision of what we are running to, a vision for how learning and teaching can better support our junior high students. The proposal for Cactus High School to serve 7th through 12th graders with a specific focus on junior high is designed for students to achieve mastery of standards, concepts, and outcomes in core academic areas of mathematics, science, social studies, and English language arts through cross-curricular integration and accelerated learning opportunities. These provide early access to advanced content specific to the arts and CTE pathways. This model is designed to provide this early access by being able to introduce sooner. Earlier today, we talked about our 7A, and I wanted to share that we have 354 students across 11 sites enrolled in 7A. But additionally, it's important to note that we have 90 eighth graders across our district who are traveling to one of our high schools to take advantage of accelerated math opportunities. And we have one 7th grader doing the same. So very good. So I'd like to give you just a quick look, some summary data of what it is we're considering for the 7-12 model. For 7th and 8th graders, we'd like to propose that they have cross-curricular integration and acceleration. So what that means is that we've offered acceleration for math in the past, and now we have 7A, which is accelerated math. But what we have never done in Peoria Unified is accelerated English language arts. The opportunity the 7-12 model provides would allow us to offer this cross-curricular integration with English language arts and social studies. Science would be integrated with CTE and the arts. And to give you some example of some of those elective topics and courses that students in this model would have the opportunity to take advantage of, we would still offer traditional PE, TLC, performing and visual arts, but we would begin to consider courses that are STEM-based for advanced manufacturing for junior high students. Building and moving, which is construction, automotive technology, supply chain management, and even transportation for junior high students. Multimedia communication, business and leadership, storyboarding, drawing and sketching, digital photography, three-dimensional art, digital music, acting and verbal communication, and costuming and makeup. Things that our junior high students don't currently have access to. So while we support every student every day, this initial design places an emphasis on supporting our gifted and our high ability students to engage in rigorous and complex learning opportunities to advance their learning through cross-curricular integration and content acceleration. We want to be able to provide students who have interest in CTE pathways early access to courses through that cross-curricular integration and content acceleration. So specific to CTE, we provide students with early exposure to those CTE opportunities. And beginning in junior high, the program would be intentionally designed for junior high students with these CTE experiences that promote meaningful career exploration using an advanced cluster-based model. Rather than requiring students to commit to a pathway prematurely to a single career pathway, the 7-12 model allows for broad exposure, informed decision-making, and hands-on learning across multiple career clusters. Students would engage in exploratory activities that allow them to identify personal interests, their strengths, and their aptitudes while developing their foundational skills relative to quite a variety of industries. The structure ensures that students are better prepared to make focused and informed pathway selections once they get to that high school experience, aligning their choices with both their academic goals and career aspirations. By fostering this early engagement and exploration, the program supports long-term success in college or career and in technical fields. Earlier today, we had some conversations, and I wanted to defer the questions around Foothills Elementary, so I'll address that right now. As part of our proposal, the district is committing to reinvigorating arts integration at Foothills K-6 through this proposal. What that means is reinvigorating the arts integration aspect that was part of that signature program when it first originated. And over time, it's become more about arts education and become more similar to what our other campuses offer in that arts space as well. Our commitment is to reinvigorate arts integration. So what that looks like is building a program that has strong foundational integrations that specializes in courses that are designed to extend and deepen student learning as they have gained at the elementary. These advanced courses for students provide opportunities to explore artistic disciplines such as visual arts, music, theater, digital media, and at a higher level of rigor and complexity in the academic setting. The programs emphasize core curricular connections, allowing students to apply their artistic concepts to their core academic areas. This fosters creativity, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. So by integrating the arts into a broader learning experience, students at Foothills will develop a richer understanding of content while cultivating those essential 21st century skills and competencies, such as collaboration, communication, and innovation. This approach not only enhances academic achievement, but it also nurtures students' individual talents and their interests, preparing them for future opportunities in both the arts and other career pathways. Through this intentional design and alignment with district goals, the expanded arts integration program will serve as a model for holistic, student-centered education. So cross-curricular integration and acceleration learning opportunities enable our students to achieve higher levels of mastery of standards, concepts, and outcomes in their core areas of math, science, social studies, and English language arts, provides early access to advanced CTE pathways, and these programs enhance the academic achievement by continuously challenging and motivating our junior high students, leading them to better performance, preparing them for a future academic career and opportunities. So what we are proposing would create an unmatched experience for our junior high students. While I'd love to say and take credit for this model was not developed on a whim. It's actually grounded in solid research. And it's been successful in many communities right here in Arizona and across our nation. In fact, I recently spent some time with my counterpart in the Chandler Unified School District. They have two schools running a similar model, a 6 and a 7-12. And the first thing I asked was, if you could do it all over again, what steps would you take and how would you take them differently? The goal being that one of the areas being referenced was sure to answer questions about their experience in supporting families through bringing this model on and where they've come, where they are, and how they're doing. So what I know is on the hearts and minds of every staff member, but especially our parents. We are confident in our ability to implement this model. We recognize that there are still many concerns and questions, and we share in many of them. We have a logistics team who is engaged in working to make the best recommendations possible in very key areas that will set our students up for success. A team will work through the additional logistics to develop a plan to present to the board and to the community prior to a public hearing. Specific to student safety, how are we looking at maybe separate entrances, zoned areas, controlled movement, school start and end times? How is time used differently from a junior high perspective to a high school perspective? How are lunch and passing periods scheduled and staggered to support and prevent that overlap? We have questions around extracurriculars and athletics and participation in other school activities. And while we don't have all of the answers yet, one of the first considerations that sets the foundation for all other aspects of this experience is the location on campus for junior high learning and the proximity to upper grade students. To give the board and the community an idea of what this could look like, I have a map of Cactus High School, which is located off 63rd Avenue and Greenway Road, directly north of where we are right now. It's spread across 40 acres, and it is considered a comprehensive high school offering robust academic, athletics, and arts education and CTE programming. With minimal adjustments, we are able to identify a specific area that we are calling the academic core, where our junior high students will spend the majority of their day. All of the yellow boxes that you see in the top right-hand corner represent this corridor. But before I zoom in to share more about it, I want to call your attention to the two yellow boxes in the bottom left corner on the portion of the screen. These are the spaces that already have the basic infrastructure to be seamlessly converted into dedicated junior high boys and junior high girls locker rooms to be used for PE courses. Now, up to the top right, we'll look at that academic core. Zoom in a little bit more. These are all exterior classrooms connected through a breezeway that is not a main thoroughfare for other students who would be transitioning between classes as well. This means that students moving throughout the space without interference from any upperclassmen. Across the way, you can see, across the schools, arts and CTE rooms are down just this side by band, which we hope that our junior high students will be able to use. As you can tell, they're within close proximity to that junior high academic core. And one final note I want to make about the uniqueness of this space within the campus of Cactus High School is that there is access to dedicated boys and girls restrooms that would not be used by the rest of the campus. So in addition to the bringing on of the 712 model, the repurposing opportunities for Kachina and Pioneer are described here. So Peoria Flex Academy, which is run by our exceptional principal, Sybil Jacob, would continue to provide its rigorous and relevant instruction in an alternative setting, but have the opportunity to expand to support additional grade levels 9 through 12. The SOAR Center, which is the Students Overcoming Academic Roadblocks, is a program for those who have dropped out of school or found the traditional model and time frame isn't working for their way of life. This program is also run by Mrs. Jacob, and we would accompany this one with Peoria Flex and give it the opportunity to stretch out a little bit as well. Mr. Fryer, who is supporting our eCampus program at a high level, we currently have over 85 full-time high school eCampus students with over 650 co-enrollments across our district. The high school courses are fully asynchronous, and our students learn at their own pace from the comfort of home where they're taking their classes. Students are given assignments through our learning platform of Canvas and are supported with high-quality, highly qualified Peoria Unified High School teachers who are available to answer their questions throughout the day as needed. The Copy Center is already located at Pioneer, and it would stay there. And then finally, as we talked about this morning, we would be looking to bring on a Level D placement, which is a private day school, and that represents the most intensive of our special education service continuum. As we had the activity this morning, would be that FAR activity piece that you had there. So while the Vision for Learning has great potential, and we are very excited about this possibility, we know the overall proposal has staffing implications. So right now, I'll transition the presentation to Mrs. Vicentainer to address the staff impacts.
Thank you, Dr. I'm a little shorter. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, members of the governing board, President Rooks, and members of the public. Tonight, we are ready to acknowledge the fact that the staffing impact would be real. And as always, whenever there is a reduction in staff, our primary goal and expectation is that we will do everything we can to reach through attrition. So the natural turnover that happens every year throughout the school year, we believe that we will be able to reach a good portion of our reductions this way. Also, I mean, our ability to reach that through attrition will also be impacted, though, quite honestly, by other decisions made with regard to budget cuts as we go through that. So as we look through all of those changes in staffing, we are anticipating that there will be changes for these particular staff. The conversations we had with Kachina and Pioneer staff, as well as the eCampus staff that are facing possible reductions, we talked about the fact that they will be placed on an involuntary transfer list, which is typical, happens every year when we have some changes in grade levels. But in this particular situation, we are going to treat them a bit differently in that we would ask them for their preferences, and so that we would be able to do everything we can to provide them primary placement where they would like to be. One of the challenges we have, though, is, for instance, right now, I think we've identified that the Cactus transition to 7th and 8th grade would only have about 10 openings, and we have 13 staff members between the 4 elementary campuses at this time. So you can see immediately we know that there's going to be some movement and some change. For our classified staff, we have let them know that they can begin to look for positions as soon as we know decisions are made. We're going to do everything we can to give them priority for those placements. And that if the opening is now, that we would work with the receiving school to try to help make that transition as painless as possible, because we don't want to leave the current campuses completely bereft of support and help for the remainder of the school year. The instructional assistants, we plan to have them follow the students and their with IEPs or the particular program. So conversations this morning about those programs and what we're doing with those, we expect that we will continue to have those staff. We still have a considerable number of contracted staff on some of these campuses, so we believe that if there is a reduction, then the contracted staff would be the most easily identified to reduce. And unfortunately, through this change, we also believe that is going to be a reduction in need for administrators. So we believe that we know right now that we have some administrators have already identified that they plan not to return next year. Again, depending on other decisions, we believe that we will have a home for everyone that we need to have a home for. So, any questions?
Board members, do you have any questions? Okay, we'll hold off. Thank you, Natalia. Ms. Airy, welcome. And just for everyone coming in, we're just finishing up our study session. And then once we are done, we will redo the room for the regular session, so we will have more seats for everyone. So just wanted to share that information. All right, Ms. Airy.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, cabinet, and guests that have joined us this evening. I'm going to talk just briefly about the communication as we go through this process, depending on how we progress through. Like my colleagues, I will again begin by reiterating that this is a proposal and not anything that has been approved and no decisions that have been made. I'll also reiterate for our community that much about what I'm going to speak to guides us through this process should the governing board decide to bring this forward as a vote in the future. This does not discuss any transition plan or any of those types of aspects. We'd be putting some communication plans together should this be approved or a similar proposal be approved in the future. To bring us through this process, want to share just overarching communication commitments around transparency as we progress. That's around timeline and process and opportunity for our community to be heard in all that we do as we progress through. That would include dedicated communications to those that are impacted. Of course, the families of those schools that are included in this proposal already received the first of those communications and will certainly be receiving additional dedicated communications going forward. A website that would be complete with additional information continuously updated as there are any additional details to share along the way. And then, of course, we know, and it was talked about in a number of the presentations prior to this one, that the families in our community do have choice. And so if their choices change, we want to be able to support them in making sure that they are served by one of the other schools in our community. We have so many different opportunities and so many different communities that offer an excellent educational experience, and we want to make sure families are happy. Our communication commitments also include regular updates to the governing board, and I'll talk a little bit about what those might look like as well here in just a moment. I want to begin with this process is guided by both legal and policy guidance that we have given to us, and you see a number of the statutes there. I won't read those off to you, but they determine what is within the board's authority to do and also how we must walk through that process. And there are some pretty specific guidelines noted in each of those statutes on how we must work with, communicate with, and administer this public input process. And so that's what I'm going to be sharing with you. One of those includes the obligation to hold a public hearing and community forum. I want to make sure to share that I believe it has always been demonstrated as the commitment of our school district that we do things legally because we are required to do so, but then we also do things because they are the right thing to do, which is to hear from our community before we make major decisions that involve our community. And so the proposed public hearing that we would share with the board, and we would look forward to receiving your input on this format, would be to host a public hearing and community forum at 6 p.m. on February 19th in the auditorium of Cactus High School. That was selected, as we are discussing tonight, as Dr. Summers shared, specifically the schools that are the Cactus High School feeder. This would give the governing board the opportunity to hear those arguments or reasons for or against the closure or proposal. We would want to set some speaker time limits and clearly communicate those to our community in advance so they could adequately prepare. And then it is typically best practice to make sure that those in attendance are the ones that can speak and that speakers do not yield their time. We also believe in taking this a step further and making a live stream link of this public forum available to our community and any that might not be able to attend. I will also note that statute requires that we send out a mailing to everyone within the community to let them know in advance, it's actually at least 10 days in advance prior to the hearing, that we would be hosting this public hearing. Now, I spoke specifically about that very first bullet point there, and that's the public meetings, but we would again propose taking some additional steps to gather feedback. And so as part of our proposal, we would note for our community and communicate to them that we have additional meetings prior to when the board might want to consider this vote. And I know Dr. Summers will talk about kind of that timeline and what it looks like, but those identified meetings would be January 22nd, February 12th, and February 26th that are already tentatively scheduled governing board meetings. I say tentative because the governing board has an action item following this meeting where they are voting on their meeting schedule for the upcoming year. So these are tentative and proposed dates. And then we would also share that we'd like your feedback on opening a digital feedback window in addition to the in-person public meeting. This would be a window we'd propose opening next week that would run about 24 hours prior to when the governing board might take a vote. This would allow cabinet time to compile all of that feedback and to make sure that it is available. We would also add a button onto the district's website and the websites of the impacted schools so that all of our community members could quickly and easily access that feedback form to be able to share their feedback. Using the tools we already have available to us, we would provide frequent updates via Parent Square and social media with reminders of our timeline and process to make sure it is very clear on how the community can be heard. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Summers to share more about the timeline.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. So as Mrs. Airy just shared, what you have in front of you here is where we just have been since the fall into our review of not only what we're contemplating from this phase one perspective from a school closure, consolidation, repurposing plan, but also we know we have other items that we're going to be zooming in on as we continue to work through the beginning of this second part of the year. So I just want to emphasize and highlight that tonight, as part of an action item, the governing board will consider whether to vote to hold a regular board meeting to review the possibility of the public hearing in the community forum as was just shared on February 19th. And then that feedback window followed by subsequent board meetings leading up to February 19th would set in motion what those next steps would contemplate. By statute, the board cannot take action any sooner than 10 days following the public hearing and community forum. So what you have in front of you here is, in addition to the proposed feedback window closing, potentially scheduling the March 12th regular governing board meeting, tentative board meeting, for that final and potential vote on closure, repurposing, and boundary changes. So we just wanted to make sure to present that proposed timeline for your consideration again this evening. And then not to diminish the work that we have in front of us, but we know that this is phase one. And so we also are contemplating what future considerations may be discussed in early 2026-27, which may include additional closure consolidations, boundary adjustments in other schools, overcrowding, or the growth that we are also notably looking at further north, and also looking at available land for future school sites. But I think, as was mentioned earlier, we had to start somewhere. The other thing I just wanted to make mention of in front of our audience here this evening is we have a lot in front of us. So we want to make sure that we're doing this, again, very thoughtfully and purposefully, and not biting off necessarily more than what we can digest in that process. But I do want to also just briefly call out and share some acknowledgement for school leaders that are in our audience this evening, specific to the schools that are being presented before you tonight as part of this Phase 1 process. I know their teams have been working through this information, and we had meetings as early as this past Monday, which we know are impactful to your campuses. So thank you for your leadership in that space. We anticipate, as we continue to go forward, more opportunities for that type of engagement and continuing to support not only our employees, but of course our students, our families, and everyone else in the community in this process. And so with that, President Rooks, that does conclude our overview. I'll leave it up to you if you want to facilitate the questions now, or if we want to make the decision to segue into our regular meeting.
Yes, I would suggest holding the questions so that we can change the room, provide more space so everyone can have a seat so they can hear that presentation and our questions. So we will conclude this study session and set up for our regular governing board meeting.
President Rooks, with your permission, I think we need approximately 20 to 30 minutes. So if we can tentatively propose, hopefully starting as close to 6:30 as possible, that would be our recommendation for you.
Okay, all right. And then with all of the guests that are here, would you?
Well, yes, so we are going to ask for you all to kindly step back out into the lobby, and then we will be making the preparations for room transition. Thank you for your flexibility with that.
What? All right. Study session is adjourned at 6:04 p.m. Thank you.